start recording. I keep downloading the streams after I'm done. I don't know why I don't just record them. That would make so much more sense. Okay. I should minimize this too. So, the scene. That certainly is a scene. Question. Which one's the one we want? Home field advantage is obviously if we wanted to do Misha's storyline. Which I don't at all. I'm guessing it's this one. Because all the rest seem like Rin related. I don't know what this is though. It's one of these two. Wider field of vision is, I think that's Rin. Mine just steps how we got to Rin. That's just a white square. That's whammy stuff. Okay. So I assume it's this one. No, it doesn't seem right. Okay, what's the slip 2 then? Is it this one? Oh man, I know I have a save file for it and I don't know which one it is. Oh, I didn't think this through, did I? Okay. It's not going to be one of these early ones. This is right. Oh, this which one? Which one's this? I went on 2. Which one do I want? I clicked on 2. Is it Slip Part 2 or Things You Like? The one you're on. Oh, the Slip Part 2. Okay. So I'm guessing walking to town means I'll meet up with Lily. And go to the library means I will meet up with what's her name? One second. I have a notepad with all their names on. Yes, I've forgotten her name. I'm terrible. Hanako. There we go. I knew that. I didn't look at a notepad. What are you talking about? Yes. Okay. So, Hanako it is. Library seems like a pretty good place to go. Hanako looks as if she was taken pretty off guard by Lily leaving, so she might want someone to talk to. Slinging my bag over my shoulder, I make my way out of the classroom. Walk down the hallway to the library, past a multitude of closed doors. Through each one, the sound of furious rehearsal can be heard. Rock music blares out of one door, almost as loud as a concert. I guess that's one of the advantages of a private school. There are actually enough rooms to go around at a time like this. When I think about it, grounds and buildings of the school are kept in pretty good condition. That can't be too cheap. However, this place has some pretty serious benefactors. Walls of the library only partially insulate the noise of the festival preparations, but they're the only sound to be heard. Not a soul stirs here, but everyone apparently enjoying the weather outside or working on festival events. Yuko isn't here either, and she doesn't work on Saturdays. Quite a walk through the library, now fairly familiar with its layout. Head to the back where Hanako's private little corner is. On my hand on the spines of the book on the way, feeling the individual textures of each as I glance across the titles. I used to do this all the time at the library in the hospital. Some things never change, I guess. Like the smell of a library. No matter how much you take care of the paper and the books, it's always going to be degraded with time. Probably no matter which library you go into anywhere in the world, it must have the same musty smell. Find something that looks light enough to read without any major thought involved, then look for Hanako in the reading area. Once again, she's sitting on a beanbag with her back to the bookshelf, reading the same book she had in the classroom. She's slowly making her way through the pages. Unlike last time I saw her here, I quietly take a seat in the beanbag. Noise is enough to catch her attention, but not startle her. This delicate routine that must be followed each and every time I try to talk to her almost feels like a hunting game. Is that the same book as before? Yes, I'm almost finished. Cool. Wonder if I should... Do you mind if I borrow it when you're finished? My mouth is faster than my mind, it seems. Sure, you may not like it, but I'm sure it can't be that bad. After all, you stuck with it, haven't you? I guess. Settle into my beanbag and set about reading my own book, being buried in my bag. It's a light novel about pirates. To be honest, I'm barely skimming over the words, having chosen the book merely because it belongs to a different genre than I usually read. Finding it hard to muster the enthusiasm. Being a layer over her bangs, is it? Oh, I hadn't noticed. Noting that I've inadvertently distracted Hanako quite a bit, so I had to try and make a conversation. So, I see Lily left without you. She nods before taking her eyes off her book. She must have been really into it after all. Lily said she had to go and meet someone. Oh. Akira, her sister. Akira? That's the name of the Lucky Channel girl. Oh my god, I have to give her voice. Oh, I don't know what her English voice sounds like. Shit. I wish I knew what her English voice sounded like. Damn it. Oh well. I'll try and guess. Sister? I haven't heard her talk about her family. She and Akira used to live together. I thought all the students lived in the dorms. I mean, we don't have to. But it's easier, right? I mean, there's food here and you're close to school. I think I've ever been to class on time so often in my life. Her badly hidden smile proves quite rewarding. In the back of my mind, I know I have a bit of homework to catch up on, but it's quite comfortable in here. No one can find me and force me into working for their pet project either. Though, now that I'm thinking about the festival, another question comes up. Hey Hanako, what are you doing for the festival? Whoa, suddenly angry. Is that angry? I'm not sure. Oh, I see what you mean. The top bit of it. Yeah, that is like a thing that some animes do, where the eye goes over the... I don't understand it either, but... For a split second, I think that Hanako is about to throw her book in the air from shock. Sorry? I was just asking what you're doing for the festival tomorrow. Anything planned? I don't know. Hanako answers this in a way people do when they don't want you to ask any more questions. I take it large crowds and loud music aren't really her thing. Oh, okay. Change the subject. So, what's Lily's sister like? Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. They could just, like, cut her hair back a little bit, right? On that side, I mean, obviously. So what's Lily's sister like? She's nice. She's pretty like Lily, but she dresses businesslike. Businesslike? She's always wearing a suit. Ah, I see. That makes her less pretty somehow? Hanako gives an embarrassed shake of her head. No, just different. I'll admit, this has got me intrigued. Hear Hanako talk about someone other than Lily as a first, and to be complimentary about it too. But as I try to picture this mystery sister, all I can think of is Lily in a suit. I can't imagine that not being attractive, not at all. Well, one day you'll have to introduce me to her. Okay. Our brief conversation ends as abruptly as it started, and we both return to our novels. I like this, because I'm barely going to have to talk in her story, you know? Passage of time is marked only by the gradual movement of the patch of light cast through the window. Slowly, the noises in various rehearsals and buildings fade out and die, as students start to get hungry and tired. Just thinking about that makes my stomach start to turn knots around itself. I think it's time to head back. Look, I mean, okay, the eye thing can be annoying, but she's still cute. Come on, give her a little bit, man. Do you think Lily will be back by now? I think I might head back to my dorm. Pretty tired from this week. And not a word of that is a lie. Moving a new school ramps it up from a major event that's been taxing, to say the least. I can feel myself nodding off as I read my book. Okay, I might stay here a little longer. Looking at Hanako's book, I can see that she's only a few pages away from completing it. I'm going to consider hanging around till she finishes. Once again, my stomach turns, emitting a gurgling sound. Sure thing. Well, I'm going to head off before it gets dark. I'll see you around, okay? Oh, her eyes are suddenly lit up. Okay, see you, Sal. Later. Sal? Thank you for hanging out with me. I can see how hard it was for her to get that simple sentence out of her mouth. Leaves me hanging for a moment. So, there is someone in this school who's even lonelier than me. Maybe lonely is a wrong word. I haven't been lacking company for this first week, but I've still managed to feel somewhat alone and detached. Maybe lonely is the wrong word for Hanako too. She has Lily after all, doesn't she? I realise I've been standing there far too long without answering and put off a flawless, not too exaggerated smile. You're welcome. Good night, Hanako. Night. I cannot wait for her to say, you too. Because you know she's going to say it. She's got to say it somewhere. I'll leave her to finish her book and head back to the dorms on the promise of food. Speaking of food, I agree with you, Sal, for once. For once in your miserable life, I agree with you. Next day I wake up feeling a little lightheaded. It's almost noon already. Sleeping late's fine since it's Sunday and there's no classes. Not just a Sunday though, but the festival as well. From the window I can already see people in the soba booth slinging noodles onto plates. Wait, anyway, I can skip this bit, right? Because we're still in... Yeah, we're still in section 1. I don't know, I'm pretty hungry, so I thought I'd get some food first and check out the attractions. Oh. The class project seemed pretty cool, and I gave a hand with it, so I want to see it at least that one chat with Lily, I guess. Speaking of that, don't you have any obligation for the project?
Are you out of your mind? That blind board is up to no good. I can feel it in my spleen, man. A presence is like the dark shadow in the way of a great vision. As expected of blind people.
What? Besides, I thought that you were also... He holds up his hand to interrupt me.
Only legally. Metaphorically, I can see further than any man before me has ever seen.
Kenji looks stoically into the metaphorical distance to emphasize the statement, thrusting his chin forward to look manlier. Actually, it's just a corridor wall 2 meters away, but all the same.
I can see the future of mankind, and it's a dark one unless the threat of woman is stifled. They are everywhere.
He fingers his scarf nervously, faster and faster like he's trying to start a fire, and slowly begins to calm down once the panic attack finishes running its course.
I'm gonna have to find some place to hide, a safe haven, and then knock the lights out myself, so I don't have to experience this horrible day. I have the perfect things for that. I must prepare now. Don't go to the festival.
Okay.
Later, dude.
Door slowly closes. A low creak, and I don't know how to feel about what Kenji just said. Finding a classic plate of takoyaki from a stool belonging to the class next to ours, take a seat in the school gardens and watch people pass. They natively nibble away at the rather bland tasting item. Guess I shouldn't complain. Better than nothing, and it didn't cost much. Oh, yo, space does work! Whoa! Somehow it's not actually any more helpful to me right now because I've moved where I'm sitting, but if I was sitting where I normally would, this would be helpful. As I look towards the school, watching the people coming and going proves a surprisingly entertaining way of passing the time as I eat. Little children accompanied by parents or grandparents scamper around the din from the event to event. One hand dragging their company, the other bearing oversized, colourful snacks. Can't help but notice the age range among the people here skewed towards the elderly, something that I also noticed when I was walking around town. It's just one of those towns where the only people left are those who lived here their whole lives and ardently refuse to leave, and those wanting to live out the rest of their days in one of the increasingly few tranquil places. I guess that also goes ways to explain how conservative Yamaku's school culture seems to be. Not that I mind one bit. Kind of like how calm Yamaku is its surroundings are. The heat, though, is another matter entirely. Sitting in one place for so long has focused my mind on how annoyingly humid it is getting. And now that the hottest part of the day is here, I better get moving if I... Gah! Sound of Carlian bells seems complete by surprise. I stand up, reaction shared by a few of the people strolling around as well. The PA system crackles life after the tolling bells end. Its age shows as the principal makes a barely intelligible announcement over it, officially opening the festival that's very much in full swing. It's quite amusing to contrast the pleasant smiles of the older folk against the alternatively pained and bored grimaces of their younger charges. Students, on the other hand, seem to pay little heed. Nevertheless, as the address finally ends, all are united in polite, if not overly enthusiastic, applause, and then get back to business. Slipping a hand in my pocket to look as relaxed as possible, I casually glance around for something to do. It's somewhat difficult to see very far of all the people around. Try to fall back on a tried and true rule: go where everyone else seems to be gathering. Right now, that's the school courtyard and surroundings. Throwing the used plate into the trash can, I make my way towards the school building. Oh, he's not conscious about recycling, I think. Seeing the number of stalls around the perimeter of the school building surprised me. Quite a few of the classes must have opted to have multiple stalls. Deciding which to visit first, I catch sight of a familiar banner with a blue paint patterned border and red text. Lily's stall is a good place to start as any. I'm curious as to how it's going after all, of the work that her and her class has done for it. Oh, was it this one? Is that what we were painting? Stepping up to it, I begin to see why the class took so long to organise everything. Easily twice as wide as many of the other stalls, with equipment for cooking strewn everywhere. It's closer to an outdoor restaurant than a festival event. As a student in front of me takes a bowl of noodles, I leave, walk up to the counter. The girl behind it seems quite exasperated, and asks me to wait a moment before she disappears underneath the counter. Seizing the moment, I take a quick glance around. Steam seems to be rising from everywhere as pots and pans simmer away. Most blind of the students are unpacking ingredients, while being helped by someone who is probably the teacher at 3-2. Doesn't take long to notice Lily among them, talking with the teacher as she quickly counts out the boxes and packets of her fingers. From her expression and the fact that both she and the teacher seem to be in a state of mild confusion, it appears that there has also been some problems with coordination. Before I can stare any longer, the girl behind the counter pops up again, only to look back and ask where the spare change box is. Lily pauses for a moment, before she and the girl switch places at the counter and the teacher quickly walks off somewhere.
Sorry about that. We're having a few problems. What would you like?
It takes me a second to remember what I'd come here for. My eyes quickly dart to the side to read the menu sitting on the counter. Oh, guess I'll take some miso soup.
Ah, is that Hisao?
Yep, looks like you're pretty busy. Her face all but confirms it as she drops her waitress facade.
Somewhere along the line, our order got mixed up. We're trying to fix it now, but it looks like we only have half of what we needed.
Wouldn't serving smaller portions cover the problem?
It seems that's what we'll have to do, although I wish we didn't. The fact that a good half of our class is gone doesn't help either.
Glance behind her to see how many people are actually operating the stall. Couldn't be over about 8. Take it that's why your teacher left?
That's right. She's going to try and round up a few more of our classmates to help.
Hearing the sound of footsteps behind me, I stealthily glance backwards to see an elderly couple taking place in the line. Guess I better stop loitering around and chatting. Here's the money for the soup.
Soup? All right, coming right up.
Lily turns and calls for a bowl of miso soup as I hand over the money for it. Taking the coins in her palm, I can't help but notice how efficiently she counts them out with her long, pale fingers. Eventually satisfied, I hand over the correct change and puts it into a small metal tray. Expecting Kenji to help. Or expecting Hanako to help, let's be honest. It isn't long before the soup is made and carefully handed over to her. Handed to her, after which she turns and subsequently passes it to me. Thanks, I'll come back and drop off the bowl.
Thank you, Sao. Oh, there is one other thing. Have you seen Hanako?
Hanako? No, not today. Why? She gives a small sigh of abject disappointment.
It's okay. I was just wondering what she was doing for the festival. You'll come back when you're done, then?
Sure, I'll keep an eye out for Hanako too.
Thank you, Hisao.
Hanako's food... Oh. Wow, Lee. Walk off from the stall and find a seat, carefully creating a steaming wooden bowl in both hands. You are a horrible person. You know what's worse? Thanks to the new Twitch update, I mean, even if I wanted to laugh along with what you're saying, as the streamer, I'm not allowed to do that anymore. Have you read any of the new Twitch guidelines? It's kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Extreme, I guess. I had to reread them like 3 times to check that I wasn't actually going to get banned for that Twitch clip that I had, because I suddenly thought, oh shit, these new rules might actually make me. Like, it's still possible, still on the edge of it, but I thought, well, it was made before it, so hopefully they'll just leave it be. Walk off from the stall and find a seat, carefully creating the steaming wooden bowl in both hands. Compared to the dumplings from before, this is quite nice. A little cool compared to what it should probably be, perhaps, but the flavour is enough to cover for that reasonably well. As I drink, I can't help but feel somewhat guilty for not being involved in the festival as the others. Can't really be helped, considering I was dropped into the school only a week ago, but it still weighs heavily on my mind. That and the fact that few students don't really seem to be enjoying the festival as much as the visitors. Eventually I finish my bowl and leave the stall, and drop it off. Considering there seems to be no one in line at all, I take my time walking up. Seems the teacher's mission paid off. Now I have a dozen students helping, and much of the unpacking has been done. Despite most of them seeming quite relaxed as they work, Lily still appears to be somewhat stressed. Lily doesn't look impressed at all, and I can't say I really blame her. On top of her issues with the stall, she still seems to be worried about Hanako. Can't really help her with the former, so I guess the only way I can help is by trying to take her mind off the shy mutual friend. Placing the ball back on the counter, I call out to Lily. Hey Lily, don't worry about Hanako. I'll go find her and hang out with her, okay? I can see Lily's relief plainly written across her face.
Thanks, Hisao. And if you see anyone from my class, can you tell them to come back here, please?
Will do. Have a good one. Make sure you take a break, okay?
I will if I can. See you later, Hisao.
I leave Lily in the stall and head out in search of Hanako. In a way, I feel bad for leaving her with the crowds, but even though she was clearly under pressure, I can't help but think she's enjoying herself. Halls are packed with swaying crowds meandering through the festival. If there's one thing I know about Hanako, it's that she's not going to be anywhere near this. And with the students showing their friends and family the dorms, I doubt she'll be there either. Following blind intuition, I move against the grain of the crowd. Thankfully, this crowd seems to be slightly less festive than your usual festival crowd, assuming this is out of consideration for the student body. As I force my way through the masses, it doesn't take long for them to thin down to nothingness. And a creepy face appears. It's not surprising, since I'm standing before the library. Even the most eager of students don't bother to show anyone this section of the school. As I enter the library, the noise of the festival fades into a dull background noise, and soon in the reading area at the rear of the room, behind one of the partition desks, I see the top of a head with straight dark hair catching my eye. Hey Hanako, I had a feeling I'd find you here. The head jumped a little in shock before slowly peeping over the partition.
Sao?
Hey, Lily's pretty busy, so she sent me to find you.
Oh, do you want to sit down?
Actually, I'm feeling a little hungry. I'd like to get something to eat. Mate! What is his problem? He had some food, and then he went to Lily's store, got some more food, and now he's coming here and he's saying he's feeling hungry. Mate, you're going to give yourself a heart attack to keep eating. Oh, I'm eating, but I'm just having one sandwich. Sorry, pig. I bought food, so shouldn't be surprised. Still worth a try. Let's go to the outside table. It's a long shot. We need to reduce the portion size. Ah, true. Correct, you are. How about we eat in the tea room? Past the bar on the way here, and no one was around. We can make some food there. It'll be a little more comfortable. What do you say? Sure, let's go. Hanako closed her book and puts it away with a deliberate practice movement. Good to go? Yeah. We walk side by side from the library to the tea room. As expected, there's barely a soul around. If it weren't for the murmurs through the walls, you wouldn't tell there was even a huge festival going on outside. Hanako carries her bag in both hands and focuses on just the floor ahead of her. Every now and again, she seems to break her pace a little and steps in slightly shorter paces. First time it happened, I gave her no mind, but soon I noticed that she does it on a regular basis. You alright? She stops dead in her tracks. Huh? I don't know, looks like you were tripping or something. Pink blush rises into her cheeks as her gaze returns to the floor. It's nothing. No, when you say nothing like that, people are inspired to ask further questions. For a second, I don't think she's going to answer. Prepared to leave it be, I almost set off for walking again when... It's a game. Game? Do you see the floor here? I thought she was about to say, it's called Katawa Shoujo. And it turns out that she just knows she's a game character all along. What a bizarre question. The floor looks like just like any other floor, covered in those tiles made up from squares of linoleum. Linoleum. Nothing noteworthy? Well, yes, what about it? Sometimes when there's no one around, I only step on the darker ones. Hanako's voice trails off as her explanation continues until I can barely hear her voice over the roaring silence of the empty... Until I can barely hear her voice over the roaring silence. Darker ones. Shuffling her feet, Hanako points to the toe of her shoe, the tile that's barely a shade darker than the others. Like these ones. Alright, so these ones are no good. Point to the nearby tile. Yeah, something like that. Oh, I see. Did you play this game a lot? Hanako shakes her head. Just when the holes are empty. Oh, just when the holes are empty? She nods. Well then, no point in stopping. I'm beginning to get really hungry. She nods again. This time with a little more enthusiasm. Well then, let's go. We set off down the hall. This time I noticed that Hanako is paying a little less attention to the floor. I wonder, how lonely does someone have to be to come up with a game like that? But before I realise what I'm doing, I find myself trying to aim each step so it lands on the correct tiles. The noise of the festival is slightly louder inside the tea room, but the breeze coming through the open window makes it worth it. Without thinking, I walk to the windowsill and inhale deeply. Sometimes forget how clean the air is here compared to back home. Would you like some tea? That'd be great, thanks. It occurs to me that this is the first time I've been alone with Hanako without her trying to be somewhere else. Should I be worried that this girl really likes reading and offering me tea? Probably not. I mean, she does have purple hair as well. Probably reading too much into it. Turning from the window, I watch as she makes a simple pot of tea and arranges some sandwiches onto a plate. I've seen her do this before a number of times, but this time she seems slightly different. It's like she's calm. Eventually, she places the small tray on the table and pours 2 cups of tea. The fresh scent of brewed tea mingles with the breeze, and for a second I feel like I'm the only one in the world. He just said tea 5 times in a row. Technically we're not on a route yet, but I'm pretty sure it's Hanako's. Also, hey backers. I think I know why you like this room now. I don't know what you mean. Well, there's quite a few people out there, but in here it's like another world. You can pretend that there's no one around for miles. You're right. It's like the world has forgotten this room. And because of that, you can forget the outside. That'll be appealing in some cases. As far as I can tell, conventional bullying doesn't exist in this school. But then again, I haven't seen a single person talk to Hanako besides Lily. If you're ignored by the world, a place where you can forget its existence would hold a special appeal. That's a good point. I like this room. Gives you some kind of complete freedom. Yeah. Say, do you play chess? Chess? I've played it a bit, I guess. Take it you've played before? A little. Without saying anything more, Hanako moves to one of the cupboards and digs out a small chess set. Do you want... Sure, why not? Cut her off, but she doesn't seem to mind it. Ooh, super close now. We arrange the pieces, and before long we are sending pawns charging to their inevitable fates. I take my time and initially examine each move and its consequences, nostalgic for the game, taking second place to the matters at hand. For a time, the game is a lengthy battle of attrition, but I spot an opening and tear a line in her defences. A few moves later, her king is cornered by several of my pieces. Checkmate. You're not bad at this, are you? An honest appraisal. Her technique is pretty good, but several times I was able to exploit her lack of prediction. I pick up a piece and examine it. It looks relatively new, yet worn for its age. I guess not. Does Lily play? The absence of Hanako's aunt caused me to think about my question. A bit. This is the first time I've played against someone other than her, Or? She cuts herself off abruptly, leaving the answer hanging in the air. Someone she knew before coming to Yamaku, maybe? Well then, I'm honored to have played against you. Can we play again? She asks, as if she asked me to cut off my own hands. The spirit of competition's gotten to her. Sure, no, I don't expect me to go easy on you this time. Not that I was before mine. She seems to appreciate the competitive tone. Same here. As we're setting out the pieces, there's a noise at the door. Good afternoon. Lily. Oh, hey there, Lily. You finished? Oh, you both are here? Wonderful. At any rate, our teacher managed to round up some extra help, so I was able to leave. Have you been here since you left? Pretty much. We've just been playing a bit of chess. Would you like a cup of tea? Actually, I think it'd be a good idea to go outside for a little while. The instant drop in Hanako's face shows her objection to this plan, even though she says nothing. I feel strangely compelled to voice what is plainly in view in front of her face, but Lily can't see. I kind of think that we should just stay here. Really? It's so crowded here that I was thinking we should leave the school and head for the local tea house. You mean the Shanghai? Oh yeah, I never thought about that. That's a good point, Lee. And of course, with everyone at the festival, it should be practically empty. Tea house? Oh, that's right. You probably don't know of it. There's a tea house not far from here, which we go every so often. Sounds like a plan, Hanako. What do you think? Oh, that face changed quick. Hanako jumped a little, being forced into the conversation, but at least she seemed less distraught than before. If it's the Shanghai, I think it'll be nice. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah, I can see it. Well then, it's settled. Let's be on our way. Hanako and I rise from the table and our preempted chess game. Before I can do anything, Hanako's poured the pieces into a small container and placed the board away. Looks like we're ready now. Please lead on. Hanako moves to Lily's side and we venture onto the school corridors. Oh, it's the final boss. He's arrived again. I'm going to take another bite of sandwich. After all, if TF2's taught me anything, sandwiches are a health item. And I need a health item to fight the final boss. Yes, we finally have the gate emote when we're at the gate. Pair leads me through a series of unfamiliar doors, and we emerge on the side of the building opposite the festival grounds. Insulated by the heavy stone of the building, the noise from the crowd has faded to a murmur. Strange. I thought that most people would be beginning to leave by now. They're probably here to view the fireworks. Fireworks? Yes, apparently the school puts on quite a show. A lot of people come from town just to watch them. Lily's decision to leave the school grounds seems to make sense now, and I would have probably had a hard time with the whole town's ascending to the school, or ascending, as the case may be. For the second time since arriving at Yamaku, I found myself walking down this road with Lily. Only now that I can barely hear the incessant noise of the festival, do I realise how loud it was. I can hear my ears ringing slightly in the still evening air, as I recover from the day's assault on them. Hanako clings to Lily, but it still manages to guide her along the road. That, and avoiding the occasional gaze from curious pedestrians, appears to completely sap her constitution. She rarely raises her focus on the ground in front of her, nor does she utter a word. Lily, on the other hand, maintains her prim and proper persona, just as she does in school. It's obvious she purposely puts effort into her appearance rather than hiding it as Hanako does. It's striking how different they are in ways of holding themselves outside Yamaku's grounds. That said, it's obvious in both their cases they do visibly change. Inside Yamaku, everyone is special, which negates the specialness of it. But once we venture outside the school gates, we return to the status of outsider and generic labels. Especially when we're still in school uniform, it's like hanging a sign around your neck, challenging people to figure out what's wrong with you. I'm surprised that so many of our students keep it on. Then again, with canes and wheelchairs common among the students, I guess it's not really that much of a giveaway. Maybe I'm the only one that sees this stigma. This is a stigma? Maybe you get used to it after any time, like any other school uniform. The tea house seems fairly standard from the outside, just an ordinary building with typical signs decorating the entrance. Looks like the type of place you'd walk by without a thought, just another generic cafe in a sea of thousands. If Hanako hadn't steered Lily into the entrance, I would have continued on down the road without ever knowing that it existed. Inside the tea house, we take a more traditional feel. Everything seems to have been made from the same lump of timber, from the counter to the benches to the high-backed booths around the walls. The most striking feature in the room is the lack of life. I think I can faintly hear something bubbling away in the background, but otherwise this room is silent. For any direction, we simply wait near the entrance, politely obeying the "please wait to be seated" sign. Is this place closed or something? The sound of a chair falling over echoes through the empty room, and a head shoots up from inside a booth. I wasn't asleep. Welcome to Shanghai. Yuko, dressed in a pastel apron and clutching a menu, rushes to greet us. Her misaligned glasses and ruffled hair cast suspicion on her previous statement. Whether she was asleep or not is not the first question that leaves my mind. You work here now? What happened to the library? What? Lily? Sao? Oh, welcome to the Shanghai. Oh, her glasses fell off. Oh my god, she's super cute then. Yuko, still waking up, jerks into a violent bow, dislodging her glasses in the process. My glasses. To pick up her spectacles off the floor, Lily offers an explanation. Yuko works here part-time as well as the library. It's one of the reasons we like to come here. Yuko takes her glass from my hands, shakily putting them back on. Yes, that's right, thanks. Shall I show you to your table? There is no one else here, so you can choose your table and order whatever you like, but there may be a delay as I will have to make it myself. It's alright, Yuko. Just a pot of black tea and a plate of sandwiches will be fine. Right, I'll get right onto that. Yuko hurries off to the back of the cafe, leaving us all standing at the entrance. She pushes her swinging half doors open before realizing she hasn't seated us. I'm sorry, please sit wherever you like, I'll be right back. Following her advice, I lead Lily to the nearest booth as Hanako follows. As I begin to sit next to Lily, I realise how appropriate this place is for Hanako. High-backed booths totally separate you from the rest of the room, and it doesn't look like it gets all that many customers. All the furnishings, from the cushions on the benches to the condiment holders, looks dated but aren't overly worn. I wonder if Lily deliberately selects places like this to take Hanako. She seems like the type that will go to lengths to cater to Hanako's unique predicament. So, Sao. I didn't know you played chess. Well, not very well, but I do know how to play. I suppose the obvious question would now be, who won? Lily's innocent smile makes me hesitate. I really want to look like I'm lauding my victory over Hanako. Yes, Sao did. Yeah, but not by much. Damn, saying that out loud makes me feel like I've done something terrible. Well done, Sao. You've accomplished something I've only ever failed at. Thanks. I haven't played in ages, so it felt good to play again. Yes, it did. Hanako fidgets with her hair a little, looks away as she replies, but a small smile emerges. It's a little more extreme of a reaction than I expected, but still kind of cute in that Hanako way. Throws me off a little off guard, and only Yuko's cataclysmic re-entry shocks me back into the conversation. You alright there, Yuko? Did you need a hand? I'm fine. I have to do this properly, it's my job. Concentration plays across her face while she stares at the tray in her hands, as if simply looking at its contents will hold them in place. Sadly, this does not prove all that effective, as the cups and saucers slowly dance around, occasionally clattering as they collide with one another. Oh god. Taking great care, Yuko sets the tray down on the table with only the subtlest of crashes. There, see? Well done. Thank you, Yuko. Yuko's head rockets downwards in a distinctive bow before answering. You're very welcome. Would you like to join us? There's something else I'd like to discuss about that recent order, if I may. Ah, that's right. Lily and Yuko were discussing a pile of books when I first met Hanako. Something about Lily helping with the braille. Yes, we didn't get the chance to go through them, did we? Yuko hastily sits down next to Hanako. Apparently her dedication to the job only goes as far as her concentration. Once it's broken, she suddenly loses it. I'll be in the library tomorrow afternoon if you'd like to try again. That sounds perfect. I'll meet you there after classes. Lily. Oh dear, that's right. Tomorrow's Monday. How could I have forgotten? I'm starting to feel a little left out of the loop here. And again, it's to be expected, and I've been here for barely a week, so it's possible to know everyone's schedule. Well, perhaps we could come to some other arrangement. Yuko, will you be in the library later this week? Maybe, but this is already overdue. And there's some things I need. This might be a problem. Lily ponders for a second before discovering the answer. I wonder, might we be able to enlist the help of another, if need be? To do what? You lost me quite some time ago. Being volunteered for something without even having the slightest idea what's going on isn't really my thing. Here I thought I'd finally escaped the clutches of student council and their repeated attempts to recruit me. Oh, of course. The other day I was helping Yuko sort out the new Braille books in the library. But Hanako and I usually go shopping on Monday afternoons. It's quieter on that day than on weekdays. Last week we couldn't go because I was busy with a festival. Managed to slip away later in the week, but Hanako couldn't make it. Well, since I can't read Braille, I'm assuming you'd like me to go shopping with Hanako. Correct. You were a great help to me the other day. I think I can handle that. Hanako, what do you think? Yeah, if you wouldn't mind. Of course not. Still not familiar with all the stores in the area, so it sounds like a good idea. Okay. Now that we have that arranged, shall we have some tea? It's now that I realise our tea has been sitting idly by all this time, getting no hotter. It's my fault, let me pour that for you. Yuko reaches out with shaking hands, but I intercept her. She looks in no state to be handling hot liquid. It's alright, I've got it. Since you already made the tea and sandwiches, you fulfilled your waitress duties, right? I guess. Yuko relaxes a little, but still watches eagerly as I share out the assortment. What the fuck? As I'm about to bite into the sandwich, a low, loud rumble can be heard. Is the colour just changing? What is going on here? Low, loud rumble can be heard. Oh, it's the fireworks. Right. I was like, what the fuck? Low, loud rumble can be heard with a flash of light from outside. I take it the show has started. Only now, looking outside, I realise the dusk has come and gone, leaving us in the peak of twilight. Sparkling tracers. What? Tracers? Like... Cavalry's here. Tracers? Okay. Arc upwards, ready to explode in the floral shapes of fireworks. Let's go watch. It's the Russians, you've waited has begun. Damn it, I knew something bad was going to happen. Oh, sorry, Lily. Please, don't miss the show on my account. From what I've heard, this isn't a bad location to watch them from. Oh, not only do we get a cute Hanako picture, but we get Yuko in the picture. Yay! I still like you. She's still my favourite. With the exception of Lily, we rush to the window, the small tea house, to watch the show. The strobe of coloured lights play across Hanako and Yuko's smiling faces. For a second, I forgot to look out the window. In this totally new world, there are a few things that don't change. I think that's why the school makes such a fuss over the festival. It's a chance to show the similarities between everyone. The show is over all too quickly. Fireworks are expensive, even for the most well-funded. It's funny you say that, because I'm pretty sure last story we did, the fireworks lasted forever. In Rin's story, I'm pretty sure the fireworks just like never ended. Before I return to our tea and sandwiches, Hanako turns to me. Thanks for today. And tomorrow. That's okay. I don't think I could have faced those crowds either. Days like this, it's more relaxing to spend some time away from everyone, don't you think? Yeah. Anyway, we've been delaying this tea for far too long now. Let's get back. Sure. Return to the booth and our light meal. That sounded impressive. Bigger than last year's, at least. Yeah, it was great. I've never seen them put on such a show. It gets better every year. I'm afraid, however, that during that time the tea has gotten cold. Oh no, let me make some more. This is all my fault. Calm down, Yuko. It's nobody's fault. Take a sip from a cup just to prove the point. This tea isn't too bad cool anyway. It's like iced tea. Really? Yes, really. If you had a bit of sugar, it's kind of nice. No, are you sure? I'm positive. Why don't you sit down and we'll finish this together? Okay. Yuka doesn't seem convinced, but sits down regardless. She carefully measures out about 5 teaspoons of sugar and adds 5? Fucking hell! Jesus, woman. You said a bit of sugar. I know, but I like my tea sweet anyway. Curiously, I peer into a cup. As expected, hardly any of the sugar dissolves into the cool liquid. She stirs it twice before upturning the cup and drinking the contents, sugar and all, in a single mouthful. It reminds me of the time when we were in school. Our philosophy class in sixth form, we used to like do a tea run. I say we, me and Reese didn't because we didn't drink tea, but everyone else did like a tea run. And one of our classmates decided to troll Sam once, and they put 10 sugars in his tea, and they were quite small cups as it was. And obviously Sam took one sip and spat it out because it wasn't the one sugar that he'd asked for. But then our teacher, who found out what had happened, he said, "All right, then, the person who made this tea, drink it. You have to drink it." And he just forced him to drink the entire cup of 10 sugared tea. It was quite fun. It was quite fun to watch. Whereas Sam just got to drink his tea, which only happened to have 1 sugar in, so isn't that nice? You're right, that's not bad at all. Good. Look back to Lily and Hanako. Both of them have finished their meal as they witnessed Yuko's personality in action. Not wanting to hold anyone up, I used her tactic and finished the remainder of my tea in a single swill. Well then, seems we're all finished. Should we head back now, or do we want seconds? Yuko's expression shows this is quite clearly not a good idea. I think it would be best if we got back soon. Do have to get back before curfew after all. Oh, that's a good point. I'll meet you tomorrow, Yuko. I'll be looking forward to it, Lily. Goodbye, everyone. Make our way out into the small tea house into the dark of the night. Lily and Hanako once again take point, but under the cover of darkness, Hanako seems slightly less stressed than she did on the trip here. We moved against the occasional group of people emptying the school grounds, but Hanako seemed to be leading along a few minor roads, avoiding the bulk of the crowd. Outside the dorms, the school seems strangely quiet when compared to the noise of the day. Well then, thank you both for today. I think I learned a lot. You're most welcome, but I'm afraid I really must be going. Today's been a long day. That's right. Lily spent all today on her feet, and I can imagine that walking outside of the school would be pretty tiring for her. But a pang of guilt as I remember that I was probably the only one in the school that got up and around 10 this morning. Sure thing. Well, I'll see you both tomorrow. Good night. Good night, Asao. Night. Girls returned to her dorm and I to mine. Actually, now I consider it, today tired me out as well. Sandwich time. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's an animated cutscene. Oh. Oh. Oh, poor Hanako. No. What do you mean I wish? I literally have a sandwich. She is even cuter in the cutscenes. Oh, that little smile. Oh my god, that's so precious. You know, I think about it, even the Sal's kind of cute in the cutscenes. Wow. No, she is adorable. Holy crap. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disagree with you on her being worst girl. Because, she is way too cute to be worst girl. Alarm blares into my ears, only to be swiftly silenced by my fist. I'm Doomfist now. My body switches to auto mode, carrying my subconscious self out of bed to land in my uniform. As always, my bottle of pills on my desk patiently, waiting for me to take them and pick out my daily dose of medicine. 17 pills a day. Oh boy. Before I know it, I'm opening the doors class free. Glad to see I'm not the only one who seems to be a little hungover from festival week. Every face in the classroom looks gaunt. With the festival now over, it's as if everyone's life's dreams have been achieved. Nothing left to live for, the students have relied on instinct alone to guide them to class. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it. So I make way to a seat, only then I realise why the room is so peaceful. The seat beside mine are blissfully empty. The world's loudest interpreter for the deaf has yet to arrive. Just as I'm about to sit down, the door flies open, revealing resplendent Misha, drills bobbing from the dramatic entrance and arms stretched towards the sky. Yahoo! It's all over! It would appear that not everyone is affected by the post-festival depression. The rest of the class glare at her, obviously thinking the same thing I am. Misha, still frozen in the doorway with her arms still in the air, nervously looks around. It's obvious she has sensed the foul mood, but can't work out exactly what to do. Suddenly, she jogs forward. Hey! As she stumbles into the classroom, she was Shizune, arms still extended from where she shoved Misha. Thanks for the entertainment, but shouldn't you two take your seats? Ooh. Still slightly embarrassed, Misha takes a few seconds to realise she has to translate. Oh yeah, Shi-chan says she's not happy with you ditching us last week. We were really busy. Is that so? What other stuff I already did for you two? She says that only counts for council members. Since you declined, she doesn't owe you anything. Misha leans closer and whispers conspiratorially into my ear. Actually, I think she's a little sore that you didn't spend the day with her. She's really thankful for your work last week, though. Sensing that she's being talked about, she lightly wraps her fingers on her desk until Misha turns around to face her. Ooh. I can't understand any of the fast-paced signing that's going on, for Shizune's slightly embarrassed expression and Misha's poorly contained laughter, I can guess. While this exchange is happening, the door opened once again. See, this is the first time I've actually expressed that Shizune even remotely cares about me as a character. Yeah, whatever. This time, much more reasonable pace. Hanako quietly enters the room and pulls the door closed behind her. Peering out from under her hair, she quickly scans the classroom. Our eyes meet and she suddenly stiffens. She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and then walks over to my desk. Good morning, Asao. Morning, Hanako. You're a little late, aren't you? I was talking to Lily. About today. Ah, so you've got a list then? Gonna leave straight after class, if that's the case. Sure. I'm looking forward to it. Hanako briefly flashes her embarrassed smile at me and then hurries off to her seat. Those two are probably just sitting there like, I'm sorry, what? She has a voice, she talks. What? Well, I guess one of them couldn't hear, but you know. During class, it becomes apparent that it's not only the students who are a little despondent after the festival. Muto simply gives us a list of exercises from a textbook and sits behind his desk. Totally forgot about the brief lunch period for a moment, such as the banality of the day. It's mind-numbing and everyone seems surprised when the bell signals the end of the lesson. So I'm packing my bag, Shizune and Misha flank and trap me.
Say, Hee-chan, still not too late to join up. There's lots of post-festival paperwork for us to complete.
Sorry, Misha, I've got plans. As if sensing the cue, Hanako appears behind me, holding a small bag and trying to avoid eye contact with the outside world. Misha's eyes open wide, and then she bursts into laughter.
You move fast, don't you, Hee-chan? We won't disturb your date any further.
Behind the roaring Misha, I see Shizune taking far too little interest in the scene. I might be taking it the wrong way, but I think she's deliberately ignoring me. I feel a gentle tug on my shirt and turn to see Hanako's eyes fixed firmly on the floor. Yes. Gotcha, Shizune. Misha, I'll see you later. And I'm still not interested in the council.
Spoil sport.
Misha and Shizune retreat to the hallway, happily signing to each other. Got all your stuff? Let's head off. Yeah, I like Misha too. I worked it out. I thought at first I didn't like her. It's Shizune I don't like. And I still don't. I like Misha. Problem is, you have one, you have them both, you know? It's like Ant and Dec. You don't just get one of them. Oh shit, the gate's back again. Floods of students pour out of the school gates onto the road into town. It's a little weird. It's almost a scene from any other high school, but the illusion fades because of the occasional wheelchair or missing limb. The one thing I do notice is nobody's alone. And as Hanako and I pass through the gate, notice she closes the distance between us. Not enough to be considered close, but she certainly isn't her usual just a little far position. Guess we're not familiar enough yet for her to get as close as she does with Lily. But you don't get Shizune's dad if you don't do Shizune Route. We're going to do it eventually, but just not yet. However, even though she's moved a little closer to me physically, mentally she seems to have travelled a mile. Her hands clutched around the leather strap of her bag to the point of whitening her knuckles, her head down and her mouth pursed closed. She almost looks like she's being walked to the principal's office for the first time. Trying to stifle a giggle at the thought, but it's futile. What's the matter? I guess there's no point in hiding it. No. Oh, it's my phone being stupid. Sorry, for a second there it looked like you were getting in trouble. What do you mean? I think you need to relax a little. We're not going too far. It's only students around, right? Right. Bothers me a little to see Hanako so worked up. You do this every week, don't you? Yes, with Lily. Of course, with Lily. Wonder, has she ever left the school without her? Doesn't seem like much at first glance, but Hanako's dependency on Lily is absurdly heavy. If she can't even handle leaving the school without her, how would she have managed to survive if the two had never met? Would she have found someone else to latch onto? What drew her to Lily? Was it her lack of eyesight, or was Lily just kind enough to lend her a hand? I wonder if anyone would have fit the bill. Well, I'm here. Besides, we're not going far. It'll be over before you know it. Hanako's knuckles slowly regain their colour. She tries to hide a small smile, but the effort of that seems to prevent further conversation. We travel side by side down the winding road towards the town. The crowd of students thins as we continue along the sidewalk. The faster students rush ahead and the less mobile ones fall behind, rarefying the crowd into nothingness. By the time we reach the convenience store, we are practically alone. Using me as a shield between herself and the attendant, Hanako moves through the narrow aisles, adding an assortment of items to her basket. Bread, milk, tea, thyme? What kind of convenience store sells herbs? Plenty convenient. Okay, whatever. Then again, nothing about this town seems normal, which may not be such a bad thing in retrospect. Everything's so different and uncomfortable. Dwelling on such matters really isn't an option. When you think about that, it reminds me of Hanako. No matter how much you try, you can't escape her scars. They still interrupt my train of thought when I see them. As much as I don't want to admit it myself, I think I'm forcing myself to try and ignore them. Not that I'm scar-free myself, the jagged line down my sternum will never completely fade away. I just have the luxury of being able to hide it easily. In a way, both our scars remind me that we're all in this place for a reason. Hanako throws one last item into her basket and sheepishly holds it out to me along with a few banknotes. Could you please? It takes me a second to understand what she's trying to say.
I'm almost out of time.
Oh, you want me to pay for this? She nods but doesn't look up. I guess this task falls on Lily in the usual occasions. Sure, let me just grab a couple of things. Hastily, I grab a few essential items myself and head to the counter with Hanako, close tow. She only gives me an indifferent nod as he scans the items. I suppose just ignoring us is one way to deal with the anomalies in Yamaku. We must get a lot of students here by being the closest store to the school. Staff must all have their own way of dealing with us, or maybe they don't. Maybe it's only me who thinks twice about my unique schoolmates. The transaction complete, Hanako and I head back out onto the street. The road is pretty much abandoned now. The students that were heading out have already left and nobody has started returning just yet. And with only the school ahead on the road, there doesn't seem to be anyone else around. The emptiness certainly reflects on Hanako, her arms by her side, each carrying a bag, head no longer bowed, back in the upright position. It's almost as if she were enjoying this walk. So, one of those weird things. Mixed spice? Why would you need that in school?
I sometimes like to make food.
So, right, she knows that she's in a game. She really likes reading and tea. She also makes food, and she's quite depressed. Suddenly I understand why my character's heart's going doki doki. Well, yeah, so do I, but spices? That's a little more advanced, don't you think? Mate, you don't cook with spices. Mate, you're such a lame cook.
Not really.
See, she knows where it's at. You cook with spices, man. I think it's cool. You have to teach me one day.
Sure.
She doesn't seem all that sure, but pushing the point doesn't seem to be that wise. At the very least, she seems a great deal happier than she did on the walk down it. That alone makes me a little happier. Outside the girls' dorm, Hanako and I saw the grocery bags of our respective purchases. In comparison, my things look positively plain. I tell you, you're putting me to shame here.
No, I'm not.
I'm only joking. I have a stack of homework that I skipped last week, so I must leave now. Will you be alright getting to your room?
Yeah.
Sure? Okay then. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
We part ways and I return to my room. Piles of paper sit on my desk, begging to be completed. With the entire ruckus of the last week, I barely had any time to catch up. Tried to keep up my studies while I was in the hospital, but some of this stuff I've never seen before, even back in my old school. Totally unprepared, I popped the top of a can of drink and get to work. I need to play more Hearthstone on stream, you know. I really like that game. I have so many more fun decks now. Maybe I'll do that on Sunday. Wouldn't that be fun? Stream some Hearthstone on Sunday? Days are really starting to heat up. This morning, I woke covered in sweat. By the time the student body starts leaving their dorms for breakfast and morning duties, the sun takes full effect. Oddly, that it puts me in high spirits. It's not even 8 yet. I feel that this day is going to be one of those pleasant, tranquil, warm ones. For one at school, that considered every absence from class as a sign of a life-threatening situation, I'd consider skipping the whole day and just relaxing in the school gardens. Yes, today will be a genuinely lazy day. For a second, I stopped mid-distraction and considered the nurse's warning about exercise. Maybe I should have kept up those morning jogs. Running with someone like Emmy might have been a little testing. If it worked at my own pace, who am I kidding? I couldn't stick to something like that without some kind of motivation. It's not like I sit around all day. I walk to and from the convenience store, counts as exercise, right? Especially the walk back up the hill. Yeah, it's no big deal. Compared to lying in hospital bed, getting plenty of exercise. Seems I'm not alone in my appreciation of the day. Nearly every member of the class glances through the window into the tantalizing sky. Even the steadfast Shizune seems to be lacking her usual vigour for schoolwork. Misha, as brazen as ever, has unbuttoned the top button of her shirt and is fanning herself with a notebook. I must have been staring, now she's sticking her tongue out at me. However, she shows no signs of halting her efforts, nor is she trying to hide the fact. No one's bell seems to catch everyone by surprise, and Class 17 is much slower paced than usual. Heat seems to be draining the need for a rush for everyone. Well, almost everyone.
Yes, Al?
Hey there, Hanako. What can I do for you today? Hanako already has a lunch bag in hand. I don't have to be a detective to work out where this is going.
Would you like to have lunch with us again? I bought enough for everyone.
Awesome. You don't have to be so stiff about it, though.
Right.
Take it we're going to a tea room.
Please. Lily said she'll meet us there, so we should go ahead together.
That's a good plan. See, this made me pretty hungry. Hanako breathes a sigh of relief and I gather my things together. She is too freaking cute. Holy crap. I cannot get over how cute she is. I'm sorry. As usual, the aura of the tea room is refreshing, feeling isolated from the rest of the world. Then again, the usual din of the school seems to be a bit subdued, most likely from the laziness promoted by heat exhaustion. Hanako slowly spreads her food on the table, intently focusing on every little movement as if she's trying to keep her mind off other thoughts. It's not much, but I can tell from her demeanour that she has prepared everything with the utmost care. Guess Lily isn't here yet. Should we start without her?
She'll be here soon.
Hanako struggles with the lid of the container of the rice. Here, let me help with that. Take the container from Hanako's hands and try to force open the lid. Try as it might, it seems wedged shut. Let me guess. Did you put this in while the rice was still hot?
Yeah, I was in a rush.
Put the container on the table between us. I thought so. It looks wedged shut. We need some hot water to get it open. That could be a pain in here. We'd get water everywhere.
Well, in that case, how about I contribute to today's meal?
At the door, Lily smiles while holding up a bag stocked with various buns and bread rolls. Can't help but do the same.
Since you two had a change of plans because of me, I thought I would bring a little something.
Thanks, Lily. Here, let me get that for you. With a little guidance, Lily's bread assortment joins Hanako's riceless patter. I hastily make some tea to complete the picture. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. As I take a bite, I notice Hanako trying her hardest to not look like she's looking at me. She's waiting for me to take a bite. So now she's being all Natsuki on me. Of course, come on. I can't handle this. It's too cute. It's nothing special, but then again, I can't really complain. Pretty lazy when it comes to cooking myself. Not bad. I guess it's made of the stuff you bought yesterday. Yeah. Hanako's eyes shout at me, begging for some kind of feedback. Well, it was clearly worth it. Thanks, Hanako. I wanted to show you this after yesterday. It's okay. I was just a little surprised at the stuff you were buying. Hanako's always liked to experiment when it comes to food. I think it's good, most of the time. While Lily's smile doesn't waver, the slight change in her tone tells me that things have not gone so well in the past. It's not like Hanako has many people to sample her cooking. Hang on, was Lily waiting for me to go first? She didn't start eating until after I said it was alright. A cheeky grin tells me this is deliberate action on her part. I'll have to try and work out how to get one over on her in the future to make up for this. Well, that's good, and that's all that counts, right? You're right. Lily, satisfied at not being the first to sample Hanako's creation, begins to consume the food in front of her. I find myself staring as I watch her chopsticks gently touch the plate. Then, wait, she's eating with chopstick. Brave girl. I can see it. I couldn't eat with fucking chopstick. I tried. We went to Wagamama's once, and I had like a salad thing, and I was like, right, chopsticks, let's do this. Nope. Chopsticks are hard. Tips delicately poking and tracing to quickly ascertain the position of food. She dexterously picks it up. One might think she were a child playing with food if not for the situation, though she does with such care and thoughtlessness that it's obvious. Wait, care and thoughtlessness. Okay, I guess that's what makes sense. It's obvious that it's simply how she eats this kind of meal. Not wanting to miss out, I start filling myself up. Hanako takes a different approach, waiting until Lily and I have our hands clear before quickly snatching up her share. Before long, the containers are empty, save for the still sharp rice container. Thank you, Hanako, that was filling. No, thank you for the bread. Yeah, it would have been a disaster if not for that. You're both welcome. But now I must be getting back. It is far too easy to be late after eating here. Yeah, I see what you mean. I think we'll just clean up here and then we'll head off. Well then, good day. Lily leaves, her cane tipping away down the cool, quiet hallway. Hanako and I quickly pack our things and stay seated waiting for the bell. Together we stare out the window and into the endless azure sky. If it weren't for the pealing of the bells, I would have sworn that time had stopped. The urge to skip class rises in my gut. So now we're going back to the time skipping thing, just to assure that Hanako has all 4 of the girls from Toki. She would glance at Hanako. She shows no sign of moving either. Not just yet. The interval between the warning bells and the lunch bell passed in the blink of an eye. We really should go. People will freak out and start a search party if we skip. Hanako sighs. You're right. Slowly, she rises to her feet, and I follow suit. Silently, we make our way up the old stairs to the 3rd floor and then to our classroom. Out the door, I take point and open the door ahead of Hanako, bowing my head and apologise in advance. Sorry we're late, teacher. Agreed by not by stern words, nor by angry instructions to take my seat, but simply by the silence created by 15 or so students trying not to laugh. Muto, ever tardy, has yet to arrive. However, the fact that Hanako and I have arrived together is blatantly obvious. Make that about 14 students trying and 1 student failing. The lovers returned! Yeah, thanks, you can calm down now. I step through the door and realise Hanako is firmly pressed against my back, hiding herself in the class. With my steps coming close to my desk, she eventually breaks from me and stiffly walks to her own, having to mentally block everyone's presence from my mind, written fairly clearly on her face. Quickly checking the doors for any signs of the teacher's arrival, I make a trip to Hanako's desk and whisper in her ear, Don't worry about Misha, she's always like this. I enjoyed myself today, don't sweat it, okay? Hanako nods her head behind her folded arms, still doesn't show her face. I yearn to stay and console her more, but Muto picks this exact moment to enter the class halfway through his lecture as if he started in the hallway. Which of course is directly proportional to the charge, inversely proportional to the square of the distance. So engrossed in his speech, he doesn't even notice me sneaking back to my seat from Hanako's desk. While Muto's spiel rambles on, Misha leans over to me. Teacher may not have noticed your tardiness, but I did. That much is obvious from the show you just put on. I've been instructed to let you off the hook for today, but only on one condition. Oh, and what would that be? You have to help us this afternoon. I crane my neck to look over Misha's shoulder. Shune is conveniently not making eye contact with me. Fine, just for today. I already told you I'm not joining the council, remember? Of course, doing so would be considered. She looks down at her notebook, obviously looking for a place in her script. Under duress, and hence would be against regulations. Very strange of you to be considerate for the regulations now. Things should be done by the book. You've got to do the cooking by the book. Oh my god, I've just tried to imagine singing in Misha's voice. Fucking hell.
It's just the book hasn't been written for every situation, so there are times where it can be ignored. And yet you two wonder why no one else wants to be in the student council.
After poking her tongue at me, Misha returns to her workbook. We battle our way through the latter half of the school day. You know what? I think I'm gonna like Misha in this route because she's barely talking to Shizune at all. It's just Misha. I'm actually getting to meet Misha as a character. It's interesting. After poking her tongue at me, Misha returns to her workbook. We battle our way. Oh, I read that. Yo, Lee! Thank you, man. I didn't know you were in the ballpark to subscribe. Yo, you can use our Yuki rat. It's not called that. That's the regular one. But you can use our you can summon quotes with our one sub emote now, and you can go show off Raticate to all the other streams you visit. Before I can even stand up, Misha and Shizune have placed their hands on both my shoulders. Hey, I said I'd help out. Damn.
This is just insurance, Hisao. Insurance!
Hisao? Hanako timidly tries to leave the room by stalking around us. I suddenly realise that this may be my one chance to escape. Oh, hey Hanako, what's up? Oh, Shizune does not like Hanako.
Hey, what makes you think you've got time to chat?
Oh, relax, this won't take long. Sorry, Hanako, you were saying? I was gonna go to the library and I thought... Hanako's thumbs dance around each other and her eyes flit around the room, looking anywhere else but us.
Sorry, Hanako, but Hisao has to come with us. He's got work to do. Oh, but you can help too if you like. So how about it, Hisao?
Oh, okay. That's not the choice I thought I was gonna have. That's certainly a choice. Okay. Oh, thanks, dude. I super appreciate it. Maybe one day I'll earn enough on Twitch for them to actually pay me. That'd be nice. I look forward to that day. It is slowly creeping closer. Right. Now, I want to spend time with Hanako, obviously. She doesn't want to spend time with Misha, because why would she? So the obvious choice would be, I've done enough work for the council already. But, here's the thing. What about, if by picking that top option, Misha and Shizune make life a living hell for Hanako? Right? That's a possibility. I don't want that. It's an interesting predicament that I'm possibly thinking too much into. The other two routes I had like a sort of backup guideline, you know? Emmy's route, all the questions were easy. Rin's route, I just had to think what I would like, and that worked perfectly. I don't know what to do in this situation. I'm going to go with my gut. I'm going to tell him to stuff it. Because I want to hang out with Hanako. Hey Shizune, I know I said I'd help, but I forgot I'd already made plans. Besides, I helped out more than my fair share last week, didn't I? Watch those two smiles suddenly turn to frowns, and Hanako suddenly smile. Oh, Hanako didn't smile. Promise I'll make it up to you some other time. Oh, there they go. Shizune and Misha release their grip on me and have a long, deep, and silent conversation.
Well, you have a point there. To be honest, we were only going to spend the rest of the budget on cakes. So, if you're not there, it works out better. More cakes for us.
Okay. Oh gosh. Shizune about faces. I don't know what that means. Marches out the door. Misha skips out after her. Oh, that was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. Last week, those two were like bloodhounds or prison guards. Maybe prison guards bred from bloodhounds. Can't believe I just thought of that. Let alone saying it out loud. I think I need to move away from Kenji. Never mind. Anyway, should we go to the library? Alright, Josh, whatever. I spelt a fucking quote wrong. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Sure. Hanako follows me through the still crowded halls to the library, using me as a shield. As soon as we are through the door, Hanako bolts for the counter where Yuko is stacking books. Before I can catch up, Hanako has whispered something to her. You find that in non-fiction, but I don't know where exactly. If you want, I can look it up.
Never mind.
Hey, Yuko, what's all this about?
Oh, so Hanako was just looking for a book on nothing.
Book on nothing? In the non-fiction section?
I was just...
I shoot glance at Yuko. She looks like she's about to burst from the pressure of keeping Hanako's request a secret. Yuko, what did...
Chess! She's looking for a chess book.
I make a mental note to never entrust Yuko with any important information.
Yuko? I'm sorry, Hanako, that just slipped out.
Well, it's not a secret anymore. Come on, I'll give you a hand. Should really brush up my skills too.
Okay.
Seinfeld book. Yeah, that's it. Yuko disappears behind the counter. In shame, as Hanako and I wander off to the depths of the non-fiction section. I know there's supposed to be a system for categorizing these books, but I don't see how anyone can decipher it without spending half their life researching it. That's probably why all the librarians I know are neurotic. Towards the end of the aisle, between the book on card tricks and some book on kids games, stands a single book bearing the title Chess Tactics for Champions. Before I can reach for it, Hanako has the book in her hands, clutching it to her chest. Oh, I guess that's yours then. Mind if I borrow it when you're finished?
Sure, I just haven't really played against anyone but Lily before, so I thought...
Damn. It's not like I was trying to beat Hanako deliberately or anything, but she seems to have taken it to heart. And again, at least this means she wants to play me again. That's a plus, right? It sure is. Well, it's not like I'm a master or anything. I just played a bit before. It occurs to me that I haven't told Hanako about my condition. I faltered for a second, deciding to cover my tracks. It's a conversation for another day. Before I came here.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I was just remembering something. When I think about it, I shouldn't be afraid to tell Hanako about my condition and my time in the hospital. Judged by her scars, she probably spent a fair amount of time in the hospital bed. But for some reason, I can't bring it up. At least not today, not on short notice. Eager to break off the conversation, I grab a random book from the shelf. Some book on the world's fastest roller coasters. Published in 1982. Well, not very up to date, but it should at least be interesting. Well, we both got books now. Should we go sit down? Do you reckon that she is secretly judging us on every single random garbage book we pick up? So she's probably like, and if she's like keeping mental notes. He likes roller coasters from 1982. He likes pirates. You know what'd be cool if all the books he picked up were like related to some of the other characters? Because when he said pirates, I was like, oh, that's like Emmy, right? Emmy was like, gonna be a pirate or whatever. That'd be quite interesting. So if like we then pick up a book on art or something, or a book on how to give up smoking or something, you know. Hanako seems to accept my bluff, and we head to the reading nook in the back of the library. Neither of us say a word. Simply open the books and start reading. Try to read my book, but it would seem that 1982 roller coasters weren't nearly as large as the ones built in decades since. Most of the ones listed are made of wood. Something around that doesn't seem safe to me. If I'm going to ride on something potentially dangerous, I want it to be made out of steel, some kind of space-age alloy that has big words like titanium or ruthenium. Titanium is not a big space-age word, you fool. Quickly lose interest. My eyes wander across the reading area and rest on Hanako. Hanako seems absorbed in her book, flicking back and forth through the pages as if confirming what she just read. I wonder if that's actually affected her or if she's just overloading herself. She unconsciously brushed her hair from her face, temporarily revealing her scar tissues. Still not sure about the protocol here. Is it right to ask about her scars or her past? How long was she in the hospital? Does she still visit the doctor? These all seem like the questions you'd ask someone who just transferred to your school, translated into a local language. But to date, no one has directly asked me any of them. Well, except for Rin, but I don't think I should use her as a guide to proper social behaviour. For the time being, I just keep my mouth shut. If someone wants you to know something, then they'll tell you. Trying to force the issue might drive Hanako back into herself. Good idea. For the first time in like a chapter 2, Hasao made a good call.
Sorry to interrupt, but I have to close the library now.
Already? Check my watch. Somehow I was lost in thought. Nearly 2 hours have passed.
Do you want to check out those books? I can do it on the way out. Please.
I'm done. I'll drop this one back on the way though. It wasn't as interesting as I first thought. Hanako marks her place with a slip of paper and stands up. The girls head to the counter and I return my book to what I think is the right shelf. Yuko scans Hanako's book with practiced precision and yet still manages to fumble it.
Oh, there we go. Red time lucky. Since this is a non-fiction book, you can only have it for a week. That's okay.
Yuko shuts down the library's computer and hurls us out the door.
Arg, I didn't think it was this late already.
But you're the one that told us you had to close.
Yes, I know, but that was before I looked at the time. I'll see you later.
Yuko bolts down the hall, her handbag trailing behind her like an awkward streamer. Ha! I didn't realise that I trail behind people. Alright. Guess all librarians really are neurotic. Never mind. I was just thinking that I've never met a librarian that can organise their time, no matter how good they are with their books. Oh, I know what you mean. Hanako smiles in amusement. It was meant to be a joke, but something must remind her of another librarian or something. I have to get back. Yeah, me too. I didn't realise it was this late. Thanks for letting me hang out with you. No problem. I'm gonna go to my dormitory room now anyway, so do you mind if I tag along? Okay. Hanako sets off ahead of me and I need to jog a little to reach her side. We walk through the gardens, eventually arriving at the front of the dorm building. Man, you walk pretty fast. I used to play in soccer club and you managed to outpace me. Kind of regret saying that. That has to do with her pace and with the fact that my condition is significantly worse than my fitness. Hanako's reaction is odd. I expect an awkward attempt to downplay her walking speed, but she just blushes while looking at her feet and smiling. Silence hangs in the air between us. This happens often around Hanako, but I feel slightly different than usual this time. After a few seconds, I try to break the silence. Here you go. See you in class tomorrow? Sure. Hanako waves a short goodbye before pushing our way through the dorm doors. I stand and look at them for a while before making my way to my own dormitory room. And making my way to my sandwich. Chirping birds. Normally, it's be a good time to reflect upon the beauty of nature. But it's 6 a.m. I my head on my pillow. Slam my face to the mattress. Hoping that the impact will send me instantly back to sleep. That's not how it works. Futile. Toss and turn, but sleep simply won't return to me. Alright, nature, you've won. See, I'm getting up now. Like a sleep weighs my mind down. Only one remedy for this. Nice hearty breakfast. Be nice to be the first person here. Be the first person digging a piping hot pile of food. Sit wherever I desire. Would it be nice? But even my exceptionally early starts put me behind most diligent students. I saw quite a few people that have early starts here, for one reason or another. A group of students in sports clothes huddled around one table, eagerly discussing game plans between inhaling gulps of food. Scattered around the hall are a number of bleary-eyed students, probably suffering from the same ailment as self, lazy birds. And of course, there are the people that actually enjoy getting up this early, the ones with their bags stuffed and their textbooks complete with homework. It's not hard to despise people like that, even more so when you're tired yourself. Picking out a familiar face in the crowd, I head towards the nearest table. Lily sits alone, delicately feeling her way around a small plate of eggs with a fork. It's almost a shame to interrupt her in her clockwork movement. I wonder, is that a blind person zones out? Simply moving a predetermined pattern learned over the years, just like how a sighted person would eat while reading a newspaper. Good morning, Lily. Didn't expect you to be here this early. Oh, Hisao, you startled me. I didn't know you took breakfast this early. I don't. This is an exception to the rule. I greatly prefer to be late to school than early to breakfast. Lily gives a small sigh at my admitted tiredness as I begin eating my food. It doesn't take long for her to lapse back into her previous mindless nibbling. Each short motion lacks energy. I suppose it's similar to letting your eyes wander while performing an ordinary choice. But after a few repetitions of the find food, eat food cycle, Lily puts down her fork and dabs her lips with a napkin. She dabs. Lily dabs. Can confirm. Hisao, do you mind if I ask you a question? Damn. All I wanted was a little food and about 4 hours of sleep. Nobody says, can I ask you a question for a simple question? Sure. Do you think of Hanako as a friend? Huh. Seems like a leading question. I guess so. Why do you ask? No real reason. I do have another question, though. Why is it that you think of her as a friend? This is well above my level. What is she expecting from me? I'm not really sure. I guess it's because she's a little different in the way she deals with people. Since I've known her, she hasn't really connected with anyone. She doesn't seem interested in other people, and I think people are a little scared off by her appearance. Really? For that kind of thing was, well, discouraged here, discriminating and such. If I were to put it one way. She furrows her brow in thought, a move which makes me slightly anxious as to what she's plucking from her mind. I'd say that you're a little naive. Naive? I'd be insulted if not for the slightly cynical grin on her face. I see. While Yamaku has a stronger sense of community compared to other schools, it's far from being free from conflict. Rules cannot remove human nature, after all, only suppress it. That's something I've noticed, actually. Just little things, like how certain people and cliques avoid each other in the hallways. It's no different than my old school, really. Even Lily and Shizune can be considered a bit of rivals, even though they both seem like fairly accepting people.
Shizune, fairly accepting. Yeah, alright, mate. You know a different Shizune to the one I know.
Well, at least the Misha-tinted Shizune does. Okay, there we go. Who knows what actually goes on with her fingers behind her glasses. Guess you're right. When I first came here, everything was a bit of a shock. I kept on making mistakes, or at least thinking I was making mistakes. Like when we first met, and I said, I see you to you. I didn't know if that was considered rude or anything, so I tried to put it in the back of my mind, treating people any differently and that kind of thing. So I didn't. I told myself that Hanako and you and everyone else was just normal. I tried to ignore the obvious. Talked to Hanako as if she were any other person, so we became friends. At least that's how I think it happened. You know, I feel guilty just from saying something like that aloud, as if it took extra effort to think of Hanako, or you, or anyone here as normal people. I don't think that's right. Hisao, I think you are naive, but I also think you are a good person. It is perhaps one of your better traits. I suppose I can take that as a compliment? Tell me, are you free tonight? If you don't count homework, then I'm free as a breeze. In that case, would you care to join myself and Hanako for tea? I don't have that much money at the moment, so going out isn't really... Oh, I didn't mean going out. I meant just here, this evening. You can access the classrooms in the evening here? No, that's not what I meant. Hanako and I often use my room for tea parties together. Please feel free to drop by after dusk. Sure, I see no problem with that. What's your room number? 225, room 25 on the second floor. Okay, sure. Well then, I'd best be off. I have class representative duties to attend to after all. Until this evening, Hisao. Yeah, catch you later. Evening tea party at the ladies' dorms, in quotation marks. Was there meant to be a nurse face after that? Looks like they're getting that sandwich after all. I didn't even realise that when I was saying sandwich, you were using it as a fucking innuendo. I've never heard that before. God damn it, Lee. Hang on. Was I just invited to a girl's room after hours? Is that even allowed? There's a curfew here, but I've never heard of any rules of visitors in the dorm rooms. Even still, this is enough to get my sleep-deprived brain jump-started. Add to that lukewarm breakfast, and you have one hell of a pick-me-up. I grudgingly go to class, a little excited at the prospect of breaking the rules. I feel a little like a kid planning to sneak out of his window at night. Well, maybe that's going a little too far, but when you compare the invitation party to 6 or so hours of the lecture, I know which one wins. Make sure Zune do little to relieve the boredom either. For once, they seem determined to actually complete Muto's assignment. Nevertheless, the day eventually winds to a close. I hurry back to my room to wash up and comb my hair. Thankfully, I don't run into Kenji. Before long, I'm leaving the boys' dorm. I nervously rap on the door marked 225, checking my watch once again. Is that you, Hisao? The door is open, you can come in. Lily's voice lilts through the door and soothes my nerves. It's the first time I've been invited to a girl's room after dark. No, it's not, buddy. You just don't remember. Even though I know there's no ulterior motive behind this invitation, it doesn't stop my mind running wild with possibilities. One guy, 2 girls in a dorm room with a tea set. Oh my god. Sounds the worst. Put it like that. Sounds a little dodgy. Yeah, fucking well done, mate. Give a small sigh to steady myself. I gingerly put my hand on the handle and open the door, craning my head to see inside. Oh, they're cute. They're both cute. Is this porn or Clue? You mean Cluedo, but okay. I'll let you off. Everyone else calls it Clue in the other countries that didn't invent it. Door opens completely. I catch my first glimpse of Lily's room. Her furniture looks almost antique, but the bare walls and flat surfaces and barely decorated at all. In the centre of the room sits a low table where I see a small tea set and at rest. Seems that everything in the room has a place, possibly excepting the several piles of books stacked up against the wall. My sense of vision isn't the only one to be stimulated. The faint smell of something that can be picked up in the air. Nail polish, perfume, makeup. It's hard to describe in any other way than girly. Oh, it's called Cluedo here as well. I just thought that was the name in English. Nope. It is. It's only America. As far as I know, it's just America calls it Clue. Cluedo is what it's originally called when it was invented. So that's, yep. Go with Cluedo. My eyes finished their quick sweep of the room before returning to position onto the girls. Lily sits next to a small table wearing a very dark blue pajamas. Dark blue pajamas with... Is that actually blue? I know I'm colourblind, but I thought that was just black. Okay. With shorts to show off plenty of her alluring pale legs. Opposite her, Hanako sits adorned in conservative light pink gown. Oh my god, she's so cute. Why is she so cute? Her hands are firmly fixed between her legs, her shoulders forward, her head down as if trying to hide herself in it. It'd be easy for her to do. It looks about 2 sizes too big for her. Waves of flannel flow from her frame, making her look like a child playing dress-up in her parents' clothes. She looks up to convey my identity, and the beginning of a thin smile creeping across her face, before vanishing so fast, I can't be sure they were ever really there. There's no point in standing in the doorway, Hisao. That's so cute. I guess they're blue in the same way Midnight Sky is blue. I guess. Take a step into the room, closing the door behind me. My, I'm afraid this really is a small room for the 3 of us. Would you like to take a seat? Slowly walk to the table and sit down, trying my hardest not to disturb anything along the way. Also, I can't help but steal a quick glance into Lily's top as I sit. Wow, you fucking perv. To be robbed of sight would be a most terrible fate.
Well now, how about some tea? Hanako, could you please pour? Sure. Sao, would you like...
I would love some tea. Do you need a hand?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Lily finds it difficult to resist a smile at her companion's nervousness, something I can't really blame her for. Been a tiring day?
Yeah.
I relax at my place, opposite the cabinet. To my left, the blue-clad Lily... Why just... It's not blue! To my right sits the pink Hanako. The tea set on the table looks cute as well as practical, painted red with floral motif. Looks odd when contrasted with Lily's plain, but generally sophisticated-looking furniture, which leads me to think that Hanako might have picked it out. There's a slight ting when Hanako accidentally clips the teapot in a cup as she's pouring. She breathes in sharply. She must be really nervous. It's not as it's not the kind of thing anyone would worry about. Hanako quivers at her mistake.
It's okay, Hanako. There's no need to be nervous.
Hanako seems to find some confidence in Lily's reassuringly soft-spoken words and deftly pours the next two cups. Hanako's grandma pajamas are pretty great, actually. Yeah, right? They're awesome.
Here you are, Lily.
Hanako carefully places a cup and sauce in front of Lily and myself. I could get used to service like this.
Thank you, Hanako.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, I thought she was going to say you too. I'm still waiting for it. She's going to say it. I have faith. If I have faith in anything, she has to say you too at some point in this playthrough. I swear. Either her or the librarian, because they both stutter. So one of them has to say it. Lily searches for a cup and upon finding it, sips delicately. I do the same. Tea tastes somewhat better than the tea we usually have at school. This is nice. It's so different from any tea I've had before.
Looks like you picked the right one, Hanako. You've done well, even if it was a bold move.
Hanako's smile returns, redoubled. Even her blighted face, her shy smile couldn't be called anything but cute. I know, right? She's nervous in other ways. She doesn't throw out the word. Oh, yeah, no. It's completely... Yeah, I know. They're different type of nervous, but, it's a stutter still. One of them has to say it, though. One of them has to.
I'm glad you like it.
Hanako, finally beginning to relax, sips from her cup. Something about this makes me think about Lily's question at breakfast. Why am I friends with Hanako? Lily seems genuinely concerned for Hanako's well-being, but it's not like I can do anything to help her. As far as I can tell, her scars don't hold her back physically, and everyone I've met seems to have overcome their disabilities to some extent. I don't have an ulterior motive to hang out with Hanako, we just share similar interests. Isn't that enough?
So, Hisao, are you enjoying yourself?
These words break me out of my Riviere, and I take a second to reconsider where I am. I'm in a room with two girls in their bedclothes. This is something to be enjoyed. Yeah, it's relaxing. Almost like I'm not in school anymore. Do you do this often?
Quite often, but not as often as we take tea in the school building.
Considering they do that nearly every day, that's not a big surprise. As I move to take another sip from a teacup, I find it sadly empty. Ah, that was delicious. Thank you, Hanako. Lily?
You're welcome. Yes, you're most welcome, Sao. It's nice to have a third person here.
Well, anytime you need someone to fill that position, I'm always available. Always. Just that sort of threw me off at the end there. One must be sure to get one's point across in these circumstances. Lily lets loose a yawn, which she unsuccessfully hides with her hand.
Pardon me, I think I'm a little tired. I think we're all a little tired. My, how astute we are tonight, Hanako. We really should head to bed. We all have class tomorrow.
Yeah, I should go.
Thank you for your presence, Hisao. Thanks. You'll come again?
Not even a whole army could stop me.
I'm impressed by your determination, Hisao.
Oh, we're turning to frisk now. Either way, you're right. We'd best get going. Stand up and make for the door. Hanako gingerly stands up behind me. I stop and face her. Are you coming with me? Hanako instantly blossoms into full blush.
No, I'm not. This room isn't...
It's okay, I was only joking.
Oh, okay. Good night. Good night, Hanako. Good night, Hisao.
Night all. And with that, our tea party finishes. I'm still not sure what it is that Lily wants me to do for Hanako, but I don't want to let her down. I wait until the door is closed behind us before turning to Hanako. Hey Hanako, you don't have to be so nervous around me or anything. I mean, we're friends, right? Right, we're friends. If you ever want to hang out or anything, just let me know. Just need to have that chess rematch, remember? Sure. But I don't think you'll win. It wouldn't be fun if it was easy. Hanako seems to give a muted laugh, but she could have just as easily been exhaling. Good night, Asao. With that, Hanako quickly retreats to her room, located next to Lily's. I start to walk back to my dorm, but the simple act of walking seems to drain me of my energy. Better make it to my room before I'm hit by a wave of exhaustion. Kick off my shoes, fall into bed, and fall asleep by the time my head hits the pillow. The other great thing about this is their voices are super easy. They're very relaxing on my vocal cords. Pull my door closed, ready for another day of classes. Now, knew it. Sleep well. Kenji sudden arrival makes me jump and narrowly avoid butting heads with him. I know he has poor eyesight, but who am I now? Wait, but he knows who I am now. Sorry. I should have finished the sandwich before I started talking. But you still have to stand this close. Oh yeah, like a baby. Damn, why do people say that? Have you ever heard of babies sleep? They scream all night, every night. Babies don't sleep well ever. Oh shit, I was just using... Oh, sorry, that was not his voice. I just went to Misha then. My bad. Pretend that was in Kenji's voice. Oops. My bad. I noticed that time though, Josh. Don't call me out on it. I noticed. I didn't mean to. Misha just possessed him for a second. Blame Sam. Well, there goes my restless state. I have to remember to never use figures of speech with Kenji. Alright, I get your point. It was a figure of speech. Yeah, sure, whatever. Where were you last night? I had a favour to ask, but you weren't around. For a split second, I considered telling Kenji the truth. I was spending time with Hanako and Lily. Thankfully, that split second passed as soon as it came. I was just out, checking out a local area and stuff. You know, recon. Ah, good man, good. Knew you were the type to plan ahead. Anyway, what was this favour you wanted? I was going to get some takeout, but I need change. Wait, what? I gave you money last week. You still haven't paid me back. Shh, now it's starting to think you were cool. Kenji fishes around his pockets and produces his wallet. As he counts the 400 yen he owes me, I can clearly see at least two 10,000 yen notes. Hey, what the hell? Why are you borrowing money off me when you got that much cash? Kenji hissed a little, realizing that he's been had. Get off my case, man! It's bad luck to break a big note for anything less than half its value. That's a tycoon's rule. Last night's dinner's gonna cost me 7 years of bad luck. 7 years! Don't you think that's enough to cause help to someone out? I'd get a shorter sentence if you just stole the stuff. The common sense screams to me to say something to him, but thankfully, I restrained myself. I think a point like this with Kenji would just lead to further and more complicated discussion. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe I should plan these things a little better. Yeah, man, I know, but I just got so much stuff to do. It's hard. You're never around anymore, so I'm on my own. We're supposed to be brothers, brotherhood, remember? Yeah, I got you. Global conspiracy and such. I'll keep my ear to the ground. Kenji draws close enough for me to get a clear whiff of his garlic-tainted breath. You better, man. You better. You're already spending less time here. That's the first thing they do. They try to split us up, divide and conquer. Sun Tzu said that. Roger that. Now I've got to be going. Classes, you coming? Nah, I'm tired. Stayed up all night just trying to make sure the things were going to happen after splitting that note. Rational as ever, I see. Whatever. Night. Kenji scurries back in his room. I hear him throwing his locks as he walks down the hallway. That's why some people can't roll their tongues, why their second toe is longer than their big toe. Well, everyone's second toe is longer than their big toe, it's just whatever. Muto beams a half-moon smile out, obviously proud of his explanation of recessive genes. Oh, no matter how impressed he is with science, but it defies who we are, the classroom seems to be reduced to a stupor. I say that a bad explanation can make even the most interesting things seem worthless. Like I see Muto deflate as he realizes nothing he said and the past half an hour has sunk in. Whisper conversations start to break the silence, and like an avalanche, the noise level of the class starts to rise. Defeated, Muto identifies some questions in the textbook and starts clearing off the blackboard. Almost as expected, Hanako packs up the things and leaves as soon as people start talking and laughing among themselves. This was a shock of seeing someone play so blatantly truant. It started to fade. It doesn't stop me from wondering. Is she leaving because she doesn't want people to speak to her, or is it just the thought of people around her shattering her peace? Yeah, I don't get it either. It's pretty easy. Before we go back to the topic any further, let's go rings. Even if she was simply taking the opportunity to leave early. Usual clamor of students exchanges books, for lunch reverberates around the room. While Misha is distracted, I grab my lunch and head out the door. Lily already sits in the tea room, setting out her lunch alone. So Hanako's not here then? Oh, Sao, how are you? I haven't met Hanako since this morning, I'm afraid. That's right, Hanako and Lily live next to each other. Somehow I think their morning conversations are slightly more grounded than Kenji's ramblings. That's strange, she left class early, so I figured she'd come here.
So she's still leaving class early.
Huh? Yeah, I've seen her do it a few times. Lily drops her head a little. Her tone of voice is notably depressed. It's reminiscent of someone who was used to hearing bad news.
I was so sure that she'd stopped doing that once you two became friends. Everyone has their own pace, I suppose.
Oh, I was wondering about that just there. What exactly does she leave?
I'm not entirely sure myself. I personally think it's because she doesn't want to be put in a situation where she has to answer someone.
I have a flashback of my first meeting with her, and I thought she looked like a cornered animal. Maybe it wasn't far from the truth. She seems fine with talking to you and with me a bit.
It's a little more complex than that. I imagine the first thing most people ask her about is her scars and what happened. She rarely talks about it with me, but I can tell that she doesn't like to remember whatever happened back then. Leaving class and running away from discussions is her preemptive strike, if you will.
Huh. How does that explain her talking to me?
You said it yourself yesterday at breakfast. You tried to ignore her scars. Once she saw that you weren't going to ask her about that, she opened herself up to you.
Huh, guess you're right. Maybe. I don't know. You know her better than I do, so I'll take your word for it.
I wouldn't worry about that. I'm sure you'll come to know her as well as I do soon enough. I welcome the prospect of her having a new friend, and the two of you have such similar interests.
Well, I'd count reading as a team sport. It's good to have company, though.
That's my point. Hanako still is an average person at heart. She also wants company at times like this.
Huh, I see. I think. To be honest, both of you still confuse me a little.
That's only natural, Hasao. We've only known each other for a little while. It's unreasonable to expect you to understand us, just as we can't understand you. But that's half the fun of becoming friends, right?
Yeah, it is.
Although, I suppose there is the matter of us being opposite genders. Men and women do seem to confuse each other quite often.
She says it was for a light giggle, finding amusement in the odd little details of life.
I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to start eating.
No, go ahead. I think I'll eat something too. Got some books I want to drop back to the library before class starts, so I better get a move on.
You'll probably find Hanako in there as well. If you do see her, you tell her to stop by my room later tonight. I'd like to talk to her.
You're not coming?
Unfortunately, I have class representative meeting later, so I'll be gone as soon as I finish my lunch.
Okay then, if I don't see her in the library, then I'll tell her in class. I'm sure she'll be back after lunch. We feel silence as we start to eat and take a second to reflect on our conversation. We saw that Hanako's shyness is simply due to her being self-conscious of her scars. That's a pretty superficial way of looking at her. When I just thought I was able to see through the fog of Lily and Hanako, I realised I'm more lost when I started. Lily quickly finished her lunch, acutely aware of her meeting. I don't blame her. Shune is most likely going to be there, and I doubt she wants to give her satisfaction of another argument.
I must be off. Same time tomorrow.
Same time, same channel. Better head off too. Don't want to risk being late. Lily smiles gently, picking up her cane, and walks out into the hall. I turn my back on Lily as we head in opposite directions. For some reason I find myself hoping she doesn't get into another fight with Shizune. As much as I like Lily, Shizune and Misha have been pretty instrumental in helping me adjust, even if for half our conversations are thinly veiled recruitment attempts. Then again, I barely know either of them. Maybe they were previous leaders of some secret society, but their love for each other drove them apart. I need to stop reading cheap fiction. It's running my brain. Either that or I've got to move away from Kendi and his bad influence. Are we shipping Shizune and Lily now? Is that the new ship? Shillily. I guess? Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. It's sad that I can't tell the two apart anymore. Slide my book down the return chute and they crash into the cart with a pleasant thud. Yuka, however, doesn't seem as impressed as I. So, you scared me. Sorry, I thought you'd be used to that by now. Or is the literacy level here so low that nobody borrows any book? Shillily. You have to... Well, Lily, you know, but like with a she at the front because it rolls off your tongue then. So shillily. But it doesn't sound as fun when you say shillily. It sounds more fun when you say shillily. You know? Sorry if I've used that by now. Oh yeah, I already read that.
No, I think everyone here can read fine.
Yeah, never mind. There are some battles you can never win. Trying to explain jokes is one of them. My dad taught me that the hard way. So Yuko, have you seen Hanako about? She left class early, but she wasn't in her usual hiding place.
I think I saw her sneak in before lunch. Oh, but I'm not supposed to tell anyone that.
I just told you that I saw her leave. There's no need to stress out.
Oh, of course. She's probably in the back.
Thanks. Get any new books recently?
No, sorry. I'll let you know when we do, though.
Okay. There's one thing I know about librarians, part-time or otherwise, is that they appreciate people who take genuine interest in their work. I walked an unfamiliar path to Hanako's reading nook, picking out a few titles along the way. Sometimes I find it hard to discover a book that will interest me among the shelves. An author's name and a two-word title that don't mean much in a sea of similar words. For that reason, sometimes reread books I read in the past. Better to bet on the favourites than on a new runner. Unfamiliar title from a familiar author peeks out and the spines of its neighbours, so I removed that from the shelf. At least I'm not going over old material. As expected, Hanako sits in her beanbag, buried deep in a copy of Dance, Dance, Dance. Hi, Hanako. How's it going? Fight back the urge to ask why she left class early. If Lily's suspicions are right, then asking about it could have the opposite effect. Best to leave for the time being. Sometimes the best way to get an answer from someone is to never ask the question. Hello, Sal. I'm fine. Something seems off, and after a couple of seconds I realise what it is. Hanako's smiling. She looks as if she's pleased to see me. It's a nice change from the usual instinctive, frightened reaction. Something I hope I can see more of as we get to know each other better. Good to hear. How's the book? I've heard it's a trip. It's good, I think. I've only just started it, so I don't really know. Fair enough. You know how it goes. I may borrow it when you're done. Sure. He says that to like every book she's reading, and yet has not actually borrowed a single book from her. There's a good 15 minutes left of lunch, not enough to really get into a book, but too much to stand around doing nothing. And Hanako's already returning to her reading, so I doubt I'll get much conversation from her. Oh well, better make myself comfortable. So I drop a beanbag and crack open my book. Familiar style of the author leaps out with me for the very first line. Sentences turn to paragraphs, and I start to relax a little. No matter how I try, I can't seem to get myself in the atmosphere of the book. It's partially due to the lack of time, but more distracting factor is Hanako. Every 10 or so seconds, she peers over the top of her book. When her eyes meet, she quickly ducks behind the covers. Guess she did want to talk about something after all. What's up? You look like a prairie dog on lookout. It's nothing. I told you before, nothing means something when you say it like that. Hanako squirms a little in her beanbag, hoping that by changing her position she'll find the words she's looking for. I was in an accident. Accident? Just now? Are you alright? Idiot. Hanako shakes her head, her hair flowing around her shoulders, and whispers Amethyst in the background, and the pale and dark flesh. Saying, are you, what, just now, are you alright? And then she shakes her head. He's going to think, oh my god, she's not alright. We're going to get you to a nurse then. No, when I was younger. Realization crashes into me like a semi. When I was... Sorry, Hanako, you don't have to tell me anything if you don't want to. Again, she shakes her head. No, I have to tell you. When I was young, I was in a fire. My house burned down, and I nearly didn't make it. After that, I was alone. Aww. I was about to comment on how this drawing looks like a poor drawing of Yuri, but I can't make fun of this. Hanako's eyes glistened in the dim light of the library. I reached out to grasp her hand. It's okay, Hanako. You don't have to keep going. I have to. Why? What brought this on? Last night, Lily told me about your heart, and I didn't think it was fair. Fair? That I knew about you, but you didn't know about me. Squeeze Hanako's hand a little. Don't be silly. Yes, I have a heart condition. Lean a little closer to Hanako. What I didn't tell Lily is that I had my first attack when a girl confessed to me. I smile a little to break the tension. Really? Really. I haven't heard from her in a while though, so I guess it's all over. I know it's all over. There's no other way to interpret what happened the last time I saw her. In some ways, not having heard from her again has helped me move on from that period of my life. So now we both know a little more about each other. You don't have to talk about things if you don't want to. In fact, I feel a little bad even thinking about the whole incident. I can almost smell the hospital's disinfectant burning in the back of my sinuses again. Poor choice of words, buddy, but okay. Poor choice of thoughts, I guess. Imagine Hanako is going through the same thing now. When I was in the hospital, I went to the burn ward once, and only once. I was bored, so I went for a walk through all the wards. I went through oncology and thought I could take it, but when I got to the burn ward, I turned away and went back to my bed. To think that Hanako would have spent months in a place like that, smelling nothing but corrupted skin, strong disinfectant and sterilised air. The really bad cases were kept in isolated pods that no foreign object could enter. That would have meant no reading. I would have gone insane if I didn't have my books in the hospital. And she said she was alone. Did her parents die? I'll have to ask Lily about it. I can imagine myself saying something dumb unintentionally. Thank you, Sal. I haven't told many people about this. To be honest, I haven't told many people about my circumstances either. Then I won't tell anyone either. Deal. Change my grip on Hanako's hand to a handshake as the warning bell chimes through the window. Well then, gonna head back to class then, eh? Sure. Is that saying something dumb and insensitive? Never. Guys, I think I'm falling for her. I think I've already fallen for her. It wasn't the same with Rin and Emmy. Rin's best girl, but like she's just cool to hang out with, you know. Emmy's fun, but whatever, you know. I like this one. Tint of the room slowly changes from the shine to the afternoon, the orange of dusk. Clock lazily ticks away the seconds, counting in the background on the verge of hearing. I feared this would happen. Did you? Well, you feared right, I guess. But no matter how long I wait, the outcome cannot be changed. The diminutive playing piece makes a small click against the board. Like a wound spring. Hanako makes a move only moments after mine. It's embarrassing. In comparison to my 5-minute move, she seems to know exactly what she wants to do. Mate. Again. What does this make this? 3-2? Stalemates don't count. Damn, you're getting better at this every day. Now she's been holding back. I'd never thought when I first met her, but she really has a knack for this game. Chess seems to have become a popular pastime for the two of us, hiding away in the tea room, playing a game or two after class. From here, the students outside can barely be heard milling around. Everyday noises from below remind me a little of my life before Yamaku, though I'm by now well aware that this is a life I'll never get back to. Fancy another game? I have to finish my homework. Oh, well, see you tomorrow then. But what about this? Hanako points to a tea surrounding the mostly empty chessboard. Don't worry about that, I've got it. Oh, okay. See you. Later. As if he finished her sentence. See you later. Hanako departs, and I start cleaning up the area. Occasional whistles and cheers from sporting clubs outside become less frequent, eventually approaching silence. Part of me still wants to be in some kind of team. I played soccer and other sports before my accident, because it's only normal for me to feel nostalgic about what I can't do anymore. I have other reasons than that for my coming here so often, and I don't feel so bad about losing that part of myself because of them. Lily is a good friend by now, but the small exchanges I have with Hanako that feel especially dear. The small victories I feel every day as I see more of what she's like under her self-imposed shell. That's why I come here most of all. As I'm putting away cups and saucers, I hear talking outside the door. Pausing for a moment to listen, I can make out that it's Hanako and Lily, but decide to go outside to investigate. Are you quite sure? I'm sure. So? Hanako turns to me with a look of mild surprise. She notices my approach. Lily must have caught her just as she was about to leave. Oh my, Hasao is here as well? Good afternoon, Lily. What's up? I was hoping now that I've finished my class representative duties today that I might have the two of you accompany for tea at the Shanghai. It'd be nice to enjoy ourselves outside the school for a change. I'd be up for it. I think Hanako had work to do, though. It's not all that much. Wonderful. It seems that we're decided then. Cast my eyes across the cafe and the three of us step in. As usual, there are only a handful of people around at most. The noise level is quiet background hum. The hold Lily has on Hanako's arm remained just as it had been for the entire slow walk down the hill to the local town, though it's hard to say for which reason, for Lily's guidance or for Hanako's reassurance. For a moment, Lily removes her arm from Hanako to retract her cane as Yuko quickly skitters over to where we stand, soon replaces it right back where it had been. Welcome to the Shanghai, may I take your order? She gives a deep bow, her well-delivered and professional introduction, putting her in a good mood. It's a nice change from the normal of Yuko. Just tea, please. Hanako, Hasao? I'll have a slice of pie and a coffee. Just tea, please. Coming right up. Please take any seat you wish, and I'll be back shortly. Yuki gives a smile and a nod before shuffling to the counter, and we make our way to some empty seats with a window in a quick measure. We step into our seats, the girls on one side with Lily's cane, propped up beside them, and I on the other side. We notice that Hanako's not doing something that she often does. Rather than keeping her eyes pinned on the ground and hiding behind her blind escort, busily trying to convince herself that the world around her doesn't exist, she's merely keeping her eyes low and helping Lily around. You okay, Lily? You look tired. She lowers her head a little, looking somewhat embarrassed as she let it show. Class representative work can be very tiring, considering that it often means dealing with the student council. Very tiring indeed. How do the other representatives go? Better than I, but not much. Shizune is a harsh taskmaster, no matter who she deals with. Doesn't sound like you particularly relish the job. Why do you do it in the first place if it's that bad? Yes, Lee, that makes you a terrible person. That makes you an awful, terrible person. Also, specifically, because that means you're hoping that I'm going to be miserable. Regardless of endings in the game, clearly, this so far has been my favourite character, and you're trying to fucking, well, apart from not I mean, Rim, obviously, but why would you wish that upon me? That's mean. Doesn't sound like you particularly relish it. Why did you do it in the first place? Is that bad? Being a class representative is enjoyable, and I can deal with the responsibility well enough, just that the people involved are sometimes... She trails off, cutting words at a rather opportune spot. It's hard to imagine Lily cursing, but imagine that if anyone could make her do so, it would be Shizune. Hanako looks to be withering a little bit in the light of such conflict. Before I can steer her topic away a little, she stands up. Hanako? I'll be back in a bit. With that, she leads to the restroom. So that's one way to deal with the situation, if that was indeed her motivation. Lily, however, looks a little wounded. Don't worry about it. I don't think it was you. But I think she's been getting stronger recently. You've seen it yourself, right? I'm a bit awry. Fortunately, Lily doesn't look offended, and by now I realise I shouldn't be quite so queer of stepping on that landmine around her. Oh. Yeah, I didn't even think about it. Possibly. Sometimes. I've had it hard to tell, though. Silence reigns for a moment before 2 teacups of pie and a mug of steaming coffee appear in front of us. Notice that Yuko takes special care to place the teacup against the tip of Lily's fingers, letting her know where it is. Here you go. Thanks, Yuko. Thank you. A quick and silent bow, the respectable waitress takes her leave. Ah, that's right. I was meaning to ask you something, and now will be the right time to do so. I'm all ears. Hanako's birthday is coming up, and I was hoping you might accompany me for present shopping in the city this weekend. Hanako's birthday is soon, so it'll be a nice change to cheer up a bit. Like Yuko, she always seems to be teetering on the edge of either panic or depression. Never seen her enjoy herself much outside of our chess game. All that aside, learning the layout of the city better with a friend keeping me company sounds like a good way to spend a weekend. Sure, I'd be happy to. Any plans what to do for a birthday party or anything? Hanako being Hanako, perhaps a low-key affair would be... Lee suddenly cuts herself short, leaving me to wonder as why she brings her teacup to her lips and begins to sip. A few seconds, I notice Hanako walking up to us over her shoulder. Lee's hearing must be very good indeed if it was the sound of the restroom door opening that tipped her off. Hanako takes a seat once again and wastes no time drinking her tea. Soon the 3 of us are quietly eating and drinking as the sun sets. It's a nice way to spend the remainder of a day's light. It makes us appreciate the quiet and serene sounding of Yamaku. I'm really beginning to like life here, as isolated as it may be. Finished off the last of my coffee and the rest of the mug on the table, the girls talk between themselves. Coffee here is a little bitter for my taste, but still quite good. Better than what I can make for myself in any case. The girls' discussion is mainly focused on their respective reading preferences. It does give me a little curiosity about a related topic. Hanako, I was just wondering, aside from chess and reading, do you have any other hobbies and things you like doing? She's completely stopped in her tracks, looking quite surprised that anyone would be interested in asking such a question about her. It takes her a little time to formulate a response. I guess I like singing a little. I'm okay with computers as well, but I don't use them all that much. She likes singing and computers too? Girl. Oh my god. I love this girl. She's best. Singing's not exactly something I expected to hear. It's hard to imagine her singing voice given how soft-spoken she is. I bet you it would sound mate. Oh, does that mean I get to sing? Woo! But guys, you can look forward to that. Lily, on the other hand, simply nods. She must already know this, since she's been friends with Hanako for 1 year or so by now. Oh, what about you? Me? She hesitates before quickly flinging her head up and down. How logical she wanted me to talk about my hobbies after I shot at hers. Yes, obviously, but also, There was soccer as well. Football as well. Although I can't really do that anymore. Reading, which I picked up in hospital, is surprisingly hard. I think Hanako look a little put off by the direction this is taking. The more I think about it, the more I am too. Sounds as if you picked out quite a few things since your accident. Lily's candor is coated with probably the most positive spin on what one... Sorry again. Probably the most positive spin one could put on what I said. Hanako, however, is silent. If the situation becomes difficult, her action always seems to be withering into silence in order to prevent things getting worse. That or physically retreating. There is a karaoke scene. Yes! Awesome. A soft ringing gives us pause. As Lily reaches into her pocket, it becomes obvious that the sound is coming from her phone. Sorry. Yeah, it's okay. Lily gives a quick nod before shuffling out of her seat and taking the call a little distance away to avoid disturbing the both of us. Must be nice to be popular. Hanako smiles. It doesn't take up the hook for further discussion. Did I just fall asleep? Oh, I end up just sitting back and closing my eyes, relaxing the best I can. It's nice and peaceful here. What would it be like to have grown up somewhere like this rather than in the city? You come from the city? Looks like I found something you want to talk about. Yeah, you could say I was a city kid through and through. Yeah, sounds like a lot has changed. It did. I'm still not quite sure what to make of it all, though. Bit of a culture shock in more ways than one. You must have gone through something like this when you first arrived at Yamaku, right? Imagine most new students would. Not really. I go gaze a little to the side, looking unwilling to go on. I turned my head inquisitively, but a couple of seconds passed and no further answer. But can't we deal with that on Monday? The fallout was hardly settled from the last... That's weird. She has a back sprite. No other character in any, visual novel I've ever played has had a back sprite. Oh no, tell a lie actually, Rin was standing backwards because we stared intently at her back and it was really weird. I guess I just thought that was a CG, even though it wasn't, but okay, yeah, fair enough, never mind, this game has totally had a back sprite before. I understand, I'll try to talk her down, you know what she's like when she gets locked onto an idea. Yes, thank you. I'll talk to you later then. Goodbye. This conversation ends with a snap of a phone closing. Ah, she's got a flip phone. She turns to her table, but doesn't take her seat. Need to go? Unfortunately, class representative work calls me once again. I can come with you. It's alright, Hanako. I'll just be going straight to the student council. There's no need to spoil a fine evening on my account. Besides, if you were to accompany my boy back to the school, who would keep our poor Sal company? Okay. I can join you for tea again later tonight if you like. I may well need it. We agree on that plan, and Lily says her farewells to both of us, taking her cane after Hanako passes it to her. Despite my offer to pay for Lily's share, she insists on giving us her portion of the bill and gives her regards to Yuko. She takes her leave. And then, we're alone. It may be all well and good to leave Hanako and me alone to have some time together, but all it typically means is the two of us sitting near each other in silence for a while. I wonder what it must look like to Hanako. I never thought of myself as a scary person, but to have someone my own age acting this way around me makes me intensely self-aware, as if it's my fault that she's so troubled. She might get more used to people if she were to stop being so cloistered in Yamaku, but then again, even when people much older than her react so strongly after a single glance at her face, she may well feel the same way I do now. It's a real catch-22. She stays in Yamaku, she won't get used to socialising, but if she leaves, any effort she might try will get thrown back at her by the people who can't deal with her scarring. Want to order something else to keep us going? We haven't had that much dinner after all. Hanako brightens and nods vigorously, glad that I brought up the topic for her. Catch Yuko's glaze, and she dutifully comes over and takes our orders. Would you like something else? Oh, God, I've clicked off the game. I'll just have a sandwich special and a hot chocolate. Bit late for coffee by now. Hanako? I'll have the same. And on the bow, Yuko turns on the ball of her foot, turns to the counter, where she buries herself fishing out bread, condiments, and work the machine to make her drinks. Me and Hanako are now sharing sandwiches, see? Not a word is said between us until Yuko comes back. She smiles and gives us her food and drink before moving to a customer who's called for her attention. Give up on the prospect of having much of a conversation with my companion, decides to just enjoy the meal, small as it may be. She even likes sandwiches. Tastes nice, as does most of the food here. After having a few mouthfuls, I notice something's missing, namely the sound of Hanako eating. Looking back to her, I see Hanako fidgeting a little behind her untouched sandwich. Not hungry? She shakes her head from side to side. And as she does, the patch of her hair she keeps over her right side of her face still does its job in hiding it almost entirely. It's not that. Ah, I was all ready to have your share too. You look troubled. Is something wrong? I'm startled by her thinking I'm the one who looks troubled, but on second thought she's probably right. My face may have given away my emotions without me noticing, as she's hardly a dim person, quite the opposite. We're friends, right? Friends. Man, she hates it when I keep saying that. He's like keeps friend zoning her over and over again. I'm actually on his side this time. We should be friends first, then relationship. But she's obviously taken it the wrong way every time. We're made for each other. Yeah, we are. From the tone of her voice and shrieking posture, looks as though I've hit yet another landmine. There's another reason why interacting with her is difficult. A self-imposed psychological barrier she puts on between herself and others, including me, and most likely even Lily. It's a shame that I think that we are. A little taken off guard by Hanako's straightforward answer. All the more so since I was about to give up on getting any reply at all. I see. Am I wrong? Sorry, No, it's just hearing confirmation of that from you is reassuring. To pick up on what you said earlier, since coming to Yamaku, I've been a bit uneasy about how I should relate with others. I found myself chuckling a little. It's surprising how much of a relief it was. I can feel my face smiling as I pick up my cup of hot chocolate and bring it to my lips. Ouch, that's hot. Oh, poor choice of wording. That's why I haven't eaten yet. I was waiting for my drink to cool down first. Guess I'll wait then. Both of us share a little chuckle. The situation isn't really that funny, but for some reason it feels like laughing is the most natural thing to do right now. Guess we're both a bit wound up about each other. So busy thinking Hanako was the one with something wrong, it took her to remind me that I was uneasy as well. But be that as it may, I still feel a little nice. A little nice to have someone thinking about me like that in her own way. Following a long, quiet trudge up the hill to school grounds, the two of us find ourselves between the two dormitories. Regular night patrols pass between the male and female dormitory building, both for security and to quickly raise an alarm for any medical issues that may arise. The guard currently on duty notices us and gives us a quick nod as he continues on his way. A loud yawn escapes from Hanako's mouth before she has a chance to cover it. I have little doubt she's fairly tired by now. Better be off to my room then. See you tomorrow, Hanako. Good night. We separate and begin to walk our separate ways before I stop and look back. Hanako stands there, waving to me as she smiles. I smile and wave back to her, and after a few seconds she turns and walks up the stairs to the dormitory building, disappearing through the door. These little moments we share between us feel like a small treasure. One thing is for sure, I want to protect that small, delicate smile she so fleetingly wears around a few people. What about these feelings I have when Hanako's around and when I'm able to do things for her? Well, maybe the seed for something beyond what we share now.
Ah, he's even used the word protect. That's
like my feelings for Natsuki. No, it's too much. I can't handle it. Summertime sun, something to be savoured. When combined with the clean country air, it's all the better. Track and field club members are horsing around the field ahead. Some are playing with a soccer ball. Others are talking. We laugh as two mock fight with each other. No one paying me any heed as I sit on the grass underneath the shade of the particularly large tree. It's a nice and peaceful moment after a dreary day of schoolwork. I played soccer pretty often before my heart attack, so I thought it would be really nostalgic to watch them. What I'm feeling right now, though, is quite distinct from that emotion. Hello? Who the fuck is this? A footsteps approaching behind me, and I turn to my side to see one of my classmates. Oh, is she? Take a seat beside me. Hang off guard as two of us haven't talked much before. I don't think anyone would notice me here. So, oh, I'm not giving her that voice. Wait, I need to think of a voice for her. Hi. Mira, wasn't it? Just call me Miki. So your names are too stuffy. Likewise then. We've looked back out the field, the guys are playing. Looks like they're getting ready to have a second game with people spreading out their positions and the ball being carried to the centre of the field. Sure enough, the whistle is blown, begin the match, and they get right back into it. Not gonna play? Nah, just gonna rest for a bit. What about you? You look kinda like you wanted to play when you were watching us before. So someone did notice me after all. Nah, it's kind of a long story. Faye says that I've piqued her interest. I think she's a Devilman reference. Well, like Devilman Crybaby. I've never watched that, but I've heard about it. People keep talking about it on Twitter. I'm in Yamaku because I've got a heart condition. Can't really play soccer anymore. Want to be a soccer player, did you? No, I only really did it for fun. My friends played it, so I played as well. Any of those guys playing around could have been me before my accident. I don't feel like I have any real wish to go back to that either. It's a little hard to explain. I'm still decently physically built from the days when I played. Even my strength's largely left me by now, but I've gotten well with other club members. When I think about it, I should feel pretty bad watching people play when I can't anymore. Yet I don't. It's a good thing. A sign that I've gotten over it and that I'm ready to become a new person. Two characters, both named Miki, that are on the track team, same as her. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling. Yeah, it's cool. I'm glad to hear it, actually. Sounds like you really have stuff together. Some of the people that come to Yamako are pretty messed up at first. So you remember the track and field club then? Yep, been here since I first arrived. Don't suppose you're friends of Emmy? Short, fast runner, no legs? Don't think they're all Emmy female track field members. Ha, Emmy. Everyone knows about her, don't they? But nah, that tends to get on better with guys. So me and Emmy, we don't really talk much. Anyway, what about you? Nah, well, I'm not really into any clubs. Real clubs, anyway. You mean hanging around with Hanako and that blind Amazon, though, right? Blonde Amazon. This literally has the height to fit that description. Nothing else. Not a response about making too fine a point of things. And don't worry about it. As long as you got some friends, you don't need to join a club. Loud whistling of the field attracts our attention. One of the players on the ground clutching his leg, and the other stops playing to jog up to him, leaving Mickey grimacing. Ouch, that looked painful. That guy has really bad luck. She continues to look out in the field. Can't help being reminded of her. I can't help but being reminded of her own injuries. Oh, this girl, right. Left arm, ending in a stump rather than a hand, has been bandaged up for the entire time I've been at Yamaku, and her injury doesn't seem that new. Mickey is probably the second most requested route after Misha. So I'm guessing she doesn't have a route. She might just be gay. She doesn't have to have a route, she's gay. That was when she said I prefer to hang out with guys. I guess that was me being judgmental there, but from the Katawa community. They have a Reddit I saw, but I don't know if there's a community outside of that. She turns towards me again, catches me looking. Both of us sit awkward silence as she takes her bandaged arm, holds it in her lap with her other remaining hand. Sorry, I guess I'm still a bit. It's fine, really. Tone is light, but neither of us say anything afterwards. Every disabled student here has their own way of dealing with their problems. Some finding their condition troublesome is only natural. I'm included among them, of course. After all. The injured guy from the soccer team manages to get onto his feet with some help, ends up hobbling off the field, one arm over the shoulder of another support. Ridge has pulled a muscle if he can still manage to walk. As blows again, the game continues once more with one less man on the field. Hanging out with Hanako and that blind girl. You seem pretty strange company. How so? It's just that Hanako's kinda, I don't know, shy? No, it's not really that. It's just, she's got some issues, I think. Can't really put it in a nice way. Not that I don't think she's a nice person, though. She's perfectly nice. Just, hard to deal with. It is like 40% cute art, 50% not safe work art, and 10% people's depressing stories about relating to the game. Cool. I'd probably like 40% of it then. Sounds like Mickey, or at least some other people in the class, have tried to get close to Hanako in the past, and that didn't go too well. Well, there better be some overlap, or all the 50% is garbage. I think her judgment is rather harsh, given that everyone, not just those in Yamaku, have their own issues. Then again, I haven't known Hanako for all that long, so it wouldn't surprise me if there was some stuff I didn't know about. I'll just take it as it comes. She's a nice person, and I think that should be all that matters. Mickey's eyes narrow a little, and a smile spreads. You really like her, don't you? Mickey certainly doesn't mince work. Okay, that's not a choice I thought I'd have to be making. Interesting. I don't really know anything about this girl, so I don't know what admitting or denying it to her would really accomplish. You know, in all honesty, we probably should have shared this playthrough on that Reddit to get people to come watch. But I think if we do it at all, I'll probably just share the YouTube series afterwards. I'm gonna chuck them all up on YouTube. Well, I'm not really much of a lying kind, so I guess. To be completely honest, yeah, I do. I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone. Hey, well, you can trust me, no problems there. I literally don't know you. To be honest, it's kind of cute. You want to go for it? Don't let me stop you. Thanks. She may say that, but she was just talking about Hanako having issues. Still, I want to hold myself to the words I said. Hanako problems don't matter. I'll do with anything if it comes up, because I want to help her. It's even the smallest possibility I can pull Hanako out of her depression and seclusion, and I should work towards that, no matter what. If she needs a prince, then I will be that prince. That's the thing about the possibility of a relationship. I can see Miki grinning at me while watching my face. No doubt blushing and looking away from her only makes her laugh. Miki gives off a different vibe from the other girls. Talking to her feels more like talking to a guy than a woman. Her saying she prefers male company doesn't help to dispel that notion either. Glancing at my watch shows that lunch break is ending in a few minutes. Time to start heading back to class. Lunch's about to end. Want to head back? Yeah, we better. Pick myself up with the grass, dust myself off, bring out to Miki to help her up as well. She takes it and easy pulls herself up, showing the muscles moving in her toned bare arm in the process. Come to think of it, why aren't you wearing any of the normal girls' blouses? It's too hot and constricting. Boys' uniforms look better anyway. She throws her arm around it to emphasise a point, which has the side effect of showing off one particular part of her body that would be especially constricted by the blouse. Two of us start walking back in the main building through the gardens, talking as we go. Sounds like you're settling in well. That's a relief. I was pretty surprised to get a transfer student at this point in the year, considering the exams are coming up. Oh, don't remind me. Don't worry about them. Just cram it and you'll be fine. That doesn't sound like good advice. She claps my shoulder a couple of times as she grins. I don't think she takes school very seriously. You seem like a smart guy. Mudo's taken to you already. You're like a hand in a glove. Now to work out whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Still don't know what to make of this school. I've been here a few weeks already, but it still feels days at times. You'll get used to it. Just take some time. Only a high school, just like any other. It makes it sound so simple, but I've never thought about it that way. To me, Yamaku symbolized a marked shift in my life. I was no longer normal. I was different. I must be educated with other different people. And yet, I'm walking back to class, talking casually with a classmate during lunch after watching some other place soccer game. All perfectly normal. Maybe she has a point. Maybe I should just look at Hanako the same way. Everyone has their own issues. This is hardly something unique at Yamaku. After all, it's only a high school, just like any other. It's continue to talk, found myself smiling. I think you know very different people in almost every way, but it feels good to have gotten to know another classmate after a bit better. We made a new friend, everyone. Yay, friends. I like how that character literally hasn't appeared once in like either of the other two stories we did though. A light breeze blows the scent of early summer around my head while I wait for Lily. Small white clouds litter the sky, breaking up the monotony of the blue. Miss Al, are you here? Lily's voice lilts in the breeze as if they were only one and the same. Stop gazing at the sky to examine Lily. Oh, she's got a different outfit now. With a peach off-the-shoulder sweater and a tan ankle-length skirt, in addition to tan sandals, she's quite a nice sight. Yeah, I'm over here, Lily, near the gate. Near the final boss. Be able to sneak away from Hanako? Yes, it's not uncommon for me to go out during weekends, so I don't think she noticed anything suspicious. That and she has someone she sees. Lily pursed her lips, and maybe she shouldn't have continued. It's a little hard to believe. Hanako's seeing someone? Really? No, it's just she sees a therapist every so often on weekends.
She said that intentionally to make Hasao go, what?
Oh well, that does make a lot of sense. He rubs her arm uncomfortably, and after one look at her troubled expression, I quickly moved to change the topic away from Hanako. Ah, yes? Just wondering, you can get around the city on your own? Lily sighs at my consternation surrounding the topic of her blindness. I'm my own worst enemy sometimes. I can, yes. It's easy when I'm out with a friend, not my sister though. But how Lily gets along with her sister. Being an only child is hard to imagine what it's like having a sibling, be like. Makes us a little envious of her. Alright, well then, after eyes in a few minutes, so we should probably get on, whatever. Indeed, it's a long way to miss this one. With that, we set off at the bus stop on the hill. It's only a small distance from the school gate, and it's very convenient. It's a nice view from here. Coming from the city, I never really got to see the scenery like this, let alone on a daily basis. This area is nice for me as well. It's tranquil and away from the noise and smells of the city. Oh, we've got another back sprite. Lily's head perked up in the trademark gesture of hers, signifying that she's caught the sound. Oh, here comes the bus. Look down the road, see the bus trundling up the hill. Hearing's quite a useful tool. The bus only takes a short while to reach the bus stop, forcing its way up the road. Within a minute, we're on our way to the city. I'm used to being around blind people who use their hearing to discover everything. Especially tallish, blonde blind people. Huh. I don't want to do Lily's route anymore. Because now Lily's reminding me of my mother. Oh dear. Can we skip Lily's route, please? Walking around the city, I feel distinct nostalgia. The smell, the traffic, and tall buildings everywhere. It's not like my native city, save for the raised walkways. It's a little weird walking around the city as casually as I would a park, with cars rushing around underneath me. I've been busily pondering the engineering marvels at the raised walkways, I get a surprise. It takes a moment for me to realise that Lily has wrapped her arm around mine, extending her cane in front of her with her other hand. For a moment I'm startled, but I managed to keep enough of a lid on it for Lily to not notice. Well, it's not the first time that Lily has relied on me for guidance. She's only held onto my sleeve cuff before. I wonder why. It's logical that it would be easier for her to navigate a crowd of complex areas such as the city while securely linked, but I'm far from being as used to this as contact as Lily is. Finally realising the growing silence between us, Lily waits for me to get moving. I quickly kick my brains again. You know, I was quite surprised that Hanako likes to sing. You've ever heard her do that before? I have indeed. We have been to karaoke sessions several times along with my sister. Can't say I take to the activity much, but the other two like it.
But you're the one who's singing on the pause menus. I mean, you're not. It's Monica, but like, it looks like it's supposed to be you.
Maybe Hanako doing karaoke is more fitting than I initially thought. So she knows. All alone in a little room. Give her a rare chance to let her guard down with nobody else there to judge her. Maybe it'd be nice to bring her to town for karaoke birthday party if she likes doing it. I'm not sure she would deal very well with the excitement. Moved to protest, but her face shows she's mulling the proposal over some more. It's quite some time for her to come to a conclusion. Then again, the best thing we can do for Hanako at this point is to try and create some pleasant birthday memories. Continually treating her as if she's abnormal won't help. You're right. Just something to remember. Apart from loss, and maybe she'll come around. Like loss, like the fucking meme. You can't just say loss. You can't just say that word on its own. Unless you're referring to that fucking god-awful meme. Like, the worst meme. Well, there's something nice that she could see every day, then maybe she'd be able to take her mind off the past. Remember that she has friends. In any case, I think Hanako can handle something like this. It's the first time I've spent, in the time I've spent with her, well, she isn't quite as frightfully fragile as I first thought she was. So she'll be off. I'm not really sure about the layout of this area. Oh well, I might like to suggest to have something to eat first. I haven't either, so that sounds like a good plan. Make sure you choose a nice place, Asao. Gives a teasing smile, one that makes me smile reflectively in response, as if she can't see that. I'll make very sure I do. Don't worry about that. So let's go to Nando's. Have a cheeky Nando's. Once inside, I order 2 slices of pie and accompanying cups of tea, and take them back to our table. Pega's Cafe is a type to appeal to Lily. Small and quiet, but well kept and somewhat upscale. Going by the dainty smile she wears, I don't really know if I chose right. It's very rare not to see her smiling after all. Nevertheless, I take my seat near her, one in the corner table, lay down our small meals. Lily gingerly brings her head over the slice of pie placed in front of her, delicately taking in the aroma. Lemon pie, is it? Thank you, Asao. No problem. Tea's just next to it, so be careful not to knock it over. She nods appreciatively, but judging from the slightly weak smile she has, the warning wasn't really necessary. I suppose the sound must have tipped her off to its position. We both tuck into our food without further ado, both of us remaining largely silent as we do so. Lily isn't type to appreciate discussion while eating, and I can't say I like it either. despite the fact I'm literally talking while I'm eating. Eventually, we both finish our meals and the last of our teacups follow in short order. Lily's the first to break the silence. I just want to point something out about this route so far. Has Hasao stopped eating? Apart from when he's in the library, which he even mentions food when he's in the library, he has been eating like non-stop. Every scene. Let's go get food. Here's some food. Let's eat some food. Why don't we go get some food? I'm going to eat some food. I'm going to eat 3 pieces of food in this scene. I didn't realise we were playing a Snorlax. Jesus. Oh, just have a drink quick.
That was very nice. I must say you've chosen quite well, Hasao.
This is the first time I've really had much of a look around the city, so all I could really do is choose someone that looked nice. Damn. Sorry. I really feel bad for inadvertently bringing up the subject of sight around Lily, but she doesn't appear to mind much. Quite the opposite. She almost looks amused by my awkward attempt at an apology.
You are thoughtful, Hasao, but sometimes I fear that gets the better of you. There's no need to change your speech on my account.
Lily truly is perfectly comfortable in dealing with her condition. I still hasten to change the subject, so I can't really say I share confidence in the matter. Or probably, I'm guessing, she's always been blind. If you were to call them that way. Very much sense. You lived here for very long, seems like you have this place pretty much sorted out. She quickly waves her hand in front of her face to dismiss the notion.
It's nothing like that. I've attended Yamaku since the start of high school. I didn't walk around the city very much because Akira, my sister, picked me up and dropped me off.
Oh right, you mentioned not living in dormitories until recently. It's quite a surprise. I just assumed she'd been living here since entering Yamaku at the least, which would give her a few years here.
I've lived with my family for most of my life. Then I was just together with my sister, with my family having moved to Inverness.
Okay.
Long before, and Akira working longer hours ended up having to move.
Inverness? Isn't that somewhere in Scotland? That's what I was thinking.
No, did I not tell you? My family currently live in Scotland, birthplace of my mother. My father's side is mainly Japanese, though.
You did mention she had Scottish heritage. I remember now. Huh. Question of what gave Lily a look did cross my mind every now and then. I never thought to ask. That answers that then. I mean, I didn't know there was anything different about her look, but okay. To be honest, I'd never have guessed. Considering you have no accent, I'm guessing you were born here. Yes, see, she doesn't have a Scottish accent. You try to get me to make her talk Scottish.
Full marks. I am thankful for my heritage, though, as without it I'd likely not have been taught English so early in my life. And what of you, Hasao?
What about me? Here's moments thought. She probably should have thought of what to ask me before switching the topic. Still sad you didn't make a salad with William Wallace.
I'll go with, what are your plans for the future?
To be honest, I haven't thought much about that recently. My accident, my subsequent months in hospital, enjoying life here with you and Hanako has been enough for me. In fact, I don't think I've thought about it at all, about a future, for some time now. It seems almost futile.
This is your last year of school. After this, you'll have to fend for yourself one way or the other.
It's not like I don't know that, I just haven't put much thought into it since then. She opens her mouth to continue, but gives a small sigh instead. She seems to have realised that she really doesn't know enough about my situation to go too deeply into this.
Well, we all have our own pace. I just hope you take any chance you see.
I understand. I'll think about it. As we walk... Okay, now this looks weird. Like, the photos I get, right? But photos with actual people in... I mean, I get it. It's meant to be a bustling city, right? But, like... couldn't they have used the grey things like that before? It just looks weird. It looks out of place. Oh, dear. As we walk back into the city, Lily takes hold of my arm once again.
So, did you get any good ideas for a present?
To be honest, no, I've never been very good at picking them.
As absurd as it sounds, perhaps you should just look around.
Hearing Lily utter those words froze me for a moment. Right. How do we do that?
That's just the reaction I was expecting. It's simple. You can go window shopping and just tell me what is around. If something interesting comes up, then we might get an idea.
Right, I'm still not sure of this, but I'll take your word for it.
I think we'll manage. Hanako, my sister, and I managed to do it well enough.
With Lily's simplistic and rather optimistic statement, we set off into the shopping district of the city, and I start describing everything I see to Lily. It's hard to think of Hanako going window shopping. She doesn't feel like the type to place much stock in fashion, nor have I noticed her reading magazines or the like. In fact, I think all I've really seen her do as hobby is read books. The houseware shop just ahead looks like mostly crockery, though.
I can't think that she'd have much of a need for that, and what type of message would that send to her?
Cook more food? I'm not sure it's a bad idea, maybe.
Sometimes it's best to leave these things alone, Hasao.
Once again, I get the feeling that Hanako's exploits in the kitchen aren't always successful. Lily must have had to help her with that sometimes. Let's see, next along's a bookshop. That seems like a good one, she's always reading.
Yes, but there's few problems with books. I'm not quite sure what she has and hasn't read.
What about a gift card, then?
There's nothing as impersonal as giving someone a gift card. It's like saying, I don't know enough about you to work out what you like.
Hey, Lily, thanks for telling me that every single person in my life doesn't know enough about me to know what I'd like. My mother is the only person that ever gets me anything that's not a gift card. Wow, that's depressing.
That's what it is, making sure they got what they wanted.
Giving people gifts is supposed to show them a level of affection you have for them. If you can't decide on a simple gift for them, then how much could you think of them?
Right, no gift cards. He seems overly passionate about this, but I can see her point. If you're going to get something for someone, you should put at least some thought into it. If you want to get something for Hanako that reminds her of us every day, then what good is a gift card? In that case, what did you get Hanako last year?
A porcelain doll. I thought that if she had someone to talk to, it might help her ease her pain.
I mean, I guess, but I also never use gift cards. No, even worse than that. Sometimes people give me money, and I literally don't use physical money. So whenever I get money, I just give it to someone else. Like, thanks. Most of this money is made of dead stuff. I don't want to touch it. Really shows how well people know me. Yeah.
The doll isn't ever going to criticize her after all.
So should I be looking for a doll shop?
If you could be so kind to keep a lookout for one, that'd be grateful.
Sounds good to me. Well, I wish you'd mentioned it earlier.
But if I did that, then you wouldn't have started thinking for yourself, would you?
Once again, Lily has a point. My brain is currently analysing every store we pass for gift options. If Lily had mentioned a doll shop to begin with, I wouldn't have thought of anything else. We wander through the city streets, but seem unable to find anything that resembles a doll shop, or anything that could consider a fitting present. Simple act of searching is starting to clear my head. The events of last week are starting to fade away, and I'm looking forward to giving Hanako a gift. If I can find one, that is. No, it should be easy to get you gifts. Just commission for Natsuki Artsy. Yes. You know what's really funny, Lee? I know you don't follow me on Twitter, but last week on Twitter, I actually tweeted out, I said, look, I know my birthday's in July, but if any of you want to plan ahead, just get me cute Natsuki art and it'll be good. I actually said that. So yeah, well done, Lee. Congratulations. You know me better than anyone else. This is hopeless. I thought we'd be able to find something in the city for sure. I'm sure we've walked down the street at least once before.
That almost sounds like you're giving up, Asao.
I'm not, but it's a lot harder than I thought.
Try not to be so restricted in your thinking. Maybe we should actually go into some shops and look around.
That might work. Never really been any good at window shopping. Lily and I stalk around the city streets once more. This time popping into stores that catch our attention. In the end, though, nothing comes up especially appropriate. You do follow me. Someone called PRL follows me? Oh! Wait, I've been talking to you on Twitter and I absolutely know it. That's you? Was your name always PRL? Wow, shit, dude. You know what? I don't think I'd ever looked at your name before. That's pretty funny. I just thought it was some guy. I didn't know who they were. And I was like, yeah, sure. Wow. Oh, did you? Okay. Well, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but just so you know, I got on with you just as well on Twitter as I do on Twitch. So, even though I had no idea you were the same person. Yeah, that's fair. No, that was really hard to eat. That's right. Like those tastes are often quite hard to pin down at the best of times, thanks to our intensely private nature. And those tastes we do know are hard to accommodate.
Maybe we'll take a break for a minute. I'm a bit exhausted.
I agree, and lead Lily to rest against the railing while I go get a couple of drinks from a nearby vending machine. To walk out to the vending machine and grab myself some lemonade, I found myself a bit of a loss. Not really knowing Lily's taste, I decided to take a guess and grab something that seems a little girly, but not too weird. Strawberry flavoured milk. If you were buying for Emmy, you'd have been perfect. Back. Walk up to her and place the carton in an outstretched hand, making sure oh, please don't have like a milk allergy or something. She feels out its contours before opening it and taking a very tentative sip. A approving smile afterwards, telling me I made the right choice. Both rest and have a quiet drink for a few minutes. Familiar soft ringing begins to sound from Lily's side. She quickly apologises as her hand goes to her pocket, pulling out a mobile phone.
Do you mind if I take this?
It's fine, don't worry.
Get seeing that back spray all the time. She's so serious. When she does that, she reminds me of Cynthia from Pokemon. Like, I guess because the hair thing. If she was wearing a black outfit, I think that would be more suited. But, you see what I mean? She's sort of got that Cynthia look about her. She nods to me in thanks before turning away. Flipping the phone open, bringing it to the side of her face, she picks up the call. Going by the tone of Lily's voice, the person on the other end is no doubt some friend or another. Tune out of their conversation pretty quickly, as snippets that Lily say make it sound like a little more than gossip. Not much else to do, I find myself watching Lily. She really is a pretty girl, which would hardly hurt her popularity in school. It's interesting just how much Hanako and Lily contrast to each other in both personality and appearance. For a few minutes, I lean back and drink, watching her. Before long, Lily says her goodbyes to the person she's talking to and hangs up, placing her phone back in her pocket, leaning back against the railing as before. Sorry, just a friend from class. I take one final swig from my can before throwing it in the bin. Lily gives me a carton to throw away soon after, finishing it off relatively quickly. Seem to have a lot of friends. Oh? Lily waits for me to continue her interest piked. I was just thinking that you and Hanako contrast really heavily. It's hard to imagine Hanako doing a lot of things that you do, or knowing the people you know. You seem to think about Hanako quite a bit. I don't know, it's just, she's mysterious, I guess. Kinda want to know more about her, which isn't that easy. Almost sounds like you're doubting your relationship to her. I don't think that's it. I just want to do more for her, being a friend and all. I don't even really know how she sees me. That statement seems to interest Lily quite a bit. I wonder if Hanako said anything about me to Lily during their conversations. And a Garchomp or something. You don't know that she doesn't have a Garchomp? She might have a Garchomp. Hanako versus Garchomp, who would win? Garchomp, it's a freaking shark dinosaur dragon. Garchomp would beat almost anything in a fight. Confirmed, Lily has a Garchomp somewhere. After ask what's on her mind, she picks herself up from the railing. Shall we be off then? Her voice expression shows that she's playing games with me. Lily knows damn well she's leaving me hanging. With a sigh, I pick myself up at the railing. I have a brief look around, of stuff to do, so I'll just try to get back to her about this later. Tucked in between our newsstand and convenience store is a small shop. Sign above the door read, A Fellow's Antiques. So you're just going to buy her a chessboard, which is what I thought you should have done from the get-go, you idiot. But hey. Decorative English script. Would be easy to miss if we were walking along the street, but since we're stationary and I'm personally looking around, it's just noticeable. Say, Lily, that doll you got, Hanako, was it new? Well, yes, but I'm not quite sure I know what you mean. I think I found the shop. It's across the road. I just don't remember the evolution line. Oh. Gibble, Gabite, Garchomp. Garchomp is the final stage, you are correct. Yep, Lee, you're correct. Oh, what is it? Some kind of toy shop? It's an antique shop. I think it's probably going to be our best bet. Really? I didn't even know we had one of those near here. Neither did I. I missed it the first time we went by here. It's pretty well hidden. Well then, it can't hurt to check. Inspired by a new find, we quickly dust ourselves off and head towards the store, Lily's hand finding its way to my elbow for guidance. Now, I'm just going to say something here. This is interesting. Random thought. The idea of living somewhere that doesn't have an antique shop is crazy to me. I only just noticed she's wearing a Christian cross. Huh. But anyway, where I live, there are antique shops everywhere. Like, my friend, the place that my friend Declan lives, his town has at least 8 antique shops, and the town only has like 20 shops, if that. This place is just full of freaking antique shops. They're everywhere. Her Spiritomb was cool. Yeah, Spiritomb is cool. Her Spiritomb was super powerful. Like, I got a Spiritomb back in the day and down the Pearl. But yeah, her Spiritomb has like max IVs. I think all of her Pokemon have max IVs, actually. I seem to remember back in my cheating days, I had a fire Pokemon Pearl because I had 2 Pearls for some reason. I cheated on one of them a lot. And I used to catch trainers' Pokemon and only use their Pokemon. And I used to grind through the Elite Four until I caught all 6 of Cynthia's Pokemon because all 6 of them were perfect. And then I just took a team of Cynthia's Pokemon around the game. They're ridiculously overpowered compared to the rest of the normal Gubbins you find. The store has a strange, musky scent to it. The layout is more like a garage than a store. Things are strewn around the floor without any immediate semblance of order. Yep, this seems perfectly normal to me. Oh, hello. Shopkeeper gives us an almost bored look for his particularly small eyes. His face looks weary and tired. His dress style is distinctly anachronistic. He gives us a polite nod of welcome before going back to his book. Lily holds tightly onto my arm, and I find myself having to split my efforts between making sure we don't miss a potential gift for Hanako and make sure Lily doesn't inadvertently bump into anything. Oh yeah, this would be a terrible shop for somebody who can't see to look around. Task is quite difficult given the haphazard way the story is laid out, mainly things poking out of shelves or the sitting on pieces of furniture, but eventually we safely arrive on an old desk covered in dolls and teddy bears. I think this is the right place. There's pretty much every kind of doll you can imagine here. That sounds great. That should make the choice much simpler. Could you please pick one out for me, Hasao? I had a feeling that would come to this. Picture Hanako in my mind, and I tried to imagine which of the dolls before me would suit her best. My eyes wander across the collection. Each one as exquisite as the one before it. Sheer number of styles is boggling, but eventually one catches my eye. Yeah, what about this one? Pick up a small porcelain doll that looks to be at least somewhat affordable. Dressed in Victorian-era green dress, with a little brown hat sitting atop its blonde hair, looks a little like Lily. Jenny passes to her, who delicately feels away on the object, wearing a look of slight concentration. It certainly feels beautiful. Do you think it would suit Hanako, in your opinion? I think it would. It would look good in her room. In that case, I'll trust your judgment. Will you be getting her something as well, or shall this be a shared gift? I'm not sure. I think I should get her something myself, but I don't think getting her another doll is such a great idea. Maybe. And my voice trailed off as I look around the shop, resting on a writing table not far from us. A decorated box catches my eyes. Wait here, I think I found something. My, that was fast. Just as you walk through a collection of crystal glassware and pick up the box. The wooden sides are covered in carvings depicting an ancient battle around a castle. Top, however, looks far too familiar. Alternating squares of white and black varnished wood are arranged on the lid. That's a real nice item, that. It's a chess set from overseas. Store owner's sudden appearance startles me a little. I didn't see him approaching at all. Suppose he's trying to help us out because we don't really look like we know what we're looking for. Or on the other hand, maybe he wants to keep an eye on us because he suspects we might shoplift instead. I'm looking for a present for a friend. I see. In that case, this chess set would make a fine choice. Realization floods into my mind. This is a pretty good looking set, but it's an antique shop. They're not well known for their bargain prices. How old is this? It's a reproduction. My best estimate's about 5 years old. I see. How much? Thinks a little before telling me, which is slightly disconcerting. I'd let you take it for 7,000 yen. Well, I balk a little. I was expecting to spend this much, but it does seem perfect. And again, maybe that's a testament to how he worked out how much he could make me pay. Could make it 5,000? 5,500, no lower. I'm sold. Oh, we'd also like to get that doll. Sora looks over my shoulder, focusing on Lily and the doll in her hands. His eyes narrow as he visibly takes a moment to switch mental gears. In the process, his smile drops slightly. Ah! Guess that means not everything in this store is a reproduction. Are you quite sure that's the doll you want, miss? I trust my friend's judgment. Ah, see. Oh, no offense. None taken. If you could please wrap it for me, it would be appreciated. Yes, of course, but it's 20,000 yen. Lily reaches into her purse and presents 4 crisp-looking 5,000 yen notes. Here you are, 20,000 yen. This is fucking casually loaded. Storekeeper jiggly takes them, the doll proceeds to the counter, and I think Lily's arms are guarded there. You sure about this? It's okay, I have the funds I need. As I said, I trust your judgment. I feel a little guilty on 2 fronts. Firstly, because Lily has just spent a lot of money on my recommendation, and secondly, because I have a feeling the value of my gift isn't high enough. Nevertheless, Lily doesn't seem to get somewhat awkward whenever the mention of money comes about. I hand the shopkeeper my present and the money for it in turn, and puts the cash into the register before busying himself with wrapping the doll and repeating the process on the chessboard. Eventually, he finishes the gift wrapping and hands us both our presents. Please be careful on your way back, and do come again. Thanks. Indeed, thank you very much. Store owner bows deeply to us as we leave. Well, it did take us all day, but we found something in the end. Of course, it's bloody chess set. She's only played what? She's played twice. We've played at least twice. Actually, we must have played at least 5 times because the score was 3-2 last time I checked. That we did. Now that the presents are wrapped, I'm feeling a little impatient to give them to Hanako. It's a common reaction to buying gifts, wanting to see the reaction of the receiver as they discover what it is. Part of me wants to return to Hanako just to confirm the condition with my own eyes. So, should we head back? Let's. We've done a lot of walking today, so I shan't mind taking the rest back to the dormitories. Lily's right. Now we need to find a shop is over. My legs are feeling quite tired. Well then, back to school for us. I'm looking forward to resting for a bit too. Lily holds out her arm and I link mine with hers. Together we make our way back to the bus stop. I got Lily didn't even try to fucking bargain. She just straight up whips out 4 5k notes. Muto reads equations and formulas to us one by one in his usual unenthusiastic monotone direction from the book. I like how he's the monotone guy, but I gave the monotone voice to Rin. It's possible he might be excited about what he teaches us. Sometimes he can display an awkward spark of passion for it, as if he's starting to get into the material. Most days, however, like this one. What we're covering is fairly simple, so I find it increasingly difficult to keep my concentration on. Not too long before my legs begin aching again, which makes it even harder. I was starting to regret walking around the city yesterday with Lily. Since leaving the hospital, I've done very little physical exertion. Walking to and from the local corner store hardly counts. Despite Emmy's attempts when I first arrived in Yamaku, I've largely given up on the idea of ever returning to my old level of fitness. There's little doubt that why walking around town for so many hours has made me quite so sore. It's depressing and it reminds me of the one more thing I can't do since I had my heart attack. It makes me feel pathetic. Now, Ikazawa. Stop for Muto to ask Hanako a question, but not unheard of. She quickly jumps to her feet, a little startled, and immediately pins her eyes onto him. She knows that Muto calling on her is rare, so all eyes in the classroom are going to be on her. This way she doesn't run the risk of making eye contact with anyone else. Yes?
In this particular example of a redox reaction, combustion of methane reactions actually produces one more product as listed. That product is...
Even though it's a softball question, she definitely waits for a bit before answering by sliding her lower lips to keep her concentration. Heat.
Well then, this is an exothermic reaction with the reaction giving more heat than is put into it.
Receiving a nod from Muto, Hanako takes a seat once again and gives a relieved sigh. Shaky start, but it's something. It'll be nice to take her out for her birthday, somewhere different from the usual isolation of her room and the tea room. With the progress she's made until now, I don't think she'll have much of a problem going to the city.
Right then. The remainder of the class will like you all to work in groups 3 or 4 of the problems in chapter 12. I'll be here if you need me.
But Redox is down. He sure is. Muto sits down behind his desk, pulling some loose sheets out of a folder, and starts some kind of paperwork of his own. I thought teachers are supposed to do that kind of thing after class, not during it. Speaking of Redox, ages ago when Redox was first announced, I had every intention of making a stupid fucking meme about Redox shower gel. I can't even remember what it was now, it was so long ago. And then, before I ever actually finished, I actually finally decided to make it, it got banned, and I was like, oh, now it's completely irrelevant, never mind. You just suddenly reminded me of that. I don't know, I haven't thought about that in years. I guess because lately I've been making memes again. Regardless, I look to my right to pick out someone to form a group with. Given the two smiling faces hovering near me, I don't think I'm going to get much say in the matter. Suppose we have a group then.
Ichan, you want to work together? Okay, that's great. It's been really a while.
I think I read that wrong, but whatever. Class begins the process noisily shuffling the desk around, with Shizune doing the same as she puts hers in front of mine. She's a little lucky not to be able to hear the din of the classroom, which is loud enough to cause some discomfort. Truth be told, working with Shizune and Misha is probably a good outcome. Shizune and I are pretty good at this subject, and Misha has really nice handwriting. As I look to Misha, I notice a tall figure behind her. The shadow catches Misha's attention as well, and she turns to face with dark-haired observer.
Good afternoon, Hanako.
Hello. Shizune finally notices Hanako. After looking up and following the gaze of Misha and I, quick measure, she taps Misha on the shoulder to get her attention before signing away.
Chi-chan says, if you're looking for a group, you can join ours.
Hanako looks down and blushes at the offer. Out of all the people in the class, Hanako's most familiar with the three of us, so it's reasonable that she'd come to us first. Then again, her actually coming up to a group with the intention of joining them was something she apparently very rarely did before. You have 8 aroma cards. Fucking, I've got 4. Lucky you. Oh, you can't see the Yu-Gi-Oh chat that I was talking with Reese earlier. Apparently, according to Reese, my luck in the card trader in Duel Links is abysmal. Was it I think that was the word he used. I think it was abysmal. Apparently, it's really rare to never have ultra rares in your card trader. I go most weeks without ultra rares. Like 1 or 2 will appear in a week, probably. Yeah. It's always the same like supers and rares. It sucks. I hate the card trader. That's a fucking passion. Anyway, then again, I read that. She leaves briefly to drag her desk over, and Shizune and Misha wheel back to me as soon as her back is turned.
I guess we get to play again, Yi-chan. You hardly ever play with us anymore.
Wonder why? You two always seem to have some ulterior motive. Oh no, I think it works pretty well, but I mean, I'll never get to play it.
That's her, Yi-chan. I'd almost think you're insulting me. But it's Yi-chan, so I know you're joking.
Such a great sense of humour about it. It'd be awful if someone to take advantage of your good nature, like making you help them with their work. Zuna seems excited for a second, a little surprised and willing to challenge her. But when she sees Hanako coming back, she backs off her smile. Guess the mind games were over early today. Hanako gently sets her desk down in front of Misha's. Her eyes are locked downwards, and I'm left wondering why, and so I look around the class. Most are busy setting up their own groups, and few are casting curious glances at her. At this range, it's hard to tell whether it's hard to tell whether that is where their interest in her ends, or if they're talking about her as well. Strange. Not that's an eyelid when Hanako runs out of class to avoid group work. Now she's making an effort, they're staring at her as if she's done something wrong. Huh. That is weird. We'll move to sort ourselves out, spreading our textbooks and worksheets around a larger surface created by 4 joined desks. This is known for the class as the whole gets down to work.
Hi Hanako, it's nice to finally work with you.
Yeah.
Are you the reason
Hee-chan has been avoiding us lately. She-chan says it's a little rude, but if Hee-chan wants to spend time with a cute girl, it's understandable. Wow. I don't think it's like that. Hanako starts to fidget. I'm used to this kind of attention. I think an ordinary person would drop the conversation by now. Misha is like the antithesis of Hanako. Well, part of that includes being blind to ordinary social cues, while Hanako is overly sensitive to them. Because of that, Misha barrels ahead with the questions too quickly for me to get a chance to interject to guide the discussion somewhere more comfortable. Really? So he wasn't hanging out with you yesterday? No. I feel my cover being blown already. Lily didn't want Hanako to know that we were out buying presents for her, let alone planning out her birthday party. It would be good for her to find out. Yeah, I was doing something else. You know how it is. Really? I wonder what was so important for Hee-chan to blow us off like that. If it wasn't to spend time with Hanako, then what could it be? It's really interesting. Now this is starting to feel like an interrogation. I'm surprised at how Misha is able to exert such a feeling of pressure without actually intending to. You with Lily? Out of nowhere, Hanako managed to stumble in the... Whoa. Music went off. Oh, I don't like it when music goes off. She may be dreadfully quiet and shy, but she's intuitive. What makes you say that? Yesterday, Lily said something similar. Suspicious! Hee-chan, I demand that you explain yourself. Hey, shouldn't we be doing the assignment? But it's so mysterious. Even Hanako wants to know. Misha's not just an ace detective. She's a spy. A spy gal. Turns to look at Hanako. It's true. From the expression on her face, it's obvious that she wants to know as well, and I think that we're past the point where I could weasel out having to provide an explanation. Apologise to Lily in my mind. She really did want to keep it a secret, but now it doesn't seem possible anymore. I feel a rush of conflicting emotions, so jumbled that I can't readily identify them, but they crash around in my head as I try to calm down and speak. Alright, I'll tell you. I went into town with Lily, but it wasn't what you think. Lily and I were, for Hanako's birthday, we were... Cat's out of the bag. Looks like Hanako is taking a little better than I thought she would. A brief silence passed around our little group, as Shizune and Misha looked at each other sheepishly, until they didn't expect their game to turn out like this. As Shizune's eyes light up like that, I get a little happy. Misha looked up to Hanako in order to apologise, then pauses. Hanako is staring at the middle of her desk and barely moving, a maudlin expression on her face. Guess I was wrong about her taking it well. Hanako? I'm sorry. There's a few seconds pause, but Hanako lifts and shakes her head. It's okay. The expression looks odd. She's very tired. Doesn't seem natural, but it's nothing alarming. Nobody really wants to continue the current conversation, so we open our textbooks and begin our group work. It's pretty dull. While the equations are supposed to work out as a group will take a while, most of it's going to be boring and mechanical. This doesn't help that while it didn't go as bad as it could have, there's an awkward atmosphere around us. Still, we manage. Shizune's face betrays that she is about the same expectations of our work as I do. Two of us begin to write our group results. Misha, on the other hand, is scrunching up her lips very visibly, trying to make heads or tails of what we're doing. Hanako is looking on quietly, absorbing what we write and what I say. She uses the same expression when the teacher speaks. It's a shame her attendance is so unreliable. With the way she takes in information, I think she'd do quite well in class if she actually followed the lessons regularly. I wonder if this might be why Shizune seems so hard on her. Hey Hanako, do you understand this? Misha looks to Hanako, but I suspect their hope is more to finding comrade and ignorance rather than genuine help. I am... No, not really, I guess. Surprised by how tense she is in answering. Settles back down. She breathes out, and the way her upper body and lower head reminds me of a deflating balloon. You okay? We can go over this a bit if you want. Hanako shakes her head slightly. Then again, I don't think she needs the extra explanation despite what she said. Misha quickly interjects, entirely oblivious, and I end up slowly going through how we end up at one of our results, step by step. Times like this remind me that this kind of work may not be mechanical for everyone, but rather feels that way to me due to grasp of subject. It's a satisfying feeling. As Misha brings her balled fist and an open hand in realization, I discover another nice feeling. My explanation got through to her. She manages to work out the next equation by herself with minimum guidance. Throughout all of this, Hanako is unusually unresponsive. Relinquished is getting a fusion card. Relinquished has had a fusion card for a long time. What are you talking about? She's normally very quiet, but one can still see her eyes roving periodically over the landscape of the classroom in front of her, or anxiously moving her hands in some way, or shifting her shoulders periodically. Right now, these small movements that I've gotten used to seeing are all missing. Someone not moving at all is definitely weird. Even Misha can tell there's something wrong. Hanako, are you sure you're okay? Yeah. You sure? I'm fine. A little more strongly this time, but she turns away as she says it. I know she doubt her answer, yet at the same time, I can tell she doesn't want to talk about it further. Having already had one awkward conversation today, it's not fully over. I don't want to pursue the matter much either. So back into our routine, debating over our answers, whenever a doubt comes up. As soon as I go on, I notice Hanako isn't talking at all. It's frustrating. She's made so much progress. It makes me a little angry at Shizune and Misha for undoing the surprise Lily had wanted to keep secret so much. I know I'm at fault too. Maybe I could have kept it under wraps somehow. Shizune has noticed Hanako's signs as well, which is quite impressive when you think about it. And also getting antsy, I can see it on her face. It's strange that even though she's deaf, Shizune has perceived Hanako's unusual quietness sooner than Misha. Hanako, you're being too quiet. You have to contribute too. Someday we might work on a bigger project like one that's so big it's worth celebrating afterwards, like with ice cream or cake. If you act like this, we won't take you along. I can tell they're trying to tease her to bring her out of her shell, but I don't think that kind of approach will work on Hanako. It will just make her feel worse. Guys, don't tease her like that. Hee-chan, it's all in good fun. Shi-chan says she teases everyone anyway. They do back off, with Misha moving away from the issue by asking me a question again. Seeing how difficult the problem is she's working on, I don't know whether it was a skillful dodge or mere coincidence. It takes way more time than necessary because Shizune keeps distracting me while I'm trying to explain to Misha. Misha is quick to believe her over me. So quick, in fact, that she forgets to translate what Shizune is saying. Hey, the clock is ticking down. We should speed up a little. Hee-chan, you sound like a little Shi-chan there. I looked at my watch. Gee, is that really all it takes? Time management, and suddenly I'm the student council president? Suddenly I'm Monica. Look at Hanako's desk to see how she's doing and freeze. The papers are covered in equations, but Hanako's only halfway there. Seems she hadn't written anything the past 20 minutes. Aw. 1 second. Oh, Jesus. There we go. There's some nice ASMR for you. I don't know if that's loud enough to pick up on the fucking mic, but if it is, enjoy. Oh. Okay. Oh, pop, my ears are popped. Oh god, I can hear everything now. Oh, it sounds weird. I didn't realise my ears were blocked. Okay, where are we? Look at Hanako's desk to see how she's doing and freeze. Papers covered in equations. Hanako's halfway there. Seems like she hasn't written anything in the past 20 minutes. When I realised that, I want to kick myself how dumb I've been. I should have known that someone as fragile as Hanako wasn't just going to brush off what happened so easily. I've been too eager to move on from an awkward situation to notice. She's been slowly shutting down for the last half an hour and I had no clue. Pen is sitting in her hand, but she doesn't slowly spin it around like she usually does. There isn't a single idle movement from Hanako. Only the fact that she tries to inch away once she feels she's in Misha and me looking at her tells me that she is even still conscious. We look away, and at least in my case, it's partially out of shame that it's gotten to this point. Though on the outside she has shut down most completely, I know that it's a different story on the inside. What kind of things could she be thinking about? She tries harder and harder to shrink into herself, as if by willing it that she could somehow disappear. Everyone is looking at her now, stealing quick glances between putting the finishing touches on their work. Misha attempts to ask her what's wrong, but that only makes the problem worse. If she weren't frozen to her seat, she would probably run out of the room right now. Misha's questions are loud enough to be heard throughout the entire classroom. For a second, I'm ready to snap at her, because I can only imagine how much worse it's making Hanako feel. Of course, if I were to do that, it would make the situation worse. I believe that Hanako has gotten stronger, and she has, but it wasn't enough, and I was too eager to believe it. Now she's terrified alone in the middle of the classroom. There's nothing I can do without drawing more attention to her. It's infuriating. Misha's worried, and even Shizune's biting her lip. None of us know how to deal with the situation, so I decided to call on Muto. His judgment would probably be better than ours. I look up and manage to catch his eyes, silently motioning for him to come over. I want to make as little fuss about this as possible, since if there's anything that would make this worse, it's more attention being focused on her. I know that Hanako can see everyone staring at our group, specifically at her, because they know that if there's a problem, it has to be her. Everyone knows her, and the first thing on anyone's mind would leap to. Her reputation for being truant has marked her as an unusual person, even unusual in Yamaku. Who knows how many times they've stared at her before? Maybe it's because she's seen the class staring at her so much she fears their gazes like she does, cowering from them. The time it takes Muto to walk over must be like an eternity to Hanako, and she looks as if she's about to fall over. Muto quietly begins to ask us what's wrong before catching himself as he sees Hanako. Did we upset her? Don't worry. Muto bends down as the calming Misha looks intently at Hanako's face. Hi, Ikazawa. Can I help you at all? His voice is hushed and gentle. Everyone's acting so differently around Hanako now that the whole class has noticed something wrong with her. Hanako in response, and Muto gently rests a hand on her shoulder. She starts shaking at his touch, but won't even look up. Hanako continues to stare into the equations on her desk, vision so unfocused I doubt she even sees them. She is worse than before. I remember that not even an hour ago she was able to talk to him almost normally. Muto grimaces a bit as he stands again. Now his expression changed. I can see he wasn't exactly unaffected by what happened either. He takes a breath to settle himself before speaking in a very quiet voice. I'm a little impressed how quickly he takes control of the situation. Is that it? Nothing wrong then? Muto seems to say that to no one in particular. However, his words sound convincing enough to most of the people who were looking over at Hanako. They now turn away, getting back to their work. As he gives a quick glance to his left and right, several people at a desk around us are still staring curiously, but other than that, he seems to have escaped attracting too much attention. Muto notices me doing the same as him, smiles a little in his usual stilted way. I think for Ikazawa's sake that it'd be good to quickly take her somewhere away from others. Nakai, Hakamichi, could you please take Ikazawa out of the classroom? Keep everyone settled, so please don't worry about anything else but her, okay? He looks at Misha to tell her to interpret the words for Shizune, but she's already finishing the translation by the time he does so. It's remarkable how little thought she needs to sign, and she still looks quite dazed otherwise. Nodding, Shizune and I stand to move aside either side of Hanako. Muto steps back and allows some room. Talks to the table behind us. Some people have begun to mutter between themselves about what's going on. Look at each other before lowering ourselves in unison. Take one arm around each other's shoulder and lifting. Oh, I guess he's physically frozen, right? I mean, not literally frozen, but whatever. But damn, I didn't realise I had so much of a cold. And still, I was going to walk a slow pace to make sure we don't universally hurt her. Much as we try to make this look normal, I'm quite sure there will be many more gazes on us if not for Muto's distraction. Eventually, thankfully, we reach the door and go through it. Nobody's outside, so we walk down the hallway. It doesn't seem like it's making her more at ease than she was in the classroom. Finally, ask her if she wants to just sit down. For a while, we simply stay put and wait for her to say something. Shizune attentively rubs Hanako's shoulder a little, but there's no response. Eventually, she shakes her head a little when Shizune tries again. Both of us are looking at her, so we pick up on it immediately. Shizune's hand again comes to the rest of Hanako's shoulder. She awakens, her face lifting, two very worried and anxious people looking at her. She looks at us silently for a while, initially worried that she might freak out or do something extreme. Those fears prove unwarranted as her expression slowly changed from almost lifeless blank stare to more normal, withdrawn shyness. She wordlessly lowers her head, her eyes evasively moving from the side. She looks embarrassed, almost ashamed. I want to say something, anything to help. I can't, though. I don't really know what just happened or what even caused it. I feel helpless and ashamed of myself for not being of any use. Shizune sighs before looking at me. Even without words, I think I can tell what she's asking. I'll take Hanako to the nurse. Is that okay by you? I try to communicate my intentions through hand gestures, but I don't feel like I managed to get through to her very well. Shizune makes a dreary face in response to my gesticulations, confirming my impression. She stabs her fingers in the air decisively, first at me and then at Hanako, and then towards the stairs. She waits for me to nod before pointing at herself and then pointing at the door of the classroom. I get the feeling Shizune is much better at this than I am. Nod at her, since her plan is after all the same as mine. Shizune gets ready to make her exit, but she only leaves after looking at Hanako for quite some time. You okay with me taking you to the nurse's office? Hanako doesn't say anything, or nod. She just stands up and plays by herself. Begin to walk, she obediently follows. I've read about people being catatonic before, but I think this is the first time I'm seeing it for myself. She looks extremely tired. After everything that's happened, I'm not surprised. After Hanako silently takes off her shoes and lies on the bed in the infirmary, the nurse and I take our leave. He shuts the curtain behind us. We both take a seat and quietly go through everything that happened in quite some detail. I want to understand what happened, and the nurse has good chance as anyone of knowing. He nods throughout my explanation, his face looking troubled as I finish. Must have been very troubling for you to have seen all of this. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. I get that she fainted, but I don't really understand anything about why it happened or why she's acting like this. He nods, but his face is clouded. You don't know either? Well, yes and no. It's complicated. I assume you've heard about the concept of patient confidentiality at some point. This is a bit of a minefield in that respect. Not to put this pretty bluntly, this is a matter for Ikazawa, me, and her therapist. No to protest, but I think better of it. I won't deny what he says, but I think through rationing, what he says makes perfect sense. I understand. Good. I wish I could help you more, but I think what Ikazawa needs right now is somebody prying into her past or her emotions. She needs somebody to be there for her. She needs a friend. For what it's worth, I think you've done pretty well in bringing her here. Sounds like you and your friends dealt with the situation well, too. I'd give you a lollipop or a sticker as a reward, but you might be a little too old for either. He gives a cocky grin, obviously trying his best to lighten the atmosphere. Not really in a laughing mood, but he does manage to get a smile out of me. Thanks. Do you mind if I stay here with Hanako? I appreciate the thought, but I think it'd be better to let her rest for now. She will be led back to her dormitory room this evening, so you can visit her then. I agree with him before standing. It feels like all I can ever do around the nurse is humbly agree with what he says. At the same time, with the doctor, there's a hospital too. All back to the classroom. A long one. My mind feeling heavy under the weight. So many things have happened. It's so weird to stand in this hallway and Emmy not to be here. Oddly, I knew you'd go there. He does over into the classroom. I'm thinking about Hanako. My stomach feels like it's turning into knots, and I'm thinking about how to deal with her. I don't know what I'm going to say when I see her again. Thankfully, the class doesn't pay me much heed. There are a couple of questioning glances, but overall, not many people seem to be very aware of what happened. Muto raises his eyebrow to get my attention when he passes his desk. Kai, take it easy, because I was in the infirmary now. Yeah, I took her there, and the nurse said I should let her rest. Muto nods, assuring me that I made the right call. He scratched his chin for a second before rising from his desk. Everyone, why don't you do the exercise? Kai, see in the hallway, please. The speech is hushed, but overall he doesn't seem to be acting too differently from how he usually does. Being a teacher, maybe it's to be expected. So we go out to the hallway, and I notice him taking a quick glance left and right to check there's no students milling around. Waitingly soundless, but I can't think of anything except waiting for Muto to speak. Kai, what do you think the purpose of this school is? to cater to the needs of disabled students. Mito scratches his head as he shakes it. No, if I do that, we'll build a whole new school from scratch. 1 floor, taking whiteboards, that kind of thing. Look around, Nakai. School's not giving you all future that you would have been denied a regular education. Huh? Think of it this way. Why don't you graduate and go straight into hospital? Do you think you put this much effort? Linus Muto's statement temporarily stuns me, causing me to forget about the immediate situation. No. That's right. When do I leave here as youthful members of society? I'm not quite sure I'm following you. I have high hopes, Nakai. You're possibly the first student I've had to get to my lectures. That isn't something a teacher should be admitting so freely. You could easily take your studies of science well to university. Have you ever considered that? Can't say I have. Well, what have you considered? For your future, that is. I can't say I've put much thought into my future. Remember, I'm distinctly reminded of Lily questioning me about the same subject. It's only been a little over 5 months since I was gasping for air on the ground. It's too soon to be thinking about the future, and besides, Hanako's problems seem much bigger to me right now. Hanako's disproving side before continuing. Think of this place as an opportunity. Here you have boundless facilities, good teachers, plus the additional bonus of the nurse and his staff. You should be doing nothing but thinking of the future. Right. I raise my head to meet his gaze. What occurs to me? It's almost like Muto totally sidestepped the issue at hand. Excuse me, but why did none of the staff seem to care when Hanako skips class? I've seen you watch her walk out of class more than once. Shouldn't you at least say something? Well, Nakai, not really that simple. Every student here has special needs. If it weren't for that, we would never school here. For example, I wouldn't keep you in your class if you're having trouble breathing, would I? But that's not... Muto cuts me off before I can even think about finishing my sentence. Ikazawa's case is very much like that, but instead of CPR or pacemaker, what she needs, time and space. The facility was made aware of this in the day she arrived here. Thus, if she feels the need to leave class, we let her do so. Even though she's an star pupil, she's passed all of her exams, so that doesn't affect her ability to study. Isn't that enough? I'm my mouth to protest, but I can't find a fault in his argument. While the condition does at first seem to be wholly physiological, its worse effects have been on her psyche. Still puts me off though. Isn't he just passing the responsibility of her problem? Surely she can't go on like this for her entire life. I understand you might have used this kind of thing yet. It's been a big change for you. That said, it's less than a year until graduation now. Maybe you won't have to get used to this school. If you keep your head down, I'm sure you'll do well enough in your exams. Let me nod, more to simply acknowledge that I'm listening out in agreement. I felt like I was getting used to this school, but it feels like it's just been thrown back in my face. But what about Hanako? I believe, well, I hope, she will get to perform well enough to do what she wants to do. Well, that is, I don't know. Not our students leave school with an idea what they want to do, unfortunately. They're scared to emphasise the last words if it wasn't clear enough already, and gives me a moment to mull over his words. Taking troubles in debut, and I doubt you'll be able to concentrate much after all. It's happened, so I'll take the rest of the day off. Grades have been good in all class so far, makes me think you won't have any trouble catching up on what we've been doing. He gives a little smile, along with praise, as if to make up for the seriousness of his lecturing before now. Don't collect your things, I'll see you tomorrow. Alright, thank you. Muto's roundabout speech has left my thoughts scattered. It's only close to working out what I can do to help Hanako. If anything, and my mind is more confused after what Muto said. I'm also still bothered by the fact that Hanako was helped at least as much by Shizune, her enemy by proxy, as by myself, but I don't know whether or not that's just male bravado or genuine concern. While I collect Hanako and my things from the class, I continue to try and sort out my things. What? Wait, did I actually read that right? No, I can't even go back anymore. Whatever. I want to say that I understand her, that I'm there for her, but while I might have been able to say that just yesterday, I can't say it now. Wish I could. I lay on my bed trying to collect my thoughts. After Hanako's panic attack, I found myself fundamentally reassessing the relationship we share and what I know about her. It's hard enough time dealing with 4 months in hospital. One look at her scars tells me that she was in there for a lot longer than I was. Be that as it may, I know next to nothing about her past. She told me about the house fire, but only its most basic way, with her family. Still haven't asked Lily about them. There hasn't been a good opportunity to bring it up. I don't know where she grew up or what her old school was like. None of her past friends, her wishes, her ambitions. Not even her taste in music, food, and movies. All the little things that I know about my old friends. Just what have I been doing for all this time with her and Lily? In the distance, I hear the bell sounding the end of class. With any luck, Lily will soon realise that neither Hanako and I are around. Return to the dormitories. My mobile phone starts ringing, cutting my thinking short. Quite startles me, as I've rarely been called since coming to Yamaku. Hello, Hasao Nakai speaking.
Oh, Hasao, I'm glad I found you. You aren't in any of our usual places, so I thought this would be the fastest way to contact you.
But we should have guessed it would be Lily, as she's one of the few people I've given my number to. Even through the phone, her voice sounds slightly on edge. Hanako and I left class early. She had some kind of panic attack. I go silent. Except for the background static, I would have thought that Lily had hung up on me.
I understand. Could you come by my room? I'd like to talk with you.
Sure, I'd appreciate the chance to have a bit of a talk, actually.
Good. I also have some bad news. I think we should discuss this in person.
It's hard to grasp the seriousness of the situation from Lily's tone. She sounds so calm most of the time, but that could be a good or bad thing, depending on how you look at it. Okay, I'll be right there. Oh, I don't like bad news. In fact, I collect Hanako's school things from my desk and head straight for Lily's room. I ran my knuckles on her door, and she soon calls me in. Lily sat at the table inside her room, looking a little worse for wear, except because of the bad news. With a gesture of invitation, I sit across from her and lay out Hanako's things on the table. Well, there's no point in either of us waiting. Would you mind going first, Asao? What happened today? Maybe the incident is already beginning to fade, but I explain the best I can to Lily. Finding Hanako's work with the group, Shizune and Misha's questioning, our foray to town, getting discovered, and the subsequent panic attack. And Shizune's reaction, almost as an afterthought, but Lily seems to take some kind of comfort in hearing about it. I guess rivals don't become rivals for no reason. Must be some history there, but now isn't the time to explore it. I see. She said her therapist sessions were helping, but I have my doubts. It's quite a shame. Her birthday has caused problems before, but I had hoped that she would have improved with you around in the most intensive therapy. Where is Hanako now? Last time I saw her, she was in the infirmary. Guess she's gone back to her room by now. Let's go fight the English if we take her lads. She wasn't in the library or the tea room when I checked, so I can only assume that too. You said you had some bad news. What's the matter? Does it concern Hanako? Lily shifts her position. The body's way of saying it's searching for the right words. My aunt has fallen gravely ill. I'm afraid I'm going to be heading back to Scotland to visit her and spend some time with my family. What? Is she alright? When do you leave? I'm not altogether sure of exactly how she's faring at the moment, although last I heard she was stable. I'll be leaving Saturday. It's the earliest flight that I could get. Stable? That's code for needs to stay in the hospital. I've been stable long enough to know that, and to know that it doesn't necessarily mean someone is in a good condition by merely treading water. On the upside, stable is much better than critical condition, or at least she's not on the brink of death. Stable. That's a relief. Yes, but this means I won't be here for Hanako's birthday. I wanted to tell you now so we could think up something before we told Hanako. After today's event, I'm not sure there is even going to be an issue if we simply cancel the party. I don't think that's such a good idea. Hanako already knows that we're planning a party now. To go back on that seems like the wrong thing to do. Also, we should do something for your going away, right? You make it sound as if I won't be coming back. If all goes well, I should only be away for a week, possibly two. I want a relief at least. With that in mind, what do you suggest then? Given the circumstances, I don't think karaoke is really appropriate. You're not going away for the greatest of reasons. Having too much fun would feel wrong. What did you do for her birthday last year? Last year, I literally couldn't get her out of her room. She locked the door. All I could do was leave food outside for her, making sure that she was at least eating well. This is perhaps the most depressed I've ever seen and heard Lily act. I feel sorry for her, given how defeated she must feel to be unable to help her closest friend. Perhaps it would be better to throw the party before you leave, then. That does sound like it would be the easiest option. I think you should at least tell Hanako both about your trip and her party, and I think in class as well. That's a good point. Should we go and visit her now? I think that would be a good idea. Part of me is dying to see Hanako. Poor choice of words. The last time I saw her, she looked like death walking. Stop talking about dying. And these last few hours have torn me apart just thinking about it. That was 3 times in one sentence, my friend. We are talking about our depressed friend who has tendencies for all 4 of the Doki girls. Why can we... Yep. Bad ending happens on 3, not 2. Bad ending... We're at 2, we're not at 3. Can't be bad ending yet. Knocking lightly, gets no response, but the door proves to be unlocked. Lily pauses for a moment, and the handle unexpectedly moves under her hand before opening the door. Hanako's room is startlingly bare and monotone. There's no decoration on the plain white walls, plain dark blue blankets, only a few books, papers, and purely utilitarian items on the shelf. Even her bedsheets are monochrome. The entire room feels as subdued as Hanako's character. Hanako herself is laid curled up on her bed. She may not be crying now, but her eyes are closed tightly to stop herself, and the tracks left by her tears are still reddened on her cheeks. Quietly walk in and set her bag down on the desk, afraid to startle her too much. Hello, Hanako. Miss Sarah's told me about what happened today. Are you alright? Hanako's eyes open, though only a little. She's still adorable, though, even though she's sad, and I just want to give her a hug. I'm okay. She tilts her head slightly to look at me, noticing my grimacing before I can hide it. Sorry for making you worry. Really, I'm fine now. She doesn't look or sound okay, but at least she seems more calm than she was before. She still looks as if the slightest breath could emotionally break her. Said it before, right? You don't need to be sorry for this. Sounds right. I shouldn't have hidden something like birthday celebrations from you. See Hanako shiver at the word. Lily picks up on the silence and that follows and crouches down to Hanako's level. I'm the one who should be sorry, Hanako. Hanako's eyes open to peer at Lily's. She looked at Lily for some time, taking in her face with those dark, analytical eyes of hers. Lily must have made the right impression on her, as Hanako recovers enough to prop herself up on the bed and shift her sitting on her side. Hanako worries about many things, but troubling others is foremost among them. Hearing Hanako shuffling, Lily moves forward and feels out the side of the bed, eventually taking a seat beside her and taking Hanako's left hand, both of hers. Feeling of me being out of place when the two are together lessened in the time that we've known each other, but still occasionally very much there. This is one of those times, I think. Lily, if you want me to go. I don't want that. Lily and I are both surprised at Hanako mustering her courage. A half-mumbled okay is all I can give her in reply. I take her desk chair to sit in. Hanako, I'm afraid I have some bad news. So Lily's going to break the news now. Hanako having affirmed our relationship so clearly, perhaps Lily thought the timing was good, or at least as good as it will ever be. My aunt has fallen ill, so I need to return to my family for a time. Concern replaces Hanako's remorseful expression. Your family? You mean Scotland, right? That's right. Akira and I will be leaving Saturday. So you're going away? I won't be gone for long, perhaps only a week or two. I'll be back before you know it, and Tessa will be here, right? That's right. I'm not going anywhere. Hanako seems to take only minor comfort in this, but she does manage to summon some resolve from somewhere inside her. Is your aunt going to be alright? I'm not sure. Silence falls. It's depressing that the thing to truly bring Hanako out of her rut is another misfortune. So I had to bring up another matter that brought us here to distract at least part of the dismal feeling perpetuating the room. Anyway, we were thinking that it would be a good idea to have a going away party for Lily. And it could double as, yeah. Calm myself off before mentioning her birthday, as that seems to be a trigger for some fierce emotions within her. Lily gives Hanako's hand a gentle squeeze. Is it alright by you, Hanako? Don't want to be anything lavish or overdone, just something small in my room. So just the school? Just us? That's right, just the three of us, if you like. I could ask Akira to come as well. Okay. You're only going for a week? 1 week or two, yes. I promise you it won't be any longer. Okay. Most people would be upset about hearing a friend's family member falling ill and happy at having a party, but with Hanako it seems that both events are on the same level. Right then, you look like you need a rest, Hanako, so it might be best if we all went back to our rooms for now. You know that if you ever want anything, you can always talk to me or Sal, right? Lily's voice is pensive, an unusual edge for someone as confident as herself in this. I understand. Thank you, Lily. Sal. Well then, good night, Hanako. Night. I let out a long breath after the door closed behind us. Feels like a little like I've been deep underwater, and only now have I been able to come up for air. Lily doesn't seem to be doing so well either. She looks pale and drawn. You alright? I'm just a little tired. It's been hectic recently. Have you slept at all? A little tired sounds like another statement given by how you look. Rude. I think I managed a couple of hours sleep before class. I'll be okay. I feel bad about pressing Lily right now. I think both of us are pretty tired from everything that's happened as well. You should get some rest. It's been a big day and staying up isn't good for your complexion. Thank you for your concern, Hisao. Good night, then. Okay, Lily. Night. I leave Lily in the hallway as she opens the door to her room and begins making my way to my own. It's all down the quiet hallway. I can't get that image of Hanako out of my mind. Huddled and pitiable, lying helpless with tears on her cheek. I begin to think that she was just a normal, if extremely shy person, but her problems run much deeper. Trying to take our relationship further than what we share now, when she's so fragile and vulnerable, wouldn't be right. I don't need to be more than her friend in order to protect her, and to try and stop anything like this ever happening again. The possibility of my feelings for her going beyond that doesn't matter anymore. Hanako is precious to me, and that's why I can't take advantage of her. But even so, it's still a sting I feel when I think that way. For now, I need to sleep. Tomorrow, hopefully, will be a better day. Well, there's no one talking about any stagnating air, so that's a good thing. Hanako is more noticeable in her absence than when she's in the room. I feel her empty desk calling out for me. I found myself peering over my shoulder, endlessly hoping that I'm hallucinating. Hanako will magically appear. She makes sure she's a small presence as possible when she attends class, and although she's been getting better recently, that fact never changes. Nobody ever pays her any heed in class. Now that she's not here... back up. Back up. How do I back up? There we go. Maybe I've paid her in heat in class. Now she's not here, they don't notice her absence, as if she just never existed. Lily did say that her skipping class was an unusual thing before I met her, but it's still very off-putting. Bells heralding the end of school makes me jump from my seat. It's only now that I notice Misha is prodding me in the side with her mechanical pencil to get my attention. Hello? Is anybody there? Hey, stop that. Ah, there we are. Welcome back to Earth, you-chan. What are you talking about? You keep on dazing off into space. I was beginning to think you might be trying to contact alien life. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I don't doubt Misha's word. I'm not sure whether it was due to my medicine side effects, Hanako's panic attack yesterday, my worrying about her in general, or all three. I yawned tiredly before resting my chin on my palm, and being reminded of how badly I slept. Hey, are you really alright? Yesterday kinda rattled me as well. Yeah, I guess. I wanted to speak to Hanako again, though. Did you see her last night? Yeah, Lily and I talked to her. This may sound a bit weird, but can you tell Shizune thank you from both me and Lily? No, Lily technically didn't thank Shizune, but I could tell by her reaction last night she wanted to. At least that's how it worked out of my head. that quick reaction is like, I think what Shi-chan is trying to say is, you're welcome. Furious signing at Shizune's reddened cheeks tells me that what she said was entirely different. Her blatantly flustered expression is amusing enough to make me chuckle. Sure is. What's so funny, Yi-chan? Was something we said? No, it's not that. I'm simply thinking about how cute Shizune can be at times. You're right, Shi-chan. You're right. Shi-chan really is cute when she tries not to be. Notice if Misha decides not to sign her response to Shizune. Maybe Shizune's rage is enough of a counter to any quantity of cute. Nevertheless, Shizune quickly calms down and signs something else to Misha. Oh, okay. Shi-chan wants you to come and have dinner with us. Dinner, eh? Turning away from them a bit, less to be swayed by their pleading smiles, than to mull it over. The invitation's certainly tempting. Takeaway dinner, 2 cute girls is not a bad thing after all. Thought of Hanako locked up in her room, though, keeps dancing on the edge of my mind. Sorry, I'll have to pass. Ah? Misha doesn't sign my response, but Shino picks up an easy enough and grimaces in disappointment. She swings her arms, assumedly beginning some form of either protest or coercion, stops herself and taps Misha's shoulder twice. Once she gives Shizune her attention, the only statement Shizune has in the matter is a shrug. Oh well, it's your choice, Yi-chan. Promise I'll join you 2 another time if that helps. Misha perks up at this, but Shino doesn't share a reaction. With a flick of the head of signal, Misha follows her away. She simply raises her hand to silently wave me goodbye. As the two make their way out the door, I return the gesture until they're out of sight. To think they'd be so disappointed, it makes me feel a little bad ditching them. Still, I have things to do. So weird, really. The more I play through this story, like, Lily, Misha, Shizune, and Hanako are all involved in this story, you know? It feels like Emi and Rin are just in a completely different game, you know? Like, he mentioned Emi once. No, he mentioned Emi twice, and he mentioned Rin once. And that was it. Like, and when I was doing their story, I saw Misha every now and then because she was in my class, you know, and Hanako walked in the class late or whatever, but they weren't really a part of the story. And now all of a sudden it's like everyone's a part of the story, like, you know, except for Rin and Emi. It's all weird. Anyway, girls' dormitory is especially rowdy today, with a number of girls loudly playing games and watching the television in the common room on the first floor. You hear their voices even now, standing in front of Hanako's door. It's a little contrast to the emptiness of the floor she's on. The voices from below make the emptiness feel all the more lonely. Yeah, they really are. I'd hoped Hanako would be in class today, especially after the talk Lily and I had with her last night, but I feel like I shouldn't hold it against her. Pretty awful episode, and I have to experience it firsthand. It must be the worst. Yeah, especially Rin. Rin is like completely just cut off from everyone. Not knowing what stage she's in, take a small breath before getting a few sharp knocks on her brown door. All I can do is stand and wait, doing my best not to feel anxious. As the second wears on, I begin to think she might be asleep and didn't hear me knocking. Diana rattles a little before I can raise my hand to knock again, though. Door opens, a sliver, an eye appears in the gap, only large enough for it to peer through. Though I'm sure this girl would install a peephole in a dormitory door if only such things were allowed. I just stand and smile at her. I don't think words would really help here after all. The actress returned, with Hanako wordlessly looking at me, the gap not wide enough to see her expression, and I can only guess what she is thinking. Time passed, we look at each other, and the only sound being the disembodied gaiety from the ground floor. Not sure how long it takes, eventually the eye moves away. You're wondering whether she'll let me in or shut me out until the door slowly begins to creak open. Now that I have a full view of her in her bedroom behind, the first thing I notice is that Hanako's hair is quite damp. She's recently showered, which makes it even more obvious by the scent of shampoo wafting towards me. Look on her face seems one of more curiosity, as if she's not really sure what to make of me. Even so, I'm not really all sure what she's thinking. Feels as if she's gone away for a long time, and having now returned, neither of us knows what to say to the other. Hanako realises she's staring, looking away awkwardly before turning to her side and gazing at her feet. So I take that as an invitation to step past her to the room, closing the door behind me as I do so. I see her hands fiddling in the folds of the oversized gown that hang from her shoulders. I try to concentrate on what I want to say, but the scent from her addles... Oh, addles my senses. Right, sorry, I read that wrong. To my surprise, it's not me, but Hanako that breaks her silence. Why? Because, why did I come here? I was worried about Hanako, so I came to her room. She let me in, as I had hoped, and then what? What did I mean to do? What did I mean to say? Why didn't I think this through before coming here? I want to make up for what I feel I caused, at least partly. I want to try and remove the distance I feel between us. Then, and then to see her happy. How can I do that when I don't know the first thing about her? I wonder, This is how Hanako felt when she saw me lying in that sterile pastel blue hospital bed. He's mentioned Hanako a few times in this playthrough so far. We haven't received their letter yet. I'm curious to see how he reacts to it. Deep sigh steadies my nerves a little bit, and it ends my stammering. I don't think I've ever felt this nervous around someone before. I'm like this. I don't think I can lie. Even if I could bring myself to, Hanako would see through it right away. I don't know. I just wanted to see you, I guess. I think I stopped moving, giving me a little surprise. Looking at her face, she gives a sweet smile and a nod. Oh, satisfactory. That was a satisfactory answer for her? Since you're here, I'd like to play a game of chess with you. I always hang my head in disbelief that she wants to do, after all I've been winding myself up to, is play a game. Look at her face, though, tentatively smile. Perched upon it, I realise this is more than that. She could have not bothered answering the door. She could have shut it as soon as she saw my face. She could have asked me to leave. Yeah, okay, I guess that makes some sense. She could have rejected me at many points, but she didn't. Now with a calm face, she wants me to play the same game that we played when we first really spent time together. A feeling of relief washes over me. Everything will be alright. Hanako has let me into our world. As long as we can be together like this, I think everything will be alright. It would be my pleasure. But does she have a chessboard? Because you haven't given her the birthday present yet. Wasn't that the whole point? That there's a chessboard in the other room, but not... Whatever. The day of Hanako's birthday party is finally here. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing Hanako and Lily in their pyjamas again. That's not... Okay. Hanako's gown has grown on me, looking rather cute, though a bit conservative, and Lily's shorts and the silken top are a lovely combination. But the evening is stained a little with the memory of Hanako's reaction to it. I still don't really understand what happened, only being able to vaguely guess at the possible reasons for it, but I don't think finding the answers will be as straightforward as asking her. With that in mind, I knock on the door next to Hanako's. Is that you, Hisao? Yeah, it's me. I can hear the pitter-patter of footsteps coming to the door, followed by the sound of a lock snapping open. I've never seen Lily's door locked before, and it makes me a little suspicious. Once the door opens, the sight is a little underwhelming for a birthday party. Hanako returns to her seat at the table with a quick smile and a nod, leaving me to close, and assuming they want to keep that way, lock the door. As I do so, I realise the scene before me is that of an evening tea party, just like any other between the two. Somehow I don't think I should be surprised. To my relief, Hanako looks relatively calm. Break from class has probably done her good, and given her time to wind down a bit. Which do you prefer, pyjama party in room 225 or lunch on the roof? Oh, that's a tough... I mean, you're asking me to compare two different things. Like, lunch on the roof is you know, I've got to compare that to lunch in the tea room, and I still don't know which one I prefer. I don't know. Lunch on the roof is always fun and kooky. You know, everyone's always happy up there. Whereas it always feels like here it's mellow, it's more chill. I know, it's pretty chill on the roof, honestly. I probably prefer a lunch on the roof. Probably. Take a seat between the two and at the low table in the centre of Lily's room. A brightly coloured teapot steaming away between us. The little brown bag closes Lily's side, catches my attention. I covertly try to glance inside a couple of times, but I can't get a good look from here. Looking to Hanako, seems like she's as curious about them as I am. Hey, Lily. Lily finishes off the teacup and raises her lips while settling down to give me her attention. Yes? I was just wondering about that brown bag. She pauses for a moment and gives a slight cheeky smile. That will be Akira's present. Unfortunately, she said she was working and can't join us. So I'm guessing I'm only going to get to meet Akira in Lily's room. Lily leans over and fills out the item inside before raising her arm. I raise an eyebrow, as two items, not one, rise in the bag. The glass necks are grasped by Lily on one side of her middle finger, so this is why she had her door locked. Wine. There are two small fuds as the bottle was brought to the rest of the table, one red and one white. I want to believe this is a fake non-alcoholic wine, but if it was, there wouldn't be any need to be this circumspect. Alcohol? Seriously? Are you sure this is a good idea? Lily smiles politely and giggles. I'm not really convinced that she is. These will be the present from my sister. I know it's a bit questionable, but a little shouldn't hurt. Lily took serious issue with it. I don't think she'd have agreed quite so easily. That aside, I had Akira squared as a serious responsible type, maybe like an older Lily. It looks like I was wrong. We aren't even legally able to drink yet. And Shizune's, that's interesting. I'm no connoisseur, but at least the bottles look nice. And apart from a surreptitious glass of wine or two given from my father at family dinners, I haven't really had enough to know what's what. That, and I can't really say that I'm a total straight-edge, going by Hanako's expression, she's thinking the same. It's her birthday anyway. Shall I open one? Sure, I'll get... Ooh. My heart skips as I hear 3 sharp bang come from Lily's door. Hanako's head flicks around and Lily's eyes are closed as she listens intently. None of us want to be busted for this. Who is it? Let me in, I'm cold. Lily lets out a resigned sigh before motioning to Hanako to open the door. I don't know who voice that was, so... Kira's the coolest character in the game, and you kind of would love to have beer with. I don't even like beer. I hate all alcohol, so... I can just see a blonde, dark-suited figure. Oh, okay. I'm guessing this is the sister. I can see a blonde, dark-suited figure become visible over Hanako's shoulder as she opens the door. Happy birthday, Hanako! Thank you, Akira. Oh, wait, no, Akira, right. I was going to try and do the fucking Lucky Star character, and I don't know how I voice still. I could get a small bow while twiddling. A bow while twiddling. Sorry, I read that as bow. No, it's spelled the same to be fair. Twiddling her fingers in front of her. So, this is Lily's elusive sister. Okay, she does look pretty cool. I like the eyes. They're like the glaring red eyes. That looks pretty cool. Kira follows Hanako to the table after shutting the door behind her, giving me plenty of time to have a good look at her. She looks to be about the same height as Hanako, has short blonde hair that's quite roughly cut. In addition to her rather modest breasts, masculine suit and deep voice gives her quite an androgynous effect. Without further ado, she plops herself down on the side of the table across from me. It's nice to have your company after all, Akira. Did work let you off? Yep, I gotta go back down there in a bit, but I managed to get enough of a break to drive down. So, this'll be Hisao then. A confident smile gets thrown my direction, so I nod politely in return. Considering she just jumped straight to using my first name, she's much more informal than her appearance would suggest. Wait, if she already knows who I am, that must mean Lily's talked about me with her. I wonder what she said. Sorry for not introducing you, Hisao. This is Akira Sato, my elder sister. Oh, and she has the best name colour. I mean, yeah, red's the best colour. No question. Nice to meet you. The person in question loudly claps her hands together, making Hanako jump a little bit. Kira notices this and looks uneasy for a fraction of a second before getting back into her stride. Only now to realise that Kira hasn't paid Hanako's scars any undue attention. Hanako also seems to be comfortable, if not exactly relaxed around Akira. Well then, I assume the presents got through. No point in waiting, considering Hisao and the birthday girl look like they're pretty eager. Lily giggles and I awkwardly turn away, a little embarrassed by the fact that I couldn't hide my interest. Hanako's eyes are telling me that she wants to try the wine together with me, though, so I settle for looking badly feigned indifference. Kira managed to uncork the first bowl with a small effort, and Hanako goes to get some glasses before I get to pour the four of them of white wine. I heard somewhere that white wine has less alcohol than red wine, so I think it would be the best to start with. Here's to Hanako and to Lily's trip. Cheers, cheers. I just gave him a manly voice there for a second. Cheers. After the traditional raising of our glasses, we take a sip of the pale yellow liquid. Nothing like the stuff I've had with my parents. The fruitiness of the flavour is almost entirely hiding the taste of alcohol. Maybe this is what proper wine is supposed to taste like. Then again, it's possible that Akira just chose wine which would be suited for our taste, since none of us are used to alcohol yet. Or at least I hope none of us are. This isn't too bad. I was expecting something harsher. If you hadn't liked it, I had a few other varieties you could have chosen from. Oh, no, you know your stuff when it comes to wines. Only a bit. I'm more of a beer kind of person. The drinking side down pat, though. As if to prove her point, she refills her glass before bringing it to her lips and flicking her head back. Hanako and I silently watch as the whole glass will disappear down Akira's throat. I can't decide whether to be impressed or put off, but I certainly don't have any urge to imitate the act. Lily grimaces slightly as her sister's boat, and I note that she's sipping from her glass. She does so, though. Anyway, now that Akira's gift has been opened and sampled, shall we move on to ours? Gifts? That's right, we got you presents. It's your birthday after all. This is from me. Lily pulls out the carefully wrapped doll from under the table and passes it to Hanako. I thought they were Scottish and Irish. Hanako handles the present as if it were glassware, carefully turning it over to remove the tape that binds the wrapping. Eventually, the paper falls on the doll, revealing the emerald green of the doll's dress. It's beautiful. I'm not sure what reaction I was expecting from Hanako, and the total lack of dolls in her room made me think she didn't care about them. But look at her eye now, it's something different. She turns the doll around with the same delicacy she afforded the wrapping, as if she was expecting it to fall apart in her hands. I'm glad that you like it. Hisao picked it out, to be honest. Hanako suddenly remembers that she's not alone in the room, and shifts her focus from the doll. Yes, I like it. Thank you, Lily and Hisao. Actually, I got you something else. I reached into my bag and removed the wrapped chess set. Here, happy birthday. Hanako carefully sits Lily's doll next to her, and I open my present with the same care she showed Lily's. Before long, the checkered square of the chessboard are visible, and Hanako gently runs her fingers across the carved surface. Oh, Almost by accident, she triggers the catch on the lid, startling herself in the process. She opens it, retrieves one of the grey pieces. She seems as absorbed in the chess pieces as she was in the doll before. A coral. Natural coral. Undyed. Oh, so I'm told. Thank you, Hisao. No problem. It's your birthday after all. That's right. My birthday. Once again, Hanako's reaction seems a little off, but carefully closes the board lid. I notice Akira's smile begins to look very strange. I wonder if she knows anything about what happened in class, given that she seems to be treading on eggshells around Hanako. I'll have to play with you again sometime. I'll make sure I play you first. Aw, she's so cute. She takes the doll she received from Lily and holds it to her chest, together with a small chessboard, putting the piece on top. The act seems to settle her down somewhat, and we just sit in silence for a while. Oh, I see what they mean. The doll really does look like Lily. I think it's one of the few times I've seen her genuinely happy, cradling the friendship of two people to her chest as tightly as she can. She's so cute. Thank you, Lily. Thank you, Hisao. In the process of thanking us, Hanako drops the chess piece and fumbles it a bit, rushed to retrieve it. When she finds it, Hanako puts the chess set down and nervously gulps her wine as if it's the real world suddenly brought back to her consciousness, and her fastest escape from it was in a glass. Hey there, easy. You shouldn't drink it that fast. It's a party, Hisao. Despite saying that, there was a slightly concerned edge to her voice. Eventually, Eventually doing something, Lily proceeds to follow Hanako's lead, though not as eagerly. She looks to be taking small sips from a glass and letting the wine settle on her tongue before swallowing. I decided this is probably the best approach to do the same myself. So this is kind of going away party for you as well. I hope you enjoy your trip at least a little, Lily. Hopefully your aunt will be okay. I hope your aunt is okay too, Lily. Lily and I are slightly taken aback by Hanako's fervour to wish Lily well, despite her own familiar situation. I'm a little impressed. My, thank you both. I'm sure to convey your thoughts to my family when I meet them. It'll be all fine by the end, Lily. Don't worry about it. Since the room's mood has become noticeably more solemn, I decided to move things along. Well then, shall we start on the cake? My tentative suggestion has the intended effect, and everyone lightens up considerably. Yes, please. Cake? I didn't know there was any cake. I picked one up before I came, along with some snacks. Well done, Hisao. At least one of us remembered to bring one. Everyone seemed to welcome the distraction, so I retrieved the cake from my bag and started cutting it up. I mean, of course, if I'm gonna hang out with Best Girl, I guess we have to have cake, right? Mixing wine and chocolate cake isn't something that I thought that would work well. None of us seemed to mind. I just realised, isn't tasting wine something that Yuri suggested anyway? This story is just pulling out all the little things I'd even forgotten about from the other game. Maybe it's just that all visual novels are the same. I haven't really played any others, so I guess we'll find out in the future. If we start playing fucking Hatoful Boyfriend and then characters start fucking reading poems to each other, bird poems, then then I'm gonna start to get a little bit sus. Conversation is temporarily suspended as we start to eat. I was initially wary of this idea. After Hanako's panic attack, I expected the worst from tonight, but I think Lily's idea of having good memories of her birthday is working. That, and also having shared it with her going away party. From Hanako's reaction to her gifts, I can tell she was really appreciative. I'm fully aware it's like a parody, but I feel like I don't know. I guess it's hard for me to comment on it considering I've never played any other VNs. No. It's not necessarily that they love reading that's got me. It's well, I guess the weird thing about it is, so like with Doki, I specifically comment on how realistic the characters are, despite the fact the entire intention is that they're supposed to not be. Like Monica saying they're not real or whatever. Whereas in this game, I sort of get that same feel of, oh yeah, they're clearly characters with predefined paths. It didn't really feel like that in the other one, despite the fact they literally kept doing the same things over and over. I don't really know how I can explain that better, but whatever. Hanako tries to a gift and so she's really appreciative. Hanako tries to pour herself another glass of wine, but ends up spilling some on the table. She's had a couple by now, so considering she's never had alcohol before, it's no wonder she's feeling a little lightheaded. Sorry, Lily. I didn't mean to make a mess. Don't worry, I've got it. Lily reaches sideway and gently takes the fussing Hanako in her arms, giving me a pause. Oh my god, it's so cute! I might die of cuteness. Can I join in? Group hug? Group hug? Oh my god. It's okay, Hanako. I'm just happy you're here. Hanako gives only a faint nod in response. It's fitting, I suppose, that Lily would be the one to support her like this. No idea what Hanako would be like if she hadn't. Seeing the two like this makes me appreciate the fact that I'm privy to such an intimate moment. Even Akira can't help but smile at the sight. Never would have thought I'd managed to find new friends so quickly, and I'm all the more thankful of the people that these two are the two I befriended. They slowly break off from one another, Hanako regaining herself somewhat, while I quickly get myself back on task. Yeah, it's definitely the small things. I think you know what? Actually, I think I've just worked out exactly why. I've just worked it out. It took me seconds. I was like, well, they kept doing the same thing, but even though we kept repeating through the same story, every single time you do it, there's slight differences. Like even if I've replayed the game now, there will be slight differences in each playthrough. And it's all those tiny little differences of things that happen that make them feel real. Because even if you try to reenact the same day every single day of your life, something would be different, right? Like you wouldn't do exactly the same thing. You wouldn't in exactly the same way because they have those little differences. Because you kept replaying it and seeing what they do. It's like yes, they're doing the same sort of thing, but something is changing. You know, like where you're talking to Yuri about her book and you say, "Oh, this character reminds me of you," and she's like, "Oh, you know." That's funny. Why does it remind me of you? And then you do it again, and she's like, "Oh God, no! I'm nothing like this character." You know, it's like that completely contrasting, like the little things. It's the little things. In this game, they're always going to do the same thing, I guess. So, and you only play for it once. Like the beginning bit, you play through multiple times, but it's always the same. That's probably what it is. Find a towel among Lily's tea set and start mopping up the spillage. By the time I finish, however, Hanako and Lily have managed to uncork the other bottle and have topped off their glasses. Wow, these girls just getting drunk. Looks like you're enjoying the wine then. Just don't go too crazy with it after this, mind. We all dutifully nod and agree, but her reminder feels a bit silly given that she's the one supplying the underage people with alcohol. Second glass of wine goes down a lot quicker than the first. Oh my God, you can tell how drunk Hanako is right now. She's just staring at her like, oh dear. Actually, even Lily looks a bit tipsy. Before any of us notice, second bottle is empty. While Akira is helping us finish them off, Hanako looks to be almost equaling her in the amount she's had. Maybe it feels a little light, but I think I've managed to gauge my own tolerance surprisingly well. For once, unlike when you drink whiskey on the roof. Hanako smiles lazily, toying with her doll's hair. I think it's a pretty safe bet that she hasn't moderated herself well at all. I don't think it was Hanako's intention to get this drunk, but it seems that the alcohol hit her all at once. She had a very light frame, something which wouldn't have helped her handle booze well either. Lily cradles her glass, running her finger around the rim. Her cheeks are rosy, but she's managing to avoid looking woefully drunk. Kira is, as I somewhat expected, largely unaffected. Her smile might be a little wider than before, though, maybe. Hanako suddenly hiccups, and Axel knocks over the doll. I think I should maybe go to bed. Thank you, Sal. Thanks, Lily and Akira. She slurs Akira's name pretty hard, barely avoiding breaking out into a giggle midway through. She's completely plastered, and I can't decide whether I should feel a little bad for not being, or not for being amused at the state she's in. It's really bizarre to see her acting so carefree. It's a shame that we only got there with the help of alcohol. Yeah, no, that's yeah, very good, I suppose. Yeah, definitely. Here, let me give you a hand. Kira begins to get up to help Hanako out, but she stops when Lee gives a sharp cough. Miss Al, would you please? Kira looks a little surprised, and I have to admit that I am as well. I don't mind the request at all, let alone when it's said with such a smile. It just comes rather unexpectedly. Sure, no problem. Oh, Lily, that was... I'm not sure I agree with that. I just realised what she's done. Oh, okay. I'm guessing we got a scene on our hands. Pick up the chess set, help Hanako stand up. I do feel somewhat responsible for her, considering that other than Akira, I'm probably the most sober person in the room. She nurses the doll in one hand and offers me the other. We stumble out the door and into the hallway and into Hanako's room, Hanako bumping into me a number of times on the way. Inside the room, we flick on the light, and Hanako turns her attention towards a shelf on a dresser. An elegant doll is sitting on it, staring into the bare room. There you go, you'll be safe in here. Hanako gingerly places the doll next to the other one and straightens its dress. Good job, Lee. My first time drinking, I was 2 years old. That was probably also my last time drinking. There you go. I don't have any alcohol stories, sorry. Sit in silence, hair and clothes perfectly arranged, just like the teapot in Lily's room. They serve as a distinct contrast to the dull whites and greys that permeate her bedroom. Satisfied that her dolls, her only two real possessions, are safe, mate, what the fucking board game you just bought her? Hanako takes a step back and stands up, staggering severely. I step forward to catch her if need be, but she regains her balance without my help. For a while, both of us stand in silence. Hanako looks downwards towards the cupboard. After a minute or two, she begins to sway a little from side to side. It's very off-putting. Are you going to be alright? Hanako raises her head, turns around to me as if she don't just remembered that I'm also in the room. Oh god. What's unexpected is that she takes 2 steps towards me and wraps her arm around my body, her head coming to rest against my chest. Yeah, I know. I agree. I just dislike alcohol in general. I'm pretty sure I've said that before though, so I won't linger on it. I can feel my heart beating, as all my senses feel like they're coming alive again after they're deadening through the previous drinking. The smell of wine in her breath, the feeling of her fingers through my clothing, the scent of her hair underneath my chin. I'd rather heal people. Yeah, exactly, right? My hands remain out in front of me, not daring to touch her. The temptation is there to hug her, to embrace her, to tell her everything will be fine. But this was wrong. Really, really wrong. Hanako? But I wanna stay with you and Lily. I go slurring, reminds me a bit of Misha. She probably wouldn't be pleased to hear that. You know I can't. You're a girl and I'm a guy, after all, and Lily needs to sleep. that pouty face. Oh, fuck.
Oh, I fucking just headbutted metal. Oh. Ow. Why does she pouty face at me?
Oh, that's my one weakness.
Damn it. Ow. I'm actually in pain.
Just give me a second. Fuck. I forgot there was a fucking banister right behind me. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna hold my head for a while we play. She gives a disappointed groan. It's so strange for her to act so forward. Don't worry, I'll see you again tomorrow, okay? Said to rest a hand on her head to reassure her, deciding that this is as far as I'll allow myself to go in terms of physical contact with her while she's in this state. And I go his head and nuzzles against my chest. It makes me feel all the more uneasy with this situation as her arms tighten around my back. I quickly decide to bail out. Press my hands on her shoulder, give a firm but gentle push. Her grip tightens a little as I do, but she eventually breaks off. I don't want you to go. You need to go to the nurse. Yeah, maybe. Hanako, please. Akira and Lily are going to start thinking weird stuff if I take too long here. It's perfectly true, too. I really don't want to take any chances, and I feel very uncomfortable right now. Shouldn't try to read anything into the way she's acting right now. I read that aside from alcohol lowering inhibitions, people can react to getting drunk in many different ways that don't necessarily reflect reality. And even without that, there are plenty of ways to interpret what she's saying. As long as she's safe, I'm going to try and get out of her room as soon as possible. Hanako hiccups again, looking a right mess as she stands, looks downcast in the centre of the room. Personality changed as she drank more and more. And now all alone in her room with me, her previous brightness seems to have left her. Was she just acting upbeat to make sure we didn't worry? Even if she was, what could I possibly do for her, since I do exactly the same thing in regards to my own condition? Distancing myself from my thoughts, I eventually managed to corral Hanako towards her bed, though any attempts to tame the wild sheets on it end up accomplishing little. Sorry about tonight, Hanako. I know you probably won't remember any of this, but happy birthday. I'm sorry I couldn't do more for you. She looks up at me for a moment. I have no idea what I actually said got through to her, but any chance to ask her is lost as her eyes peacefully close. Sigh of relief before quietly backing away from her, leaving the room, flicking the light switch off as I go. Hesitate a little before opening the door to Lily's room again. Quickly rehearsing what I should say if I get questioned about Hanako. After a few seconds, I still can't come up with anything. Open the door and make sure to close it behind me, lest any passing students catch a glimpse of the wine before turning my attention to the 2 girls at the lower table. Kira's casually smiling, as is Lily. I welcome the change in the mood in Hanako's room. Is that you, Asao? Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. She's sleeping now. That's good. I have to admit that I hadn't thought she'd drink quite as much. Hey, it's fine. She's safe and she's tucked up in bed now. Well, the way she is. She awkwardly trails off, though Lily and I would hardly protest. Someone so anxious and fearful, drinking would give an easy out for those constant feelings. Wish I could do more for her. I feel useless. Looking at Lily, I think back to what I asked myself in town. My relationship with her is that of a friend, and has only ever felt that way. But now I think I know why. Lily's been there for both Hanako and me since I first met her. She's like that for everyone, trying to do her best to make them feel better. Never mind. Then what's the bond between me and Hanako? After rescuing our relationship following a panic attack, universally triggered during class, I feel like we're back to being friends, but she's on my mind more and more. I can't say I view any other girl quite the same way, but maybe it's just a normal reaction to someone acting like this. Say Akira. She yawns before looking at me. It's getting pretty late. You know about what happens with Hanako, don't you? Yeah, Lily told me. I negotiated pretty hard for a break so I could come down and help make her birthday a bit brighter. We get along pretty well. Tried to hear that from someone who is extroverted as her, but if Hanako came to know her through Lily, maybe she had time to get used to Akira. On that note, I better get going. I'm already gonna be a bit late as it is.
But it's already so late.
Sorry, we got a bunch of work dropped on us, so overtime it is. She levers herself up with a grunt and heads past me towards the door. Just before she leaves, she turns back towards us. You haven't forgotten about the time of the flight and all the rest.
Don't worry, I have everything ready. It's just a matter of packing when it gets close to time to leave.
Atta girl, see you guys later then. And with that, she disappears through the door with a hand held high in farewell. Your sister is something, alright. I probably should have thought that comment through before saying it. Regardless, Lily seems quite amused by my appraisal. You okay after all that drinking? Not wasted and just hiding it well?
I assure you, I am quite all right. I can moderate myself. You seem quite self-possessed as well, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, well, I guess your moderation applies to me as well. With a little hesitation, I take a seat at the table in front of Lily. I want to address this directly for no other reason than to settle my own thoughts. I've been meaning to ask this, but it took me a while to make up my mind. Do you have any idea about what triggered that panic attack? I gathered it was something to do with her birthday, but I don't know anything more. Even Akira is being really careful around her, so I assume she knows as well. Lily's smile drops. The gaiety of her birthday party is now well and truly over.
To be honest, I'm not sure of all the details myself. Hanako told you that she was in a house fire. She told me as much after we met and spent a lot of time together. Other than that, she quite simply never told me.
She never told you?
Assuming the worst, what does she have to look back upon? A life of isolation, possibly even the death of her family, maybe even going as far as blaming her existence for their deaths.
Even think about what little I know of Hanako's past is bleak. To have lived through all that and to live on with those memories must be infinitely worse. Lily looks similarly depressed, but I can see her rebuild at least some of her composure before my eyes. Get the feeling that both of us are talking more frankly than we might otherwise do, thanks to the wine. But it feels like just talking this out is a good thing anyway. I feel kind of helpless about it. When it's put like that, what can I possibly do for her?
I'm not wholly sure I should tell you this, but Hanako told me that you visited her the day after we both went to check on her. I must admit that I did not predict she would take such a step so quickly after what happened, nor did I expect you to. I think it was a nice gesture on your part.
It wasn't much, really. It's just, at times like this, sometimes I think it would be better if we just never had to leave Yamaku, or at least this town. It's so much easier without others around. I expect Lily to look quite so troubled with what I said, and for a while she looks lost in thought. She waits to speak, but stops herself as soon as she does, and rethinks. It's a bit off-putting.
I think... Tell me, do you have anything planned for Friday evening?
Friday evening? No. You know, flight to Scotland next day. I don't think it'd be a good idea to tie yourself out before we even get there.
He'll be alright. Don't worry about me. I'd do this tomorrow evening, but I imagine Hanako will be feeling rather off for a while.
Thought of how she's going to be tomorrow makes me grimace. Maybe we should count our blessings if she didn't end up simply throwing up from drinking so much while having a low tolerance. Well, I'm going to be able to attend whatever you're planning. What is it?
Nothing unusual, I assure you. Just a little excursion. And you better be off, Hisao. I can't imagine it long until curfew is here.
Oh damn, curfew. I completely forgotten. Look at the clock next to Lily's bed. It seems to be some oddity without written numerals, which is supposed to make sense given Lily's condition. Not wanting to risk holy security patrol giving me a scolding, get up and decide to go to my dorm, as she says. Well then, I guess I'll see you and Hanako tomorrow, assuming that both of you manage to get up in the morning.
Thank you for your concern, Hisao. Until then.
As that, I made my way out of her door and into the hallway. Hope our idea will be a good one. Okay then. Is it me, or is that the first time that we had music in this game for a while? I don't actually know if you guys can hear music. I've realised because normally you can't. But I'm pretty sure it's been musicless for a while. Oh. Okay. Hammering of a fist against the door feels like a nail being pounded into my head. Once, twice, 3 times. I let out a long, annoyed breath and bear it while pressing my eyelids shut, fervently hoping for whoever it is to just go away. Probably damned awful. My face feels like it cast of lead, my arms feel heavy, and I feel very queasy. It's been like this since I woke up half an hour ago, and I can't summon the energy to pick myself up out of bed. So this is what they call a hangover. I wonder if perhaps it's best treatment for teenagers who desperately want to try drinking. It's a way to feel like an adult. Considering how unpleasant this is, not something I want to repeat. Okay, yeah, so, yeah. Here's fun strings out again. Reverberating around the small room. Wish they'd just give up already. I have no intention of getting out of bed for them. Seconds passing into minutes. Since no more knocks coming to the door, whoever it was must have left. Thank goodness. Looking at my clock, the time when I really should be thinking about getting dressed and ready for class is approaching. I don't think I can manage it though. I hate cutting class, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get much done at this rate. I can tell I look like a mess without needing to look in the mirror and confirm it too. Morning rush has given me enough time to stand outside the classroom for a little while without looking too suspicious. Muto doesn't ask any awkward questions about my not attending school yesterday. I was sick, that much is true, but just the reasons for it I have to hide. Confident I can get by with a tactical admission of certain truths, I stride into the classroom and do my best to appear normal. Inside I open the door, take a single step in, I feel a dozen eyes looking at me. There's no way I'm imagining this, they're not even making any attempt to hide it. I take a quick sweep around the classroom and I spot Hanako. Make eye contact momentarily before she looks down and stares very hard at her desk. Did she spill the beans? Muto may be okay as far as teachers go, but underage drinking on campus is not exactly something that would be taken lightly. I looked at him with some trepidation.
Feeling better today?
Yeah, thank you. He motioned me to take my seat. My legs feeling like sticks, so carry me there. It's going to be a long day. Since the lunch bell rings, I'm on my way to Hanako's desk to ask her what's going on. Hanako, did you tell? She looks up and shakes her head. That's a big relief. It's just... Just?
Well, hello there, Hee-chan. It's nice to see you again today.
Oh god, she's doing the fucking cone at her face. I grimace and turn towards the unmistakable voice coming from behind me. I was way too upbeat of a tone of voice to be comfortable, even for Misha. Misha's happy smile is nothing out of the usual. Shune, though, is a very bad sign. When she wears has become notchable into my brain as her "I've got you 7 waves from Sunday" smile. Hi, Shizune, Misha. You, look happy to see me.
Not feeling well yesterday, Hee-chan?
No, I wasn't. I'm feeling better now, at least.
That's good to know, Hee-chan.
I get the feeling that Shizune is leading me into a trap. Sounds like you're not being completely serious.
Oh no, Hee-chan. We're genuinely pleased that you're all better now.
Shizune is positively overflowing with happiness. There's only one reason she would be like this. Oh no.
In fact, we were quite worried about you. After all, you, Hanako, and Lily were all absent on class on the same day.
Yep, she's got us. So thoroughly that all I can do is sigh in defeat. Guess you have your own theories about this. Could you just kinda not tell anyone?
It's a bit late for that, Hee-chan.
I suppose she's right, considering the look I got as I entered the class. Still, things only seem to be at the level of vague suspicion rather than outright accusation, so it'll probably be fine. Hanako's face sinks a little further. Such attention is troublesome enough for me, let alone for her. Going by Shizune and Misha's reactions, I think they noticed this as well.
The only reason we're giving you such a hard time is that you ignored us yesterday morning.
Yesterday morning? It was a while to recollect what happened then, given the haze induced a generally awful state I was in at the time. Alright, the knocking, that was you two?
It was, and you left us there for ages after we'd taken all the effort to come out to your dormitory early in the morning.
Sorry, I was having a problem with nausea? Problem with nausea. That face when you know we will never get Detective Misha Route. Maybe someone can mod it, you know? That'd be cool. They're not buying it, I can't blame them. Shina's head drops in resignation before she reaches into her pocket. Something white and yellow can be seen sticking out a little as she pulls out. It turns to be an envelope with bright decorations on it. She points it towards... Oh, it's the letter.
This is what we were trying so hard to give you, Hee-chan. You don't check your...
Turns out the sound of Misha's voice and my eyes register what was written on the envelope. Iwanako. Show the envelope for a moment before suddenly remembering that there are people around me. There's a very strange, somewhat invasive feeling about their expression. I don't want to be alone right now. Iwanako. It's nothing. Thank you for bringing me to this, you two.
I should think so. After all, we went to get you.
Step back and say my goodbyes. Misha theatrically pouts as I go out the door, but Shizune and Hanako remain very visibly curious about my reaction. And they won't interrogate me on this later. The smell of the garden is, as always, very pleasant sensation. Some of the most visible signs of how well funded this school is, aside from the sheer size, expense and condition of the grounds. A good number of students can be seen eating lunch, chatting and playing on the bright green lawns. Even some of the staff are enjoying the summer here, keeping watch over the students idly walking along the concrete paths. I'd never seen a sight like this in my home city. On excursions, maybe, but certainly never in the school or anywhere near where I lived. Even the bench I stood on is warmer, thanks to the summertime sun, reminding me of why I haven't worn the school blazer all year even once. What, even in the winter when you were cold? Oh, fuck, I skipped. Considering this, the sunflowers and splashes of vibrant yellow colouring adorning the paper are quite appropriate for the time. If only the words were written well. If only the words written on it were as well. Here I was thinking I'd managed to get over her when the troublesome thing shows up. Handwriting looks vaguely familiar. Best part now is to see it again. I remember that she used to write in pink pen a lot. She's always very girly, for lack of a better term. She was quite fragile. Never know if I like this aspect of her or not. Although with the arrival of this letter, that question seems to have become largely moot. The letter begins with not much more than an update on the state of things going on in her life. Middle class, good start of the year, many anxious around the exams, the year, the future, etc. And it's a very personal, brief note. It feels like she wrote most of the letter just to try and soften the blow from the ending. I wanted to somehow express my feelings, but the right words didn't come to me. I couldn't say anything to comfort you. I'm really sorry for not being able to support you when it mattered the most, even though I like you so much. At least now I can finally be more honest. If I could go back to those quiet days in February and March, I'd tell you not to give up on yourself. That's what I would say. Maybe you wouldn't have drifted so far away if I just said something. I hope you've managed to get back on your own feet. Well, a distance between us is also physical. It feels more final somehow. I wonder if we would meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't. Still, if you would like to correspond with me, by all means write back. I'd very much like to hear your new school and how you're doing. All the best, Iwanako. And so, that's that. Our relationship is over. Nice, neat, tidy, no ambiguity. I hadn't held on any illusions that it could ever begin anew. The last time she visited me, neither of us said a thing except for the one word she said as she left the last time. Goodbye. Something you just said just clicked. If the Detective Pikachu game doesn't have voice acting in it, I got to find a way. That's a 3DS game, right? I've got a spare 3DS. I've got to find a way to hook that up to my computer. Dude, we should totally stream Detective Pikachu. Oh, that would be fun. Alright, sorry, I'll carry on. Be that as it may, this feels more final. The capstone on an experiment that both of us tried and failed at. And out of shout draws my attention away from the other. It's just some students horsing around, one of the teachers standing nearby coming over to talk to them. You okay? Oh, are you okay? A tentative voice comes from my side. For a moment I assume it to be Hanako, but it's actually Yuko. Oh, hello Yuko. I thought you'd be in the library. She has a cheerful smile, one quite fitting of the atmosphere, and flourishes the empty wrapper in a roll in hand. She must have someone else covering for her while she grabs something to eat. Reminds me that I haven't had anything to eat yet. I feel hungry though. Skipping one lunch won't hurt. Mind if I sit here? Sure, go ahead. I quickly slide the letter back into the envelope, slipping it inside my bag, propped against the side of the bench as Yuko takes a seat. She drops the wrapper into the bin beside us. Not much else to do. I lean back for a while, enjoy the sun, silently reflecting on the letter. The lush lawns, the clear blue skies, everything looks so different from the way it did back then. Even the school surroundings, from the hills to the top of the woods around it, are completely opposite to the urban scenery I remember. Maybe this is what it likes to feel homesick. Then again, it's not an outright bad sensation. The feel of the area around Yamaku, while very different, is also very nice. I think I could get used to it. Hey, Sal? Yeah? You didn't answer my question before. I wasn't going to say anything, but you still look troubled. If you don't want to say anything, though, that's okay. I don't mind at all. I'm sorry for asking something strange like that. I don't mind. It's just, I got a letter from someone I knew before I came to Yamaku. Made me think about some things. But I managed to get over most of the problems that my accident caused, and I'm not really so sure. Kind of wish I'd never seen it. I don't think that's good, Hasao. When my boyfriend left me, he did so very suddenly and never let me know why. At first I was very depressed about it, but then I decided to forgive him. You forgave him? Couldn't he at least talk to you properly about it? He was always one of those people that found it difficult to come close to others. Actually, he comes quite close to them, physically, to see them. In the end, I decided if I fell in love with him for a reason. He was a good person, and I think that if I had been in his position, I probably would have found it just as hard to try and talk to him. I don't really see the connection to the letter I got. I mean that, how should I put this? It must have been very hard for that person to send that letter, and if they did, I think they must have thought very hard about exactly what to say. Monica managed to write the letter and bring the final close to our relationship, something that I'd never managed to do. Whereas here I am, trying to protest and help Hanako the best I can, especially with Lily leaving for a while and not even able to deal with my own problems. Does that make sense? She's taken my non-response and furrowed brow as a doubt. She really reads faces too much, just like a certain other person. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought it was just kind of a shock, really. I think I tried to fool myself into thinking that my life reset when I came to Yamaku, and now I'm suddenly aware that it didn't. I'm a bit of a loss about how to deal with these feelings. I think that's something I can't really help you with, sorry. It's fine. I think being able to talk with you helped me get things sorted out a bit better in my head anyway, so thank you. She nods and smiles sweetly. Yuko is a nice girl, so it's a shame she's so highly strung so often. School bell rings out and startles us both. I was supposed to be back before the bell. Oops. She jumps off the bench and almost races off without a second word, but turns on her heel and remembers she was talking to me just now. I'll see you later, Asao. Cheer up, okay? I'll try to. Thanks, Yuko. Quick bow, Yuko takes her leave and begins her rush to the library. Her flight catches the curious eyes of a few passing students who are unenthusiastically trudging back to the class after their fun. Reluctantly standing from the bench, I dust myself off and join them. Even while I walk through the gardens back to the main building, the thought of the letter in my bag doesn't stray far from my mind. Oh hey, I haven't seen this one since Rin's Route. Thinking of walking through the streets is one very deep nostalgia. While Yamaku may be the reverse of where I've been in the past, the city at night is amazingly familiar. My eyes are moving constantly from bright electronic screen glowing high in the night sky to the street lamps piercing the darkness with their light. Yeah, I guess because it's Japan, there's like even smaller cities have screens all over the place. I've been to London like 3 times in the past 5 years or so, and they've got like one big plasma screen up there. And it's to me, it's like, whoa, futuristic. But I guess in Japan, that's just like everywhere. That's like really common. See, a lot of places in Asia, I suppose, have that, right? Huh. Around here, there's just nothing. My closest city is, I believe,
the second smallest city in our country, or third, or maybe even the smallest. I don't know. It's basically one of those ones that's been a city since forever, so it's still a city, but it hasn't really earned its city right. It's kind of small. Well, it's moving constantly. Bright electronic screen glowing high in the night sky, to the street lamps piercing the darkness with their light, to the businessmen enjoying themselves after work and busily talking couples on dates. Even if I didn't want to, I can't help soaking in every aspect of the city. I savour its familiarity like a sweet candy slipping on my tongue. Lily is walking to my left with her cane, swaying to and fro, holding onto her sister's arm for guidance while talking to her. Compared to the travelling by taxi or bus, being driven by Akira is rather nice in a rather nice car. It's a much more enjoyable experience. Oh, she got a little hat on. Oh, I love it. Maybe not for the person on my right, though. Well, Lily was used to her sister's driving style, and I quite liked a bit of excitement, and Hanako was holding very tightly to the door for most of the trip. Everything looks so pretty at night. Hanako quickly looks down yet again as she accidentally catches someone's gaze. Yeah, it does. My answer isn't very thoughtful, since I'm distracted by so many thoughts that I find hard to keep my small talk. One of these distractions, aside from the city sights, is how Hanako looks. It's the first time I've seen her in something other than her school uniform or her pyjamas. Give me pause when I first saw her outfit when we met at the school gate. That's a verification place that also has a city title since more than 500 years ago. Yeah, I mean, old cities are cool, don't get me wrong. I wasn't complaining about the city. I was just saying it's not like, it's almost not big enough to support 2 grocery stores. Wow, yeah. That sounds about right. Actually, yeah. Now you say that, I'm trying to think like actual big... On the outskirts of the city, there are some big grocery stores. In the actual city itself, there's a small-sized Iceland and a Tesco's Express. Yeah, not really. You know how much a head is low when people walk near us. I imagine that hat she's wearing is more of a fashion statement. While initially I was wary of Lily's plans to take us out to the city when night fell, it became obvious she had thoughts about this. As she thought about this, not many people have paid Hanako much heed since the darkness hides her scarring well. So we're in the city. Any ideas on what to do? Kira beams a smile. Something tells me that she's the one who's making this particular decision, even if her sister may have proposed the outing in the first place. You'll see, just follow us. I nod and try my best to stifle a grimace. After what happened during Hanako's birthday party, I don't trust Akira's judgment all that much. We keep walking, and I notice that we're passing more and more cafes, restaurants, and other eateries. Every once in a while, a drunken man in a suit comes out of a bar, usually being supported by another, but for the most part, the customers around this city look young and fashionable. Different kinds of music come and go as we pass by each business. The discord created by the overlap should be grating, but it reminds me so strongly of the times I spent in the city with my old friends that I don't mind. Well, that's good that they made a discord for it. Hanako and I have started just a little part from Lily and Akira, and that comes to a stop when I hear a soft thud from behind me. Sorry. By the time she rights herself from her apologetic bow, the middle-aged businessman she bumped into is walking away after mumbling a half-hearted apology. Hanako looks a little puffy. Little puffy? I've read that wrong. A little put off by the experience. She quickly skips ahead to match my pace. I notice her head hanging low once more. She probably bumped into him because she was looking downwards and not where she was going. She stepped to the side a little and put one hand on her far shoulder, drawing her closer. Is that? It's okay. You can walk close to me if you want. Hanako hesitates, but eventually nods in assertment. After a couple of times, when I thought we'd arrived at Akira's destination, we reached our target. By now, we were below the elevated walkways and past most of the garish and brightly lit places. I'm a bit surprised. The average age of those around us is distinctly older, and the smell of cigarettes and smoke is pretty thick. The area is far from seedy, though, as it's a little amusing to see Lily's reaction to the smell of the smoke. While it's masked by the low talking of those around us, jazz music can be heard emanating from inside. Looking up at the dimly lit sign, it becomes obvious why. A jazz club? I have to admit, this isn't what I expected. Lily gives an amused snort and a smile. Somehow, I feel I should have known it, Akira. As we talk outside, I notice more and more odd sideways glances directed our way. People awkwardly catch themselves staring and looking away, which just makes it more obvious. I had noticed this occasionally when we were walking, but it's more pronounced now. I never experienced anything like that in my life. An average-looking Japanese teenage guy, just a little taller than normal, isn't the type to draw attention without making an effort. Hey, come on, just because you're a teenager, it doesn't mean you can't have taste, right? I love that Akira's shorter than Lily. That's my favourite. Well, I don't really mind the music, if that's what you mean. I don't mind it either. She only just managed to force the words out. It costs heavily to when we're alone in Yamaku. It disappoints me a little that she's so highly strung for what's supposed to be a good time out in the town. It's hard to read Hanako's face. She keeps looking downwards. It's a little wonder if she doesn't often come out to the city because of this. It makes me a little thankful that my own scarring is easily hidden. Lily has similar ways of attracting people's gazes, but the reason for it is clearly different. She hardly looks like a native, and the same can be said for her sister. Much is far more noticeable than her blindness from a distance. She may not be able to see this for herself, but I have little doubt she can hear the odd whispered phrases from people who think they're out of earshot. Be that as it may, she doesn't seem to show any sign of either annoyance or pleasure at the attention.
Kira is still as confident as ever, though. Flashing a smile, she strides with Lily by her side and 2 of us following behind. I expect my eyes to need adjusting to the lights inside, but not much brighter than outside. The music we heard is clearer now, mixed with the sound of glasses moving on the tables and counters, the husky chatter of patrons. Looking to my right reveals the music source, a jazz group playing behind some tables. Patrons seem mostly men, although there is a handful of women. Nobody looks under 30 aside from us. Feels a little like we stepped into the 1920s. The atmosphere is quite arguable. I'm not completely comfortable simply because of my age, but if I were older, I'd probably feel quite at home. Hanako seems a bit more relaxed now, probably due to nobody looking at her. Everybody's talking between themselves, drinking, and watching the band. Kira casually takes a seat at the counter without even glancing around. She probably comes here before. Lily retracts her cane, filling out the bar stool on the edge of the counter before taking a seat beside her sister. Bartender takes a brief break from polishing a glass to watch her before putting the glass down and coming over. I finally see a purely Western team talk about Japan's attitude towards people with foreign heritage. Yeah, it is sort of funny.
Good evening, ladies. What will it be?
Just a Scotch, thanks, Lily. Oh, just a Scotch, thanks, Lily. May I have a... wait, what did she say? May I have a glass of Black Shooter's elbow hits her in the side sharply. Orange juice, please.
No problem, coming right up.
Martin starts to pour their drinks. A couple of seconds pass before Akira suddenly remembers that Hanako and I are indeed here and turns around to us. You two want anything, or are you just going to stand there? Hanako seems to be getting a bit restless. No matter where we go to seat ourselves, there's always going to be people right next to her. I only think she looks convincingly older than 20, unlike Lily. Looking around, there's a game section to our right. A couple of billiards tables can be seen in the corner. Nobody's using them either. There's Hanako and about to ask her if she'd like to play, but she's already looking longingly in the same direction. Maybe says something that we can get by with so few words nowadays. We'll go play pool over there. Kira leans back to see past me before shrugging and sitting back up. Seems you'll have to put up with only me for company. How unfortunate. Have fun, you two. Turn off to set for the abandoned corner with Hanako taking the lead. The prospect of a nice quiet game away from everyone makes her walk noticeably faster. Her eyes stay firmly fixed on her prize. Tables full size and well lit despite the surrounding darkness. Thanks to the bright overhead lights, a huge painting of something covers the wall. What the fuck is that? There aren't many people milling around this corner of the club, and I can see Hanako become a little less tense as a result. You know how to play? I'm no expert, but yeah, I do. And 8 ball? Sure. Hanako gets the chalk and 2 cues from a set of hooks against one of the walls, while I fetch the balls from the table's pocket, grab the rack of shelf underneath. She patiently waits as I get the table set up. After slotting the final ball into the rack and doing some last adjustments, I end up having to fight my perfectionist urge and getting the bottom row of balls exactly perpendicular with the edge. With the balls arranged and ready for play, I step back and take my cue from her outstretched arm. I carry a quick inspection of the tip before I'm satisfied that it's in good condition. So, you've played before? Once or twice. I just kind of know the rules. Yeah, between us feels a little awkward. She's still pretty nervous, understandable given we're in public. When she has signs becomes too much even for Hanako, and she begins to quietly stammer. Break. Think for a moment before reaching my pocket and draw a coin. I'll take heads, your tails. After a nod of agreement from Hanako, I flip the coin up in the air, catch it, flip it over to the back of my left hand. Looks like it's you that gets to break. Cute. Still cute. It's kind of like a cold cute, you know? I like this. Hanako nods again before taking up position at the end of the table. She's not usually this quiet around me, but I'm not wholly sure if it's because of the tidbit of information about her past that slipped out moments ago. Q comes back with a practical gesture before... Wait. Tidbit of her past? Oh, well, she played once or twice, I guess. Practical gesture before smacking dead into the centre of the cue board for fun. I will skates across the smooth green expanse before smashing into the carefully arranged balls at the other end. Balls skitter across the table at high speed. The break was good, with the balls being nicely distributed around the table. My eyes are already flickering from one to another to pick out the easiest candidate to pocket. Hanako retreats from the side and I take my shot. Well done. Only after Hanako says this, I realise the ball I was shooting at was sunk. I look at her and notice a small smile on her face. It's nice how playing games seems to loosen her up a bit. Guess I'm striped then. Take a step back and let her take the next shot, but she doesn't advance to the table, rather she looks down a little and rubs her arm. For now I can identify this as one of her gestures that means she wants to say something, but isn't sure enough of herself to do it. What's up? It's just... you had a nice smile. Do you like playing this? I sigh and lean back against the table. I like playing, yeah. I think I was smiling because it's really nostalgic though. Hanako tilts her head quizzically. Me and my friends used to play pool in the game centre near where we live pretty often. At night too. Wouldn't your parents? My parents both worked, so they didn't mind me not being in the house. Stayed on top of schoolwork, pretty easy as well, so there was plenty of time to do other stuff at night. Conversation dies down with Hanako timidity getting the better of her. In response, I get off the table and let her take her turn shooting. I'm really solids in easy positions. Hanako bends down. Oh, I like that they added an extra ball there because they're broken now. They're just gonna if they're just gonna keep doing that on these scenes, that's quite nice. I'm really solid in easy positions. Hanako bends down and takes a while to line herself up properly. Hanako's expression is the same as when we play chess. Relaxed but focused concentration. Athletes sometimes talk about getting into a zone where nothing unnecessary enters their mind. I wonder if that's something she could do. Her posture is good, better than mine to be sure. It's very close to a textbook method of playing. Whereas I tend to comfort myself into whatever position I feel is most natural for the shot I'm taking. She lines up the cue. Cue comes back and she does a couple of practice movements to make sure she's lined up correctly. Hanako takes games so seriously. It's the only real hobby I know she has outside of reading. It was good to be able to share this kind of experience with her. She takes a shot. After careful consideration, the cue ball zooms off towards the ball, sitting slightly awkward angle near a corner. Her careful preparation pays off as the cue ball hits, sending the ball rolling towards the corner pocket. It looks like it'll stop just on the lip of the hole, but eventually it tilts just in enough to drop. Man, that was a hard shot. If you can pull that off, I don't think I have much hope. I'm not that good. It's not just a shot though. Even when lining it up, you look very serious. I like this of chess too. Praise makes her a little flustered. She sets the cue against the table and stands, turning to me. I just like those kind of things. Her fingers are twisting and turning slowly. When I was in the orphanage, I just kept doing the things I liked before. If I played games with others, that was enough, for the help was there too. I never thought about it that way. Oh, I never thought about it that way. Staff at an orphanage would naturally want to have everyone socialise at least a little. It's okay for me to ask. What was it like for you at the orphanage? Why do you want to know? Such nerve, but the fact that she responded at all shows there was at least a chance she'll answer my question. Before she likely would have shrunk away without a word. I'll tell you, but... What? Could you tell me who Hanako is? Hanako? Oh, the letter. Well, how long she's been waiting for the right opportunity to ask me this. Surprised, but I don't hesitate. Sharing information is naturally a matter of give and take. She's someone I used to like. Her nervousness subsided, at least for the time it took to ask her. Curiosity is getting the better of her, and I feel a bit uncomfortable to question on this awful matters. No way I can spell out all my feelings about Hanako here. I don't even know myself what feelings I have regarding her. Even after talking to Yuko earlier, and I want to avoid the subject around Hanako. Hanako doesn't look overly satisfied with the awkward ending to the discussion. I think it's better of continuing it. She was only managing to ask me in the first place without knowing that I wouldn't want to talk about it. I moved to finally take my own shot. Lack of talking between us is filled by the chatter of other patrons in the band at the other end of the club. Spying a shot that doesn't look too difficult, try for it and shoot. Cue ball taps the ball, the trajectory is about right, but I put in too much power. Grazes the corner of the hole, moves off to the side, just skirting the pocket. Grit my teeth a little. It's pretty good at this game, it's frustrating to have deteriorated so much. Step back and let Hanako take her turn. Glance towards the counter where Lily and Akira are sitting, talking busily between themselves, and they seem to be having a good time. Turn back to Hanako and she's taking her shot with the same face before. She lands herself up, sharply pushes the cue. Just before, she sinks the ball she was aiming for, drops into the side pocket more cleanly than her last. It looks as if she's getting a bit more into the groove of the game. Hanako at a Hanakoist. Yes. that sounds weird, but yes. Nicely done. She hesitates for a moment and begins to address me without turning her head. The orphanage was nice. It felt a bit like Yamaku does, and the staff were really kind. But as the years went on, I realized something. I was different. It feels strange to hear her speak so candidly about herself. She ought to be forcing the words out. Reminds me of when she insisted she tell me about the fire. I think I must feel that she has to tell me such things if I'm willing to tell her about my own past. The grip on the cue tightens as she continues to speak. Most of the children were there for adoption, just like I was. But unlike me, they gradually left, one by one. By the time I went to Yamaku, I was among the oldest children there. For a while, I helped some of the younger children, but eventually... I lay a hand on her shoulder. She's forcing herself by now. It's okay. She looked mildly surprised for a moment, and she nods before setting her cue down and turning towards me. Do you really think so? Yeah, I think so. Even while Lily's away, I'll be around to protect you, right? Hanako looks at me for a long time. I'm taken a bit off guard. The situation hasn't changed from before. Still looking somewhat maudlin. Silence between us aren't unusual. I think it's the fact that she's holding such a prolonged eye contact that makes this feel a bit odd. It feels as if she's judging me. A very strange, vaguely uncommon feeling. Hanako? I understand. Thank you. She smiles and looks away, but I feel a little stilted. Hanako isn't very good at faking emotions, and this is no exception. I move to the table and take my turn, try to distract myself. It doesn't seem to work. Does she think I'm not up to the task of helping her? Is she disappointed in me? Probably overthinking this. While her silence suggests accepted fate of life by now, sometimes I do wish she'd speak more. With a thud, I send the white sphere careening down the table into my target. Yeah. Hanako sees what's happening just as I do. The ball hits hard with the striped ball I intend to sink, veering off towards the 8 ball. Sure enough, as both Hanako and I look on and bite our lips, they connect, and the black ball rolls leisurely into a corner pocket. All I can do is sigh. Looks like Hanako's smiling again though, so maybe it wasn't for naught. That was an awful shot. You win. It seems I'm getting pretty rusty after all this time. Hanako bends down and begins to shoot the remaining balls into the closest pocket, almost as if we could play another game. A quick check of my watch confirms that the night's getting pretty late. Lily and Akira appear to be still drinking at the counter. Seems like we have to drag them away. Hisao? Then back to Hanako, still looking over the pool table, shooting balls. Her voice sounds different from before. I'm here for you as well. Ah, suddenly find myself blushing. It's only natural that she responds this way, given what I said earlier, but I'm still shocked to actually hear it. Just what is my relationship with this girl? I want to protect her, I want to make her happy. I'm not really sure it's something like love, but I don't think these are the same kind of feelings I have for Lily either. Yeah, right? I know, it's never fun winning that way when someone just does that. I feel sorry for her, I've gone through so much in her life. Her parents died in a house fire, she lives in an orphanage for much of her childhood. I can't even imagine that kind of life. I feel like there's so little I can do for her, especially now that Lily's going to be leaving the country. Hanako and I finish tidying up the table and cues and pick up Lily and Akira on our way out of the club. Feels like something changed between Hanako and me. I can't quite place what it is, but Hanako's acting differently now. I feel like we're further apart, if anything. So, you enjoy yourselves? Hanako and I both nod and agree. The game was good and we both did learn more about each other, so it's an honest answer. Lily appears to be a little distracted. Worried about the trip, Lily? She pauses before sighing and smiling weakly. A little, I mean quite a bit. The comment earns her a clap on the shoulder from her sister. Hanako smiles back too. You'll be okay, Lily. I hope you can enjoy your time over there. Thank you, Hanako. I'll try to. It'll be nice to be back with my family after all, no matter for how brief a time it may be. With that, the four of us begin to walk to the car park where Kira's car is. Oh. Did I just skip the... We continue to talk to something. I fucking accidentally skipped the last part of dialogue, so I can't skip back to it. Good job, me. Right then, you taking the bus, Lily? Lily motions to a large suitcase standing beside her. I'll have to take this with me, so I've booked a taxi. It'll meet us at the school gates in about 5 minutes. If you're going with your sister, why can't she just drive... You know, whatever. I guess because she's not taking a car, actually. Never mind. Ignore me. Ah, I see. Lily reaches down and fills out the handle of her suitcase. Its weight causes some difficulty, so I quickly offer to take it myself. That's awfully kind of you, Hisao. She's no qualms about accepting. I end up picking it up. It's not what I call light, but it's not exactly heavy either. I only got too much trouble carrying it. Well, thank you then. We should hurry though. If the taxi leaves, then it will take quite a while to book a new one. You ready, Hanako? Yeah, let's go. I don't know if it was intentional, but she just drove after drinking scotch, didn't she? Oh yeah. Huh. Yeah. I mean, if she had one drink, it's still legal, you know. If they only had one drink, it's fine. She can hold a drink pretty well, considering they went through 2 bottles of wine. We rush to the final boss as fast as we can, only to find that the taxi is yet to arrive. Which means we'll have to wait here for the final encounter. Well, nothing like a bit of exercise in the morning. The nurse told me I should be doing that. I think you probably had other things in mind, Hisao. And probably with more regularity. Do you intend to be helping people with luggage every day? Guess not. Looks like we've got a bit to wait anyway. How long should we wait for the taxi before calling them again? I would say another 10 minutes, but they've never let me down before. They're probably just a little traffic. Okay then. How long's the flight to Scotland? About 16 hours, if I remember correctly. It's a bit hard to tell with the changing time zones. So long. Now that I realise Hanako's been unusually quiet, even for her. She doesn't handle stress well, so she's looking really uptight. Yeah, I can't imagine being on a plane for that long. I've only ever flown short family holiday up north, so it really is quite hard to fathom. Hanako spent so much of her childhood in an orphanage, she's probably travelled very little, let alone flown. I have been on a plane precisely twice in my entire life. Once from Heathrow to Turkey, and then once from Egypt back to Heathrow. That was it. Yeah, the only 2 times I've ever been on a plane. They weren't too long, flights, I guess, so I don't really have a comment on flights. All I remember is that on the flight back from Egypt, Spider-Man 3 was playing on the fucking... where in Turkey? Absolutely no idea. I couldn't tell you. I know from Egypt we went from Cairo, but I have no idea. I honestly don't remember much about my trip to Turkey. It was not great. But no, there was, I remember Spider-Man 3 playing on the thing, and the person sitting next to me said, do you want earphones so you can listen to this? And I was just like, no, I really don't want to listen to this. The only reason I'm watching it is because my Game Boy ran out of battery. Which sucked. I don't know why I took a Game Boy with me, not a DS, but whatever. you know, with a rechargeable battery. But I guess, actually, no, it was an SP out of a rechargeable battery. I don't know why I didn't take a plug. Probably because we were on a boat and it didn't have a plug. Never mind, I'm just being stupid now. It's not too bad. I'll spend most of it either asleep or catching up on my English. I hardly use that here. I hardly speak in English right now, and we're speaking, which I'm speaking in English. So I need to refamiliarize myself with it a little. Will your accent be a problem? I wouldn't worry about that too much. It may be an issue initially, but it should be fine once I get used to it. We'll move to sit down on a small bench beside the school, beside the final boss, in silence. Strangely enough, even though I know Lily is going away, I can't think of anything to say to her. Lily's a reliable person, so it might be because she's the only one that I'm thinking of most. She isn't the one that I'm thinking of most. Lily might not be able to see it, but Hanako's chewing her fingernails nervously. It's a tall tour, but I can hear an engine straining up the hill before I get a chance. Not a lot, but only time outside of Europe was when we went to Istanbul and went over there straight and had dinner. Fair enough. The food I had in Turkey was honestly awful. That was my least favourite part about it. I've got a friend, well, I guess we're not really friends anymore, but an old friend who I used to be friends with, who's half Turkish. I know he's been to Turkey loads of times. I think his dad comes from Istanbul originally. He lives in England now, but yeah, I think the taxi's on its way. Well spotted, Asao. I only just heard it as well. A small wave of pride washes over me. I have noticed something at the same time as Lily means I must have become more aware of my surroundings. Anyway, I won't have to call the taxi company nor worry about Lily's missing plane. That food would be tasty if they didn't know how to add sauce to it. Well, no. The problem with Turkish food is that 99% of it is meat. So that's a big problem for me. Literally, the plate that we went to a restaurant and the only single vegetarian meal they had was macaroni and cheese. And I wasn't the only vegetarian with us. There was another one as well, and we both had that. And she thought it was all right, and I thought it was the most disgusting bland thing I've ever tried in my life. I'm a very awkward eater, to be fair. Yeah. Once the taxi stops where we're standing, the driver rolls down a window and leans over. After confirming that yes, Lily is the same Lily Sato that booked the trip, we sort out her luggage. The driver opens the trunk of the taxi, takes Lily's suitcase with Lily climbing into the back seat as he loads into the trunk and slams it shut. Getting back into the seat and shutting the doors, he waits for us to say our farewells. Have a safe trip, Lily. Take care of yourself. The girl looks understandably downcast, not much is obvious even in her voice. Of course I will. I'll be back before long, don't worry. There will still be another person here for you too, won't there, Sal? Yeah, of course. Tad smiled to Hanako, putting my hand on her shoulder. She only managed to keep eye contact with me for a couple of seconds, her cheeks red all the while, before turning back to Lily. See you, Lily. Goodbye. He gives her farewells to both of us with a fair measure of reluctance. Without further ado, the driver starts the engine once more and they begin the journey down the hill towards the airport. Two of us stand at the gate for a long time, even after they disappeared from sight, not really knowing what to do. So, what do you want to do? I don't know. Oh! Okay. Huh. Here's a fucking... I'm curious. What does this save file called? Beginning of the end. Why did I check that? Why did I instinctively want to check that? I was like, what is this called? It's going to be called something. That'll help me make a decision. Oh no! That should have made my decision making worse. Oh no. Yeah, I imagine it'd be the same as eating in Japan. In Japan, it's considered vegetarian to eat fish, so they'll have restaurants. You know, oh, this is vegetarian, this isn't. But all the vegetarian things, anything could have fish in, literally anything could. So I can't possibly go to a restaurant ever in Japan and eat. Now this decision sucks for a few reasons. If I say want to call it a day, we haven't done anything. It's like the fucking morning. So that's just going to leave her to her own devices. But she probably doesn't want to go into the city in the daytime. I was just going to say, why don't we do some chess? You know, go play some chess or something. But that's not an option. I actually don't know what answer to pick here. I don't even have any, like, thought process on this one. Like, neither of them are logical. If I was in his shoes, I would not say either of these things. What? I mean, if we go into the city, the problem would be if something goes wrong, that's going to have screwed up the entire week or two that Lily's away, right? Probably. If we call it a day, then she's just going to be unhappy that, you know, she's going to go sit on her own and be bored and lonely and just sitting there with her own already depressed thoughts. I don't want to leave her on her own, but I also don't want the possibility of something screwing up in the city. This feels very much like the question that they ask you with Sayori before the end of chapter 1. Why? Where it just doesn't matter what you answer, it's only going to go wrong. Okay. Well, let's think about the pros instead of the cons. If we go to the city, we could go to that jazz bar again. Go play a game of pool. You know, maybe get to know each other a bit better. But the jazz bar probably won't be open in the middle of the day. If we call it a day, there's no longer the chance of it screwing up from being in the city. Yeah, thanks, Lee. Thanks, mate. That's what I'm getting at. This question is just, why this question? Why? Okay, no, not why this question. Why these answers? She's just standing there like, make a fucking choice already, mate. Come on, what you doing? Do you know how I've been joking this entire game about this being the final boss? And then the save point right fucking next to it is called beginning of the end, and we're standing in front of the fucking gate. I knew it. I fucking knew this gate was evil. God damn it. This is the toughest question I think I've had this entire game. Okay. New train of thought. If we call it a day, the next scene will start, right? And this scene will end. If we go into the city, we will at least have a scene in the city. Therefore, meaning more story, which the bad end happens. The bad end will happen sooner rather than later, because if we get to chapter 4, that means we've skipped the bad ending and only have neutral and good left. So we want to see more things to get to that. I am, instead of thinking about the question, I'm trying to meta the game. Alright. Oh my god, here we go. Bus stop, standing by the school gates, like a mute sentinel. Fucking mute, yeah, sentinel, gate guardian. Puts a strange idea in my mind. I'm gonna head to town and look for a bookshop or something. We have the rest of the day free. It's a long shot. Hanako doesn't like going into the city. I count the fact that we managed to get her out there even when it was so dark a small miracle, but I genuinely want to spend more time with her. Anyway, she likes to just refuse. She's likely to just refuse and go back to. Okay. Really? Really? Let's go. Can't work out why Hanako's decided to agree with me. Well, I'm not about to ask her to change her mind. Okay. Stepping off the bus, I immediately noticed a lot of people around us. In hindsight, it should have been obvious. Of course, a lot of people will be downtown on a Saturday afternoon. Hanako retreats close to my side, and I can feel her hand clutching my arm tightly. Her body is held against mine, and her head is bowed so low that her hat hides most of her scarring. So where should we go? Bookshop? Hanako's present and my other general living expenses have pretty much drained my budget. We should be able to afford a few books. That's something I try to reserve a few funds for anyway. For a second, I think Hanako didn't hear me, but then I looked to my side and noticed her nodding almost in whatever that said. Okay, did you know of one? Actually, I do. We passed a few and Lily and I were looking for your presents. Hanako's expression clouded a fraction. I've got to remember to stop bringing up her birthday. You both spend a lot of time? Maybe I misjudged the situation. I wanted to make sure we got the right present after all. Hanako smiles and blushed a bit. It's a small treasure when she does. Anyway, there should be a bookshop just up ahead if you want to check it out. Sure. The crowd starts to build as you head towards the bookshop. On the raised walkway, Hanako latched her other arm onto me as well, making our progress a little slower. As we walk, the sound of traffic makes me think of possible distraction for her. What's running, Hanako? Have you thought about yet when you're going to learn to drive?
What the where did that question come from? You didn't ask anyone else. Oh, I guess, actually, yeah, it makes sense not to ask. Oh, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I guess it wouldn't have come up with it. Still? What a random fucking question.
Driving? Yeah, you're kind of lucky in a way. Not a whole lot of students at Yamaku that are allowed to drive. That's not the best type of conversation. We want to try and distract Hanako from the situation. She's really high-strung right now. And again, all I've really done is make her feel awkward since she's probably never thought about it. I wish I hadn't said anything. Before long, we are before one of the bookshops Lily and I passed during research. What kind of self-respecting bookshop closes on a Saturday? Bookshops don't make much money anymore because of the internet. Maybe they just had to close over weekends.
Wouldn't it make more sense to close on the weekdays? I'm going to agree with Sal here. What kind of bookshop closes on a weekend?
What the fuck? That's stupid. She seems pretty knowledgeable about technology. I guess a pursuit that would lend itself well to someone who enjoys solitude. Huh, guess that makes sense. Oh, of course, I'm not thinking. I don't know when this game was made, but I'm guessing it's quite old. The way they talk about technology and barely ever bring it up, and everyone has flip phones. You know, it's like 2002, I'd guess, if I had to take it. Does it say like the menu when it was made? No, it just says current scene, beginning of the end. I mean, I'd guess around 2002. It's easy to find books online. Anyway, it looks like the idea is shot. Anything else you'd like to do? If it's not a bother, could you show me where you bought my present? Sure, it's not a problem. It's not far from here. Yeah, you just have to pan the screen a little bit. Head over in the direction of the store. I'm only half sure of its exact location. I don't want to repeat the last time, spending half the day walking around aimlessly. Here we are, Fellows Antiques. Yeah, it's small. Well, yeah, took Lily and me some time to find it. Can we go in? It's not that old, but I think the setting was a couple of years before it was made. Well, yeah. I don't see why not. It's open. Hanako pushes through the door and enters before me. Once again, the store is empty, save for the store owner. His face drops a little when he sees me.
Oh, you're not here for a return, are you? Wait, that's not the girl you had with you last time.
Oh, no, that's I've just done fucking the teacher's voice. Hang on a minute. No, we're not here to return anything. We were just in town and wanted to have another look in here. Store owner considered this for quite a long time. I guess he's not used to high school students coming to a shop on a regular basis.
Might this be the friend you bought gifts for?
That's right. There were presents for her. Store owner turns to Hanako, freezing on the spot like a deer caught in the headlights. Moves to address her, but stops before doing so, looking a little taken back. Catches himself staring and looks at the side, addressing us indirectly. His expression is awkward and tense in his entire body. I want to be mad at him, but I know full well it is the same instinctive reaction when I first saw him. First surprise and curiosity, then an awkward look away as I dealt with what I'd seen. Hanako looks less panicked than before, but if anything, the feeling she's giving us now is worse. Not anger nor annoyance. If anything, it's one of apology.
You're lucky there, young lady, to have friends that care about you as much as these do.
Thank you. I hadn't spent so much time with Hanako, I wouldn't even realise that she said anything. Then again, the store owner mumble was hardly clear either, thanks in part to being directly away from us. Hanako strikes out into the store, gazing in wonder at the various items on display. She finds the doll section and spends lingering minutes studying each and every one. The side of Hanako I've only barely been introduced to. I was astonished when Lily said she liked dolls, even more so to find her collection sitting on her dresser. She looks a little better now than she was chatting out the store in his sight, but I'm still quite put off by the whole experience. I might have my own problems, but I've had strangers react to me like that. It feels something completely alien to them. This is a nice shop. Yeah, it's not what I expected. Do you want to buy something? I didn't bring any money. Oh, well, we can always come again. Now that I know where to find it, that is. We can? Of course, we can come here as often as you like. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. I almost forgot where this place was. I don't really think if either of us completely believes in what we're saying, but we're just repeating what we think we should say. Can we go back to school now? Sure thing. Let's go. We leave for the bus stop, see a store owner peek through the curtain at the back of the shop. Not really sure what that glance he gives to her says. It was a bit weird, and the fact that Hanako didn't see it is both a relief and a bit frustrating. Hanako and I stopped walking once we reached a concrete area between the dormitory buildings. There's barely a word said between us on the way back from the city. Well then, goodbye. Do you want to have some tea or something? How about a game? Hanako shakes her head embarrassedly. I'm tired. Maybe later. I've got homework. Sounds a little depressed. Hanako obviously doesn't want to do more, but I suppose she would. Obviously does want to do more, but I suppose she would have a bit of schoolwork to catch up on. She missed a few days of lessons. Homework. Thanks for reminding me. I've got a stack to do as well. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. See you, Sal. Before I can say goodbye, Hanako's turned and began walking towards the entrance of the female dormitory buildings. Look at the door she's just peering through for a bit before going off towards my own dorms. Today was a tiring day. And that... Wait. That was chapter 3, right? Yes, get in! I made the right choice. Oh. Even if I get a neutral ending, it's not so bad. Get in. We on a 100% no bad rating, no bad ending run, as far as I'm concerned. Woke up, took my pills, had a nice shower, quickly slipped on my uniform, ate a tasty breakfast, grabbed my bag, headed off to, as usual, my daily routine. So after arriving in class, normality of the day was thrown off. I was taking my seat, I watched my classmates trickle into the room over the next hour until every empty seat was taken other than Hanako's. Never get used to the idea, she just doesn't show up. Wow, we're actually having a CG for her empty seat. Okay. It feels like the more worrying now as well, given that Lily's left. As Muto continues to drone on, I found my gaze flickering every so often over to her seat, as if she might appear there any moment now. Nobody else seems to care about her absence, but they have a little reason to. Hanako being absent from class, after all, is perfectly normal, or at least it was. Attendance hasn't been all that bad from what I've seen in my time here, but it was apparently much more spotty beforehand. It's also an ominous time for her to be gone. It's the day before her birthday, and my suspicions are starting to rise after the breakdown she had in class when it was mentioned. An increasing amount of my thoughts is taken up by how I can help her, but in the end I feel like I can't do anything. Bell holding the beginning of lunchtime rings out, shaking my thoughts. A collective sigh of relief can be heard from class, though Muto looks quite put off. He likes being interrupted in the middle of his exciting lectures, after all. Just when I'm wondering what I should go on my lunch break, given that Hanako and Lily aren't here, the solution presents itself. Afternoon, Hee-chan! Afternoon, Misha. Shizune, you both look bright as ever. Shi-chan wants to know if you'd like to have lunch with us today. Sure, it'd be good to have some company. The cafeteria hums of activity, much like my old schools. Yamaku's is different, though, in how strangely civilised the lunchtime rush is. What one would expect to be an unruly mob chomping at the bit to get serving area is rather neatly in organised lines. There's a small amount of jolting, and people's heads are often craning around to check what's happening overhead, but it's pretty subdued. This is due, no doubt, to the very serious rules regarding such matters in the school. The same strict discipline is observed when students move to the hallways or come to and from their dormitories, and only Emmy ever fucking breaks them. Well, the reason for it may be slightly off-putting, I've come to quite like this sense of order that's enforced in the school. Didn't really like being told by Shizune and Misha to get their lunches, though. I feel a little used as they take a seat to the table where they're sitting, plucking their food down in front of them. Sweet bread and strawberry milk for Misha, a bowl of ramen and juice for Shizune. I heave a sigh of relief as I put it all down, after the significant difficulty of carrying it in addition to my own lunch. Thank you! Misha claps her hands together before popping open the wrapper and digging into her bread ravenously. Shizune simply gives an appreciative nod before giving her steaming ramen a stir and blowing it off a little to cool it down. I have my own lunch and have a packet of sweet bread and take a bite before washing it down with some juice. Bread is very sweet. Wow, we've said sweet like 5 times. As long as we don't start talking about things being better, we all good. So much so that I end up forcing myself to stomach it just to experience it over. Midway through, I decided to take a break from the difficult task and so what's mine. So I'm guessing you two had a reason to drag me down here. You two seem to always have ulterior motive after all. What are you saying, He-fan? We don't have any ulterior motive. Well, the sort of sweet bread she speaks. It's a pretty unpleasant sight. She looks a little grossed out before going back to eating her ramen. Wait till Misha swallow what she has in her mouth before speaking again. You're not buttering me up to make me work with you after school. Nope. Not trying to extract information from me that I might not want to give? Nuh-uh. Fine, you win. I guess you just want to eat lunch with someone as intelligent and handsome as me then. That's it, Hee-chan. You got it. She looks unimpressed. As Misha finishes signing our conversation and sucks in the last of a long noodle she sighs her own for. Shi-chan says you shouldn't be so suspicious of us. She's just doing her duty as class representative after all. How is she, are you doing that? As much as I hate to admit it, it looks as though I still have trouble communicating with Shizune. Should be a simple matter of keeping eye contact with her and addressing Shizune instead of Misha. My speech, but when someone else is doing the talking for her, it's a surprisingly difficult task. It's the class representative's job to ensure everybody's doing alright in class, isn't it? Not really. Wait, how's making me get your food ensuring that I go well in class? Shizune huffs and adjusts her glasses, proving me. So this is the thanks we get for giving you companionship during lunchtime? The total dodge of the question. Wait, hang on. How did you know that I... Lily's away and Hanako is absent, and since those two are the only people you hang around with... You also made it kind of obvious to see. Ouch. Well, I may have done so. She didn't need to rub it in. Maybe this is payback for before. Right, well, thanks. I appreciate it. And that isn't sarcasm. To nod, we get back to finishing our meals. It was a little embarrassing to be accompanied just because they noticed I was lonely, but it isn't as if they're strangers either. It isn't long before I finish the last of my bread and start on the last of my juice, and as I do so, I found my mind wandering back to what I'd been thinking about before the two interrupted my train of thought. Feels like I'm the only one in class that so much acknowledges Hanako not being there. I feel like this the other time she skipped class as well, but now it's even more acutely annoying. Does nobody care if she's happy or not? Have they just written off any possibility of hoping to make her better? Oh. Even Muto doesn't try to keep her in class, and I'm still not wholly convinced by his reasoning.
Hey, Hee-chan, is your juice pass's expiry date?
What?
You were pulling a weird face like this.
That's a grin. If it were needed, Misha mimics my own expression. Exaggeration makes me grimace though. Shizune at least takes some amusement from it. I was just thinking about Hanako.
Oh?
Misha's interest is piqued, and so Shizune as long as my words are interpreted for her. I'm just worried about her being absent so often, especially now, though what with her birthday coming around. Memories of that incident in class still fresh in their mind. Their faces alone are telling that much. Do you know anything about Hanako? Anything that might help? Misha shrugs and looks at Shizune, who mulls on it for a while.
The only people she's ever talked to for more than a sentence or two are you and Lily.
Shizune may not be able to convey Lily's name in a derisive tone of speech, but I feel as if it comes through in her sign language. The effect is not lost, however, after Misha's interpretation.
There are a couple of things we know about Hanako. As student council members, thanks to the records that pass through our hands, but we can't say anything about what's in them.
Understandable. Sounds a lot like the nurse's patient confidentiality. Every time I find someone that knows something about Hanako's past, it turns up being a dead end. The only way I'll ever find out is by asking her. I don't know if she'll let me know such things, but if it's for her sake, I have to at least try.
Don't worry about it, Hee-chan. It happens every year, after all.
That doesn't remove my sense of worry at all. Still feel a little at fault for what happened in class. This feels like it goes even further without the confirmation of that fact. Misha notes my troubled expression, her own usually happy and reassuring face dropping.
Everyone has their problems to deal with, right, Hee-chan?
Yeah, I just wish I could help Hanako more with hers. With that, the conversation trails off into a depressing note. Eventually, Misha managed to pick up the mood back up for her usual bright and bubbly antics, but my mind remains focused on Hanako. I'll go check on her later. Better, boy. Make sure my door is locked after dropping off my school bag. Dorms are quiet. Muto kept me occupied longer than I expected, discussing my studies after class, and then impressing on me some worksheets to give to Hanako almost as an afterthought. Absorbed in thought, I'm late registering the shadow that appears in front of me. Looking up reveals the owner of said shadow.
Hey man, haven't seen you in a while.
Oh, hi.
What's with that response?
My absent-minded greeting visibly annoyed him. I probably have given him the same reaction. Sorry, just thinking about a lot of stuff.
Think it's a pretty poor excuse to not be aiding the war effort.
And how goes the war?
I'm preparing. Right now I need money to help with those preparations.
You want me to loan money, just say it.
No man, I'm good.
You're good? You don't want my money?
Hey man, don't look so surprised, it's insulting. I'm pretty big in the competitive bowling scene, but yesterday I found some guys who didn't know that.
I'm fairly sure that betting would be against the school rules.
School rules don't matter. It's a war situation. People these days, they have no appreciation for what war means.
So what do you need this money for, dare I ask?
Non-perishable canned food, building materials, mostly congregated iron, wood, panels, first aid kit, camping heater, portable radio, sleeping bag, flashlight, mechanical clock.
First, it strikes me as a rather random swarm of objects and materials, but a few seconds of clicks. Isn't there a list of materials for a fallout shelter?
Ah, so you've read Protect and Survive booklet. It's good to see someone so knowledgeable about how to protect themselves.
You don't seriously think...
Oh, it's a non-zero possibility.
No, I'm pretty sure there's a zero possibility of that ever happening. He slowly and dramatically raises an eyebrow. Well, as dramatically as one can raise an eyebrow. Chance is, I don't know, 0.1 to the trillionth place? It's an infinitesimal. I do know that word, but I don't know how to say it. Besides, they can build a fallout shelter anyway, certainly not on campus.
It's my summer holiday project while I'm at home. My dad said I could do it.
Really?
Yeah, he thought it'd improve my crafting skills and manual dexterity or something.
Knowing Kenji, his dad probably just thought it might keep him out of his hair for a while. Still, it does make me wonder what his parents are like. Maybe they're totally normal and Kenji is just an aberration. On the other hand, maybe this kind of paranoia and fearful survivalism runs in the family.
Hey, wanna help me build it? Look like type of hand with tools. If I had your help, we could make a really badass bunker instead of just a fallout shelter.
I doubt that. Playing soccer before my accident gave me good footwork, but I've never really tried my hand at anything approaching real handiwork. Not really. I'm busy over the holidays anyway, I'm afraid.
Shame. If the feminists ever got hold of the launch codes, I fear that so few will be prepared.
Your fallout shelter will protect from nuclear bomb explosion in the case this does happen?
Fallout shelter isn't meant to protect against the blast. That's what a blast shelter is for. Thought you knew better.
My mistake.
Mine was pretty far away from any major military sites, so fallout following a nuclear exchange is a bigger concern than its blast itself. What this will do is keep the dust and other particles away from me, my food supply, and my sleeping area. It's gotta last me at least 14 days, though.
14 days is a pretty long time.
It is. I need 1 liter of water a day for drinking, 2 optimally so I can wash as well. Toiletry is easy enough, just garbage bags and a bin placed outside the shelter area. Food means canned supplies, of course.
Of course. And the radio is for outside communication?
Right, so I can pick up government alerts on what's going on outside. Need a mechanical clock rather than an electric one in case the electromagnetic pulse from a nuclear airbrush fried it too. There's other stuff I need as well, like extra clothing, matches, and candles. I still think I have time to gather it all, though, maybe.
Nice day to say it. I'm a little impressed. You really researched this and thought it through. And again, I don't know if I want to live in a post-apocalyptic world with only people like Kenji having survived. Sounds like you really know what you're doing.
Damn right I do.
Must be hard living in constant fear like this. You never socialises either, so the fact you went bowling with others in itself is something of a surprise. This mentally reminds you of a little certain someone. Thankfully, her fear of others doesn't manifest in such a distinctly eccentric way. One thing I know for sure is that I certainly can't tell him exactly why I haven't been hanging around with him so much recently. It's late. I have stuff to do. Think about making a fallout shelter or something, though.
Yeah, alright, that's cool. Man's gotta do what he's gotta do after all. You should hang out with me sometime, by the way. You're a cool dude. Cool dudes should hang out together, right?
For some reason that compliment actually feels kind of nice. The situation with Hanako being what it is, though, means I probably won't be able to fulfill his request. For now, at least. That'll be good. Talk to you later about when I can.
Cool, later, dude.
You know what? He ain't so bad. I mean, he already killed me and hates 50% of the population on Earth. She's to his dorm room. Better go see Hanako. Stand outside the door of Hanako's room, hoping that she isn't in too much of a state as I nervously clutch the worksheet Muto asked me to pass on to her. Some reason to visit her, gives me something to talk about, so I suppose I should be thankful for him giving me the task. A long breath, steady myself to wrap my knuckles on the door in front of me. Silence. Isn't intending for any sound of shuffling coming through the side, but I can't hear a thing. No, I don't like doors when there's silence on the other side. You said we passed it. I believe you. Scratching my head, I made one last attempt at getting her to answer, knock on the door one final time. Hanako, it's me. It's just me. Muto said to give you some stuff. Well, the attempt seems just unsuccessful as last. Before I slip the sheet under the door, I hear a handle rattling. As the door opens halfway, I quickly try to see how Hanako's faring. This task made somewhat more difficult by her oversized gown hiding so much of her body. She doesn't look sick, or at least not immediately so. To be honest, I'd have preferred that to her expression right now. She looks terribly tired and appears to be barely acknowledging my presence. Hi, Hanako. Muto wanted me to give you these since you aren't in class today. What about the loose sheets, which she tenaciously takes in her hands? The way she moves is devoid of thought. Her posture is slumped in an unusual manner for someone that's so often tense and wound up. Even her eyes keep looking away from mine, doing their best to avoid eye contact. Move my head a little to try and get a better look, but she just ends up turning away. You okay? Feeling sick or anything? I could go get a nurse. It feels almost pitiful to put on such a routine get well soon act. I can't think of anything else I could possibly do for her, though. She seems to collect herself a little at the notion, but only a little. Her head remains turned away, but her eyes move towards me. I'm fine. No awkward silence follows. As it lingers, I notice that the sleeves and the cuffs of her gown bear slightly damp stains. Cheeks are a bit red too. Has she been crying? I see. I stayed a little before coming out with the words. It really came here to say. She'd like me to stay. I don't have anything urgent to do at the moment, so it wouldn't be any trouble. Her eyes slide away from me, and I lose any hope of improvement in her mood. I wait for a response, but she doesn't say anything, nor give any kind of gesture. She just stands there looking away from me. Hanako? She slowly shakes her head. Okay. Good night, then. With that, Hanako steps back and closes her door without a second word. More than a little worried, I retreat back to my room. Running out the hallway, I kept mulling over what happened. It felt like Hanako was only half there, as if I was interacting with a robot that was just doing what it was programmed to do without any real thought. She was a husk of a person. This is frustrating. I know that meeting Hanako would help the situation, but I feel like it only made it harder to understand her. I'm supposed to try and help her when she's quite literally shuts me up like that. I don't even bother to turn on the light, opting instead of simply changing my pyjamas, quickly choke down my evening pills and collapse onto bed. Once again, Hanako doesn't tell its class, tries as I might to concentrate on other matters. The fact continues to distract me throughout the entire school day, even as I walk through the school gardens to the dormitories. I don't think today being her birthday is a coincidence either. I don't know the link between the two events though, nor do I have any idea what she's feeling. Were it physical pain, I could at least provide some limited comfort. With something like this though, I have no idea where to start. Run the people through my head, thinking about whether they could help, because Shizune and Misha don't know that much about Hanako, and what little they do know they can't tell me, same for the nurse. In the end, the only person I know that knows Hanako well will be willing to tell me anything. Entering my dormitory, I notice something takes me off guard. It's starting to feel familiar. Everything that's going on around me, I'm thankful that this room started to be somewhere I can relax a little. First entered Yamako, it felt immediately foreign in every way, from the untouched neatness to the way it smelled. Focusing back on the task at hand, I threw my bag into the bed as I opened the top drawer of my desk. Before she left, Lily told me the number of the caller on one in Scotland, and I wrote it down. In hindsight, I wonder if she knew something like this could happen. Now that she's out of reach, I realised just how much both Hanako and I have relied on her for guidance. Digging around a drawer after drawer, looking for that damn piece of paper. Eventually, thankfully, I find it nested under a borrowed library book. Ah, it's the flip phone. Probably should have just entered it directly into my cell phone, come to think of it. Without further ado, I enter the number and anxiously press the call button. Eventually the phone picks up, a feminine voice I don't recognise on the other end. It's probably Lily's mother. Oh, don't do the fucking glitchy words. Oh god. Nah. Now I'm getting Monica vibes. English? Oh, he can't understand English. Suddenly finding myself unprepared, I realise I can't understand a word she says, either due to my limited vocabulary or a heavy accent. She had anticipated this, since according to Lily, her mother is a native Scot. Hi, Monica. I soldier on the hope that she must know some Japanese, considering it's her daughter's native language. It's Hassan Nakai speaking. Enthusiastic sound of realization can be heard as she recognizes the language. My feeling of relief is immense. Can you hear me? I can hear you. I can hear you, Clem Pandango. I'm never going to be able to not associate those things now. Yes, I know who you are. You must be one of Lily's friends from school, correct? Oh wait, that's not a good voice. I've already given that voice to someone. Even so, her accent means I have to concentrate to work out what she's saying. Yes, that's right. Pleased to speak to you, Mrs. Satao. So nice to follow you, someone so polite. Lily, dear, is for you. One seems nice, a little over-enthusiastic, given the mundane situation. There's small signs that Lily takes her time to get to the phone. In the distance, I can just make out her mother scolding her playfully just to getting up. Hello, Lily speaking. You sound awful. She makes a sound somewhere between a dying animal and a yawn. One thing I did remember to check before calling was the time zone. It'd be pretty late in the morning over there, so she really has no excuse. Not feeling well. Just tired. What time is it there? Late afternoon. School finished for the day not long ago. Hanako's not well, is she? That was quick. My assumption being that she must know something like this could happen seems to be on the mark. How did you know? Guess today's her birthday. I'd hope she might have gotten at least a little better after coming to know you, but how is she right now? She missed school today and yesterday. I still have to check up on her today, to be honest. After seeing how she was when I talked to her yesterday, I'm pretty anxious. I really have no idea what to make of it. Has this happened in the past? Is this related to her scarring in some way? Unfortunately so. Roughly the same thing happened last year when her birthday came up. As far as I can tell, it's because her parents died in the accident that caused her scarring, and Hanako blames herself for the deaths. What she says does seem to make sense. She's blaming herself on her birthday. She may as well be ruining. Sorry, I tried to read that as ruining and got really confused. Ruining that she was ever born. Hanako had mentioned her stay in the orphanage to me. Maybe I should take some heart that she trusts me enough to tell me such things. Lily seems so in the dark about it, though, almost to the extent that as I am, as a surprise. That's why she lives in the student dormitories as well. Has she told you any more about the accident? As close as we've come, she's barely told me anything about what happened. What I know is just largely conjecture. She sounds depressed, almost defeated. Considering the trauma Hanako must have gone through, I really can't fault Lily for not knowing. Nevertheless, she seems to consider it a personal failing. Don't blame yourself, Lily, with everything she's gone through. Long silence on the other end of the line. I begin to wonder if the call cut out before the voice at the other end speaks once again. There's another person, though, that has been subject of worry for me as of late. Oh? What are the people she'd be talking about in my head? The only friends she seems to keep very close are Hanako and me, although Kira as well. That person is you, Hasao. There's another silence on the line, but this time it's caused by me. The thing I was worried about me is something I very actively try to avoid since coming to Yabaku. Indeed, my interaction with Hanako has helped stave off any major health problems, thanks to our relaxed and slow-paced lives. What's there to worry about over me? I apologize, I didn't mean any offense. Sorry, I was just taken a bit off guard. Still isn't Hanako a bigger problem at the moment? For some time now, I thought that both of you may be feeding into each other more worrying habits. I tried to amend this before leaving, but it seems to have done little. Worrying habits? When I asked you what you had in mind for the future, your answer was very similar to what Hanako said in the past when that question was posed to her. It is well and good to want to protect her, but I fear that treating Hanako like this, as if she were a daughter or someone who needed special care, is only going to achieve the opposite. Oh, no. Situation got effectively turned on its head. After everything that's happened, this is the first time I found myself doubting Lily's judgment. Oh, actually, I'm going to save here, but I'm pretty sure it's a really easy answer to this one. Like, of course Lily's right. Fucking... I don't even need to mull that one over. Don't want to admit it, but she may have a point. Something else bugs me, though. And you try to amend this? Wait, our outing to the city? Quite astute. I thought that it might help if I dragged both of you out of Yamaku into the wider world. Thankfully, you became closer for it, though. She noticed that. I suppose she may as well have been paying attention to us. So her hearing's incredibly good. Quite likely good enough to have picked up what we were talking about if she tried. Sounds more and more like you were manipulating us. Silence. I was putting it, but I have no intention of stepping back from those words. I'm sorry, I was just worried about you. It's fine. I guess there are more important things anyway. It's not a total surprise you do such a thing. Her motherly nature can be slowly overbearing at times.
motherly nature. Yeah, super don't want to play her route, really. Well, I guess it might be alright. It might not be a romantic thing. But she does have the best of intentions. So you think you should think about myself more instead of trying to cater to Hanako? That largely sums it up. Again, I'm sorry for not telling you this in a clearer way before going behind your back. And I'm at least guilty of being overprotective of Hanako as you, but I fear that you are neglecting yourself in your efforts to give Hanako happiness. Do you think Hanako will be okay? She isn't as fragile as you think. I don't know exactly what experiences she's lived through or what feelings she has in her mind, but she has managed to work her way through them until now. It's also my hope that giving her a little space will allow her to decide what she truly wants for herself. Give her the initiative to reach out for it. Please have faith in Hanako. That's all I ask. I guess I'll think about it for a while. That's good. Being rash won't get you anywhere. I know that at times you may doubt your relationship to Hanako, but she does. Lily cuts herself off and takes a moment to reconsider her words. Please keep in mind that I wouldn't have befriended you if I hadn't thought you fundamentally a good person. You're a good friend, both to myself and Hanako. Thank you. That helps. She has some small talk, try to lighten the atmosphere. It's very stilted. I still don't know about Lily staying in Scotland, but after such a heavy subject, I want to be alone for a bit to think. After a few minutes, we end up saying our goodbyes, and I set my phone on my desk. Yeah, that must have been an expensive call in 2002. Compared to Hanako's situation, mine feels utterly mundane. I still have both my parents, I have a reasonably normal childhood, and unlike many in Yamaku, my condition isn't immediately visible to the public. And again, this isn't just an attempt to justify the way I've been acting towards her. That may well be what our past will like, but when it comes to our future, I still have no idea what I want to do. In school, I've just concentrated each day on work and I've put off more and more things to cater to Hanako. With all the words Muto told me of Hanako's breakdown about the purpose of Yamaku and my education, I'd say I was probably trying to push exactly the same thing. Just what have I been doing in the time since my heart attack? If I ever did manage to get Hanako out of her room to open up, what then? Look out my dormitory window and the sun slowly sets. It's a nice sight, but what I really savour is the quiet as the students return to their dormitory rooms. All I want to do now is think. I'm not sure how much time I have. I want to work out where I want to go from here. He spends the entire night thinking about his future. Since talking to Lily yesterday, I wanted to try and move on from the listlessness I felt since coming to Yamaku. But even if I tried to concentrate on the book in front of me, Hanako's empty seat in the back of the classroom looms larger than life. Every time I start getting focused, my eyes flicker over the desk and my mind starts spinning. Once more, my eyes drift over to it, but this time my vision is blocked by a certain other classmate. Oh, hey Mickey. Hey, maybe you should just have lunch. I can hear her stomach growling from her desk. Let my head drop in disappointment. She seems to take some amusement from my reaction. I hops onto my desk. A grin as she sits on it reminds me of the Cheshire Cat. So, what you working on? Some math. I have a decent handle on it, but I just want to revise. Oh, really? Let me see that. Before I can object, she grabs my mathematics book with her hand. She scans the page I was holding, opens up with one hand. She has her left arm sitting uselessly on her lap. In my time here at Yamaku, I've noticed that the other students have a wide range of adjustments to their disabilities on a purely practical level. Mickey is one of those who seems to have some trouble. Some on her left arm tends to be either hanging by her side, slipped into her pocket, or otherwise just put out of the way. Sometimes she has difficult time doing common tasks, which makes her visibly quite frustrated. I feel a little bad for thinking this way, but I'm thankful that Hanako and I don't have disabilities affecting our freedom of movement to that extent. Then again, if Mickey's problem was worsened, at least she wouldn't have a real possibility of dying. My attention is refocused as she thumbs through a few pages, skimming their content. Such a casual interest in the subject matter, it's clear by now that she won't be of any help. Guessing you're not too interested in this stuff. School math, it's boring as hell. She puts the book back in front of me with indifference. Her eyes move to the notebook beside it that I've been working out practice equations on. See, why couldn't she have got to know me in Rin's route? She could look through all my art book. That'd be nice. She'd probably like that. Wait, you're actually able to work that stuff out? Yeah. Wow, I've never talked to a computer with legs before. Thanks, I think. At least I'm doing better at this in history. Think it's worth asking that librarian for help? I heard she's shooting for uni. Ah, Yuko? Maybe. I don't know what she wants to study, though. What about you? Got anything you're thinking of doing after you graduate? Me? Nah, not really. Just enjoying it while it lasts. She's just a little awkward when I ask about her future. I absentmindedly rubs her left forearm. I kind of want to ask her about it, but I don't think I know well enough to do so. Conversation peters out and I lean back to my chair, give up on the prospect of studying. Mickey notices my tight expression and looks oddly serious. Thinking about Hanako? Is that obvious? You've been glancing at her seat and you've been pretty quiet. Not too hard to connect the dots. I'm just worried about her. Yeah, I can see why you would be. She can get weird sometimes. She sounds put off, but I can't blame her. Hanako was a hard person to interact with before she warmed up to me, even with Lily around to help. I haven't known her for that long either, so some of her habits will still be unknown to me. She reminds me of Amanda. Oh! Yeah! Yeah! She does. Alright. I like Amanda. If she's the one I think she is. She's pink hair, right? her little friend group is like the techno one and the food one, and then there's her the leader. She's like rivals of Akko. I haven't watched much of it. I've watched like 4 episodes or 6 episodes, I think. It's the show that I've been meaning to catch up on for ages, and I just haven't. But from what I've seen, I really like it. Face becomes trouble. If I hadn't developed feelings for her, I wouldn't. This would be at least a little easier to deal with. I mean, no offense, she isn't a bad person. I know that much. I know, I didn't take that that way. It's just harder to deal with when, you know, you have feelings for someone. Yeah, I can imagine that. It's hard to forget something like that, what happened to her during class, too. Wish she hadn't reminded me of that. She just confirmed that it was clearly noticed by others in the room as well. Come on, don't get that down. She's done that before. You just gotta wait it out. She locks herself in a room and acts like an empty husk of a person for a sizable amount of time. Ever since she entered Yamaku, if not before, then as well. And I'm not supposed to be concerned about that? Well, I might think that, but there's nothing I can do. I can't force her to come out, and if she does see a therapist, it's not like she isn't getting any help for her issues. Maybe it's natural to think that way when you're so powerless to help someone. That's just the way she is, and you have to deal with it. Let me just show them being tomboys by them hating on feminine stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed the first bit. Yeah, no, I agree. I know many tomboys, so most of the females in my life, actually, and they don't really particularly hate on feminine stuff, so... As I mull things over, and I just moving out the corner of my eye, I glance to see who it is, and end up doing a double take. Sure enough, it's Hanako. She walks through the door just as she would any normal school day, begins to move towards her seat in her usual silent and humble manner. Yeah, she does. She's just cool. Like if I had to give one word to describe her, it would just be cool. No matter what she's doing, she's just like, nah, I'm doing it my way. I like her. I like her a lot. Actually, I don't think there are any characters in that show that I don't like. Not that I can think of. They're all pretty great. Now I think about it, now you've made that connection to that, their teacher, who is so clearly totally not the person that Akka really likes from her childhood, but I can't remember what her name is as a teacher either. She reminds me a lot of the librarian in this game. She looked at me for a moment before blushing and looking away in embarrassment, which makes me realise that I was staring at her. I feel sorry for that, but not doing it is hard after all that's happened. The girl sitting at my desk looks at me, grinning. See? Your sweetheart's back already. What did I tell you? You be quiet. I only meant as a joke, but she hits close enough to make it quite uncomfortable. As we talk, someone calls Mickey's name from the door. She jumps down from her vantage point from her desk and turning to me. Gotta go, Sal. Remember to eat sometime, will ya? Fine, I will. See ya. She gives a casual salute before jogging over to the door where a male student in gym uniform was waiting for her. Probably someone from the track and field club. Probably the leader of the track and field club, who we all know is gay, because we were taught that in Emmy's story. Yeah. We're connecting the dots between students. Seizing the opportunity, I get up and make my way to Hanako's desk. Hello. Hey, Hanako. What's up? Nothing. We were talking to her soon after she came back to class. About move. Want to come with me and grab something from the cafeteria? I'm pretty hungry. But I thought you were studying. Studying can wait. Turning up for class after all this time must have taken some courage for Hanako, so the least I can do is stay with her. That's just the way she is, and you have to deal with it. That's is the way Mickey and probably the class as a whole view Hanako. I can do more for her though, and I want to do more for her. After being distracted by Mickey, I don't think I'm going to get any work done. Come on, let's go. She hesitates, but eventually gets up and joins me as we begin walking. Maybe small steps for her, but the fact that she's finally out of her room on her own volition lifts a large weight off my shoulders. Hooray! I think that's a good thing. I shouldn't have tried to eat this banana yet. It's not fully ripe. My pen busily scrawls into a slowly filling page of notebook. My hand remains on the page of reference books I borrowed from the library, marking my spot as my eyes flicker to and fro. As I work, I occasionally mark red circles or underlined the photocopied sheets of paper that lie onto the table in front of me. Yay! Exam studying! This is what we came here for. Wanting to change the scenery from the library to avoid the distractions of the classroom, I decided to make use of the Shanghai for some quiet study time. And being nice and quiet as expected, being able to get a coffee while I study is a nice bonus. Hanako may have returned to her normal self since she came out of her room, but I've done quite the opposite. Daily routines have returned to us, but I feel as if I'm a different person. Maybe I'm not. Maybe it's only been a few days after all. Since I decided I wanted to try and get out of that rut, I found myself in after my accident. I wanted to change, and now I'm actively working towards that goal. Or at least, I would like to think that I am. This is impossible. Brute forcing this isn't going to work. What's more is I have another piece of writing I have to do after this. I feel it's going to be no easier.
Look up in mild surprise at the source of its native voice. Yuko stands at the head of the table with a damp towel in hand, clearly having taken the opportunity to clean the table while no other patrons are around. She looks curious, as her eyes are much on my work as me. What's the matter? I was just wondering, what sort of work are you having so much trouble with? Oh, it's just history. I'm fine with science and maths, so I'm trying to get my other subjects up to par. Yuko is positively delighted at his development. I feel like I just chose the right answer on some big quiz show. Oh, I think I can help you with that. If you don't mind, of course. If you consider turning down the offer, in order not to cause her too much trouble, but she looks too excited about this for me to do it. It'd be mean to shoot her down like that after such a reaction. If you're willing to help, I'd really appreciate it. She claps her hands together, quickly deposits the towel on the counter before returning to take a seat across from me. Take my notebook off the top of the textbook and hand it over to her for her to peruse. So you're studying the Edo period? Yeah, I'm not really much good at this, though. She takes the textbook and reads a few pages from a random section in the middle of a bit. The aura of enthusiasm she's been radiating previously is rapidly sapping away. I'm guessing this isn't the kind of history you were expecting? Unfortunately not. My main area is European history, especially in the classical area. Sorry. She's a bit downcast, but she carefully closes the book and lays it on the table. Her face perks up again. Would you like another cup of coffee? Oh yeah, sure. Well, this coffee can't be good for his heart, but whatever. Reach forward and get my book back as Yuko gets up, takes my mug and slowly walks to the counter to make another brew. As usual, she's absolutely silent as she does this. Every ounce of her concentration is focused on not tripping over or dropping the plain white mug. Take the opportunity to lay back and relax a bit. The hum of the coffee machine filling the otherwise quiet air. Small details like this which make me realise how much I've come to appreciate the little things in life. The peace and quiet of the local town, the discipline and order of Yamaku, the green of the trees that were so rare in my home city, the relaxed pace at which the aging residents are living their lives. Everything feels so certain. It's comforting. I can feel myself beginning to nod off when the sound of the mug coming to rest on the table grabs my attention. Seems like it arrived not a moment too soon. Yuko takes her previous seat once again, and as I pick myself up and bring my hand around to my mug to check its temperature. It's a little too hot to drink right away, so I blow on it a little. It's a shame you don't like history all that much. I sort of guessed you might be more into science. How so? You've nearly read out the science fiction section in the library already. It wasn't hard to notice. You do have a good point now. Well, what can I say? You've pegged me just about, right? Sound like you really take a real interest in history, though, especially considering how specific you are about it. You studying that area or something? Gone digs overseas? She giggles nervously at the thought. I'd like to visit the Mediterranean sometime and see the old architecture and art for myself, but I don't think I could trust myself to handle such delicate things. I'm saving up to formally study in university, although I read up on it whenever I have free time outside of work. So Mickey was right about her university aspirations. Considering how she fares as a waitress, a more theoretical path may suit Yuko better. It's nice to hear that she has some ambitions, though, considering how hard she works. I nod and take a careful sip of my coffee, but now it's cooled to the right temperature, so I begin to drink while keeping an eye on the book below, trying to read at the same time. A few minutes pass quietly, Yuko looking out the window and watching the world go by while I have my coffee and study. Movement catches my eye. I look up to see Yuko smiling and waving to someone outside. Following her gaze surprisingly reveals that someone to be Hanako. She is looking at us on the side of the street across from where we are. Her usually all too visible timidity is largely absent, probably thanks to there being so few people around right now. Evidently she decides to join us after a little wave. She gives a quick glance up and down the street and crosses towards the side the cafe is on. Familiar doorbell to the Shanghai rings out as Hanako enters and makes her way to the table we're sitting at. Hello. Good afternoon. Hi, Hanako, what's up? Nothing, just going for a walk since the weather was nice. Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm glad I decided to study here instead of the library. It's comfortable in here, thanks to that. Better than somewhere quite stuffy like the library. I looked at Yuko, who nods in response. Yeah, it's nice. It's just a shame the summer can't last forever. Oh, wait, sorry, would you like a drink? Hanako shakes her head. Thankfully, it's enough to calm Yuko back down. How are you going with studying? Okay-ish. Oh yeah, have you talked with Lily? I'm interested too. How is she doing? She's enjoying it, I think. I think that's all we're going to get out of her. Being around Yuko is tensing her up. It would be so nice to travel to Scotland. Green fields, castles, lovely small towns, men in kilts, interesting history. Can't say I see the appeal of men in kilts myself. It does seem like a picturesque place, though. As we talk, the jingle of the doorbell rings again. Hanako startles, noticing Yuko's panicked expression at the prospect she might have to leave customers to wait a handful of seconds due to a chatter with us. Yuko gives us a quick bow and hastily skids over to greet the new customers, an elderly man and his wife. I watch her for a bit, craning my head around to get a good view. Hanako is staring at me with her one visible eye. She averts her head in embarrassment as I turn to make eye contact. I was just thinking that it's nice to have ambitions for the future. Yuko was telling me a little about her university aspirations before. Oh. It's a shame. She wasn't so neurotic and overworked when she could be a really happy person. As much as I'd like to play host to Hanako and entertain her a bit, I do need to study as well. Oh, I skipped a bit. To be honest, I don't think the distraction from Yuko helped either. Sorry if I'm a bit distracted. I need to try and get this done, otherwise I'm going to flunk the history exam pretty hard. Left running my hand through my hair in frustration. That letter needs doing as well once I get back to my dormitory room. I hope I have more luck with that than this. Damn. With what? Oh, I was going to write to Hanako. Right now, though, this is more important. All I've done is rattle myself. I can't focus on the work in front of me when my stomach is slowly turning the prospect of actually attempting to write her back after all this time. That seemed like a big misstep. Am I going down the neutral route right now? I feel like I am. I feel like I screwed that up. I don't know which choice I made that was wrong. Agreeing with Lily? Was agreeing with Lily wrong? I mean, she's right. Nah, I don't know. Forced myself to concentrate on the book, picking up the pen once I had a quick sip of coffee. A few seconds, Hanako stops silently watching me and leans back in her seat, asking as much as she ever seems to be able to, looking out the window to pass the time. We stayed there for a long time before leaving to the dormitories together. Surprised she had the patience to wait me out. Hanako's letter lies on my desk beside a blank sheet of lined paper and an unused envelope. Tapping on my pen is the only thing to be heard this late at night. As I feared, my second task of the day turns out to be just as difficult as the first, if not harder. It's been so many months since we even saw each other. Even so, I can still remember what she looked like, what she sounded like, and what she acted like. By now, though, the little details begin to slip away. When I first saw her letter, I barely recognised her handwriting at all. Even the pink pen she always used was forgotten until her writing reminded me of it. I wonder why she didn't use it for the letter. She used to write everything with it. Maybe she thinks it's too immature now. I should be thinking about myself and what I want to communicate to her. My mind can't stop concentrating on her, though, on the past we shared together before it was taken away so suddenly. The bright and slightly garish decorations suit her sense of aesthetic. Picking up the letter to take a closer look at it, I give a long sigh. It's the last link binding me to my past. Hanako didn't suddenly cease to exist when she left my hospital room for the last time, but I needed this letter to remind me of that. I had all those feelings neatly filed away. I felt as if I didn't need them, that I could just begin life completely anew. It was easier that way. In the end, I suppose that was a rather naive thing to think. Sooner or later, my past would have caught up with me one way or the other. What am I supposed to say to her? Thank you for bringing me closure? All the letter did in the end was end the sense of closure I'd previously felt. Try as I might, I can't write so much as a single word down on paper in front of me. I can't even think of what exactly I want to say. Putting the letter down on top of the blank sheet, gather the materials together and file them away in my drawer. The clank of the desk makes as it closed makes me momentarily tense in frustration before I get up, go grab a drink from the vending machine on the first floor. I tried, but I couldn't do it. After all that time passed, still don't know how to deal with Hanako. So weird that So, one thing I'm noticing in this story, he's focusing on Hanako, he's focusing on Yuko, even Mickey, and Lily. He seemed and you know, there's this whole story of like Misha and stuff. He's focusing on everyone else and not he's obviously always thinking about Hanako because he's not doing anything. He's just like going around trying to, I don't know. I don't know. It's just sort of weird. He's very. I guess the whole point is that he's not focusing on himself. Like that's what the story's trying to say. Is that look, he's focusing on everyone else, even though he is now focusing on himself. But I guess it's just such a stark contrast to Emmy and Rin's story, which was just them, just Emmy, just Emmy, just Emmy. The library, while not humming with activities, is noticeably more busy than usual. Exams not far away, and that's reflected in the number of students burying their nose in textbooks at tables around us. I've been studying quite a lot in the past few days, just like them, in hopes of doing well with the exam. This also means that Hanako and I have been playing games less, so she's begun studying as well, just to fill the time. Nevertheless, I found myself forsaken by her on this particular day. The textbook in front of me has remained on the same page for some time. After so much reading on subjects I couldn't care less about, if not for the exam, my mind begins to wander. My eyes flicking over to where Hanako would usually be, just like on the days she wasn't in class. Usually being banging in the corner of the room is conspicuously unoccupied. It's here that we first really met. I tried to start a conversation with her. She got skittish and eventually bolted from the room altogether. Very shouldn't smile about it, but it was kind of amusing in hindsight. Nowadays, it's more difficult to imagine her doing such a thing. Even with Lily gone, she'd be doing well now that she's come out of her room. I want to talk with her, or at least play another game of chess. I'm tired of studying. It's been a few days since we've really done anything together. The question of where to find Hanako is a particularly difficult one. If she's not in the library, chances are she's either in the tea room or a piece of quiet or in a dormitory room. So I had to check on that in that order. I pack up my books and make my way out the library. Stretching of a loud groans walk down the hallway. Studying may be frustrating at times, but the progress I feel I've made, there's some sense of pride in getting it done. It's a good feeling. There's a sound to be heard from inside. I stand in front of the door. Hanako's room. I guess it isn't very indicative of whether she's inside or not, given how usually quiet she is. Yeah. Still, she wasn't in the tea room, so I tried knocking lightly to make my presence known. But I was surprised when I found the door unlocked and yielding at my touch. That always... When he just opened the door... my heart just stopped for a second. And I had horrible flashbacks to the last time I played a game where they just opened a door. Okay, I'm good. Not scarred for life. I will be fine. Let's get on. With a small creak, the door opens. Looks like my suspicions were correct. Hanako is indeed here. She's still sitting at the table with an open book in front of her, but pays no heed to it as she keeps looking out the window. She looks utterly oblivious to my presence. With her head thoughtfully resting on her hands, she looks calm and collected. Shame she can't look like this more often. Smiling a little, I walk up to the table and softly speak to her. Good evening, Hanako. Hanako's head turns a little to see me, but she's still only half there. Put a hand on the table, lowering my head to a better look at her face, mildly curious about what mood she's in. What's up? She gasps a little, finally acknowledging my presence in the room for the first time. Hanako's blushing really heavily. Mouth is open just a little, as if paused mid-sentence. Most striking, though, is what she's doing. She's looking directly at me. Her eyes are pinned on my own, from such a close distance that I can almost see my reflection in them. They don't turn away, nor move. Is she getting closer? She's getting closer. She's getting closer. I'm judging by the distance between the arrow. Oh, she stopped. Trying to creep me out, eh? Such a close distance, I can almost see my reflection. They don't turn away nor move at all. They're absolutely still, just looking into mine. They're dark and give her an almost analytical air. Even when reading on subjects she has no interest in, she would appear to be wrapped in her work as to a casual observer. She absorbs information very well, and even now I can feel that. I feel like I'm seeing something behind those eyes that I've never saw before. I don't know what it is, though. Hanako? Her lips move just a little, silently, mouthing something. She looks like she's on the verge of saying something, but won't say it. But that's the way Hanako always is, on the verge of saying something, but never quite doing it. Look intently into her eyes, I realise something. Everyone has their own thoughts, things they want to say, and their own worldview, but I can't work out what Hanako wants to say, and I can't work out what she's thinking. I never have been able to. It's frustrating. It feels like I don't know her at all, despite all the time we spent together. Here's Sao. Only now that I find myself blushing. I've been looking directly into Hanako's eyes, such a short distance with absolutely no regard for her, and she's been looking into mine without shirking away. I quickly look away while covering my face with my hand. Hanako does just the same. Another awkward silence reigns. I hate these. First I accepted them as just being fact of life around Hanako, but now they feel like an affirmation of how little we're able to communicate. Some anger makes its way after the complex mixture of emotions I'm experiencing right now. I want to bridge that gap between us. Friends shouldn't have to tiptoe around each other like this. Oh, shouldn't they? I'm always have to tiptoe around my friends. Speak before I can argue myself of what I'm going to do. My scarring isn't as bad as Hanako's, and I can't possibly compare my life to hers, but I want to show her that she's not alone. Doing this in such a blunt manner might be the only way to get my point across. Hanako, I want to show you something. Take a deep breath and prepare myself. This could backfire badly, but I feel as if we've come close enough for this to be okay. I'm not going to strip naked or anything weird, I'm just going to take off my shirt. Her face. His eyes grow the size of saucers. Her face is an amusing mixture of curiosity and nervousness as she stands. It helps take the edge off my own nervousness doing this in front of another person. Slowly, with my entire body feeling tense, I unknot my tie and begin to loosen the first button of my shirt. I'm trying to mentally block out Hanako to make this easier, but it's really not working. As I work my way down, I expect to hear some form of protest from her. She remains silent, though, which just makes us feel even stranger. With the last of my shirt unbuttoned, I take the breath and look at her. Instead of seeing whatever it is he's showing her, we just see her face. Really, like, zoomed in on one side. Okay, I gotta say, she just looks like Yuri. Now. That's, I'm guessing this is the one that I meant to like the most. Oh, look how beautiful she is when you see her from the side. No, actually, I want to see all of her, because now she just looks like Yuri, and that's scaring me. Hanako's gaze is fixed on my scarring, as expected. And once I nod to say it's okay, she steps forward and tenaciously places her hand on the vertical line running down my chest. Oh, there we go. That makes more sense. The scarring on her hand, a pattern of damaged skin across its surface, contrasts with the single uniform line that makes up mine. Her hand isn't trembling at all, unlike what I predicted. This is a scar from surgery that followed my heart attack. Surgeons had to cut open my chest to operate on my heart. I never knew. Hanako's words are calmer and softer than usual. A soft feeling of her fingers moving from my scar to my breast. I guess it would still be a breast. Makes me hesitate a little before continuing on. I'm the first person to see this since I left the hospital. But why are you showing this to me? I wanted to prove to myself that I could do this, that I could accept my past and move on. I wanted to show that to you as well. She nods. From her reaction, she seems to know how difficult this is for me. More than anything, the scar represents a visible reminder of my condition. A reminder that I'm not normal anymore. That's something that, until now, I had tried my hardest to ignore. As the minutes tick by, Hanako's gaze lingers. Her eyes look less focused on my scarring than before. The situation feels a little different than it previously did. It makes me feel slightly uncomfortable. Her hand retreats, and I draw my shirt close and begin to button it up. Her blushing face suddenly returns to its typical tense and timid state as she looks away. The room is completely silent as I fix my shirt and tie, feeling put off after such an unexpected, intimate moment. So I guess you're not the only one that's scarred. Hanako smiles a little at the joke, thankfully lightening the atmosphere a bit. Thank you, Hisao. I think I understand. You have a long sigh of relief. I really didn't know how to take it, but I'm glad everything seems to have worked out as I hoped. Hanako smiles and he proves that further. I'm finding the path I want to follow now, and what Hanako needs to do is find her own. Something I can't help her with, and it's something that she needs to overcome her past in order to do. Hanako checks her watch. It's getting late by now. Hisao? Yeah, I'd better be going. I'll be thankful for some sleep. It's a long day after all. Good night, Hanako. Good night. Made my way out of her room and into the hallway. I made signs to do so. Both of us have gone through a few emotions today. It feels like it's coming into a closure very soon. It's probably good because it's 2 o'clock in the morning. I did start pretty late today, so that's probably my fault. Heat of the summertime sun beats down on my sweating brow. Dabbing. Yeah, we're back to more dabbing. With a handkerchief, it doesn't help too much in making me any more comfortable. Holding a handkerchief while dabbing doesn't make it any less of a dab buddy. Giving up on the idea of getting more done today, I stop and lean against one of the overpass fences, resting my bag on the ground. Stores in town below Yamako are well stocked and offer enough variety for me to get by, but at least occasional shopping trips to the city is something that really can't be avoided. I've been here a few times now, city's layout is getting more familiar, and the nostalgia from its atmosphere is beginning to wear off. It is that I've begun to weave. It's kind of an old man that's overexerted himself. Let's connect that to the fact that I'm its source and feel disturbing. Hand on my chest and concentrate a bit, make sure I haven't gone far enough to cause any further problems. I feel my heart is acting normal. No dull pain, the beating is regular, albeit fast-paced. It's where I recover from overdoing things in this kind of heat. I hate my body. It's frustrating to be held back, even more to be held back by fear of my life being ended, while doing something as simple as walking around the city for a while. As I ponder on my health, I feel my pocket vibrating. When my phone begins to ring, my hands are already fishing for it. Answer the screen shows a number I don't recognise. Strange. Shrugging, I pressed a button to answer the call and bring the phone to my ear. I would never do that. That's the most terrifying thing in this game. Hello, sound of Kai speaking. Sound of a couple of short breaths can be heard, but no actual speech is forthcoming. Hello? It's Hanako. Voice is really easy to place, even if I've never heard over a phone before. Hanako, sorry, I wasn't expecting you to call. What's up? If you're not busy, I was wondering if you would like me to meet up? Yes, I mean, she sounds really wound up about it. A muffled voice in the background. It's about time for afternoon tea, so I guess she wants me to meet her at Shanghai or something. Sounds fine. You're at the Shanghai? I'm in the city. Hanako's here? Alone? That's a surprise. Little wonder she's like this if she's surrounded by people entirely by herself. That works out well. I'm just wandering around there now. Where are you? She manages to stammer out the street name, address, and some basic directions to where she is. Luckily, it's not too far, so I agree to see her soon before hanging up. Look up at the sky. The summer's heat is beating down. It's the first time Hanako's asked for us to do something together beyond a simple board game. The first time, at least since I've known her, that she's come to the city by herself. Maybe this means that Lily was right. By the time I managed to stagger up to the cafe where Hanako is, I've started to wheeze again. Oh, hey, it's the same cafe I took Lily to. I'm sweating so much that I feel like a melting popsicle and I can barely hold the bag in my hand. I need to sit down badly. Tables outside are occupied by busy chatting couples and girls gossiping between themselves. Contrast between the different age groups and fashions of people here and the people in town nearby Yamako is striking. I scanned over the people sitting at the table, but I can't see Hanako. She did say she was sitting outside, so I must just be missing her. Not difficult, given how small she usually tries to make her presence. Look around again more slowly this time, taking particular care to see if I can find Hanako's hat. It's pretty distinctive, and I'd be very surprised if she wasn't wearing it. There she is. Sure enough, her head is... Oh. Her head is kept low, and the table she's sitting at is right beside the building in an inconspicuous corner. Walk up to where she is and make sure that I have her attention before I sit, lest I give her a scare. She notices me and gives a small wave, and I arrive at her table. Are you feeling okay? Try my best to laugh it off, but doing so just makes me more out of breath. I'm not very fit these days, don't mind me. Hanako nods, but still looks a bit put off. Now that I can get a good look at her face, something about her seems a bit different. I'm not sure if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but she looks kind of nice. Her eyes move upwards to look at me before quickly flicking down again. Oh. I keep doing that. Begin to think this is going to be a rather quiet meeting, but... Oh, fucking no. Just let me read it. Waitress franks her eyes and sets down a cup of tea in front of Hanako. Hanako almost automatically turns slightly away and lowers the side of her head. It's an amazing practiced motion. It does a good job of its intended purpose, hiding a scar from someone who's leaning in close. Her arm is still laying on the table, though, the scarring on the back of her hand quite visible. Catches the waitress's eye and I move quickly to distract her. Excuse me, may I place an order? Waitress nods and gives me a couple of seconds to look at the menu. Could I have a mango smoothie, please? She gives a nod before almost enthusiastically bouncing inside. Everything's so different in the city, way more than one. Hanako looks back up towards me and adjusts her hat a little. She notices the waitress staring at her scar, she doesn't show it. Not coffee? I think I'd die from this heat if I had something like coffee right now. Resting my head in my hand, I look to my quiet companion. She seems taken aback, her unexpected reaction to our lame joke. An unwelcome emotion bubbles up inside me as I realise her reason why. Unlike most Yamaku, indeed, unlike anyone else there is aware of, my condition goes beyond limiting the activities I can do. Or to be more precise, breaching those limits could have more grave consequences. Thankfully, it's something that rarely comes up since I enter Yamaku. I thought that it was a rare sight that Hanako and Lily might not think of it at all. It turns out that I was wrong. Hanako silently drinks her tea while I wait for my drink, confirming that it is the right temperature with a small sip before she begins in earnest. I feel guilty for being the cause of an uncomfortable silence. Since the past, I've been kind of hard on Hanako for those. Yeah, that was a bad choice of wording. Eventually, the same waitress as before bounces up, handing me my drink. I gather my change from my pocket, drop into a waiting hand, before she goes off to attend another customer. My eyes linger on her as she walks away. They don't pay... Shouldn't I have to pay first? Whatever. Do you think that she looks... Oh, do you think that she looks pretty? I goes following my gaze. My eyes taking the waitress that served us. I can feel my blood slowly going to my cheeks. I rest my smoothie back on the table. Nah, I can't really say I'm into that look. She just looks like an old friend I knew before my heart attack. Did you have many friends? I had a few in my previous school. I wouldn't say a lot. 4 of us just hung around together after school and stuff. Do you still talk to them? I shake my head. No, we gradually lost contact while I was stuck in the hospital. You're not saddened by that? Or angry? Hanako looks genuinely surprised. This is the right reaction. Well, life did move on for them while I was stuck in the ward. I was pretty sore about it at the time, but now it's just a bunch of nice memories. Besides, once I came to Yamaku, I found new friends as well. That was quite a whitewash of what my feelings were back then. I went through some dark times during my stay at the hospital, and I really am glad that Hanako and Lily were around to help me after I left it. Hanako blushes as we both get down to enjoying our drinks. She seems to have calmed down since I arrived, and I'm starting to feel a little better now that I've had the chance to rest a bit. So this is getting to be a nice outing already. Even if she's calmer than before, though, she's fidgeting a bit. She runs her hands down one of her bangs, and I try to think of something to say. That's right, I was going to ask. Hanako tilts her head quizzically. I didn't know you had a mobile phone. How did you get my number? Lily gave it to me. Should have guessed. You know, you could have just asked. I'd have given it to you. Want to exchange email addresses? Hanako nods, setting down her drink and fishing out her phone from her pocket as I do the same. Surprising, it's the same model as mine. Pink, though. Nice phone. She looks at me with a curious expression before noticing my phone and giggling. It's one of the very few times I've seen Hanako let her guard down enough to do such a thing. Oh, I want to see her giggling. It'll be too cute. I didn't pick it out myself, though. Oh? It was a present from Lily. I never really needed a phone, and I couldn't afford one. She bought me one for Christmas, though, saying that we could use it to keep in touch. They see each other basically every day anyway, both in and out of school. And again, Lily does have her class representative duties and have friends that she talks with. Probably help for situations like this too, where she's gone away for a while. Lily's a very special person to you, isn't she? She is. I love her very much. Hanako looks down and smiles as she thinks her. None of my friendships are ever as deep as theirs, and I have to admit myself I'm a little jealous of their relationship. We tell each other our email addresses and thumb them into our respective phones, and I get Hanako's number from earlier, put it into my contacts list. Done. Oh, done. That makes 3 now. 3? Lily, Akira, and you. Ah, Akira. She's an interesting person, isn't she? She is. She's also really nice, though. Her suit makes her look a bit cool. I'm a little surprised you know each other well, with her job taking up so much of her time. Hanako looks down a little and takes another sip of her drink. More than looking intently at her face, I'd missed the small smile perched on it. I guess when she knows so few people, those she knows must mean a lot to her. Oh. How many do you have? Me, about... Oh, how many do you have? Me, about 9 or 10. I hesitate to go into them, fear grabbing the fact that Hanako doesn't have parents, or apparently close relatives. 2 of those are Shune and Misha too, which is another can of worms. Wait, why would you have Shizune's mobile number? I guess the text. Never mind, that's me being stupid. That's me being backwards with phones. I wasn't thinking. Oops. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. Ignore me. Imagine that Lily would have more than both of us put together, probably. Hanako gives a childish giggle, and I can't help smiling. It's a good feeling that she's gotten this comfortable around me. Times like this, I feel like I'm getting close to talking to her true self. Do you mind if I ask you something that I've been wondering? Hanako shakes her head as she takes the last sip of her tea, finishing it off. You seem very jealous of Lily having lots of friends. Don't you want to make some more friends yourself, or get to know some of hers? I'm not jealous. I don't like people, so I don't mind not having many friends. That's really not the answer I was expecting. She doesn't look fearful or sad as she says it, but rather quite serious. Hanako rubs her arm awkwardly. I haven't taken my quietness as a reason to continue. I'm not really sure what I should say, so I end up simply giving her my attention in silence. In middle school, I got bullied a lot. I was called names, got excluded from work groups and sports teams. There were worse things too. That's what made you not like other people? She shakes her head. That was elementary school. I'm bad for bringing this up now. I don't have enough problems dealing with Hanako's scarring. Children would be all worse. I'd assumed that the way she had tried to make her presence not felt was just to avoid people staring at her because she was afraid of them, certainly not because she genuinely didn't want to interact with them in the first place. I noticed a condensation from my neglected smoothie forming a little puddle around the bottom of the cup, so I take the opportunity to finish it off. As I drink, she begins to fiddle with her phone. Looks like she's remembered the people around her again and began to tense up. It isn't exactly a cheap phone. I had to save up for quite a while to afford one when I got mine. If Lily went to a private school, she probably wouldn't have had too much trouble getting one for a present, though. Watching her fiddle with it gives me an idea. Hey, Hanako, wait for me. I'll be right back. Put the now empty cup down, slip my phone into my pocket, begin to move off, carefully stepping around the bag I'd placed beside my feet. Thankfully, sitting while talking to Hanako has helped me feel a lot better than before. Wait, what? Where are you going? Just stay here. I'll be back in a bit. Much as I'd have liked to have jogged back, I know full well I couldn't. I ended up walking back to the cafe, a little blue bag in my right hand. Hanako notices me quickly, looking about as confused as she did when I left. Towards the diminutive bag in front of her and sit back down. Is this? It's for you. You can open it. But go on. She looks very unsure about it, but eventually gives in, slowly opens the bag and picks its content out. Silver chain phone strap dangles from her fingers, ending in a delicate flower. It isn't exactly a masterwork of jewellery, but it's about as much as I could afford. Hanako's eyes light up when she looks at it. It's the kind of reaction I was hoping for. Summer sun's light glint off the silver as it twists to and fro. It's not too ostentatious, but it still looks a little charming, and I think it suits her well. Hanako lowers the phone strap to the table and looks at me once more. But it's not Christmas or my birthday. It's fine, don't worry about it. I just thought it might be nice to have something to decorate your phone with. I don't have anything to give you. I told you it's fine. Friends can give things to each other like this sometimes, right? Friends. Hanako lowers her face so much that I can't see her expression. She eventually nods before taking her phone and fiddling with the strap to attach it properly. She looks to me and smiles. She holds up her phone, now adorned with a little flower. Thank you, Sal. That's not how phone straps work. You can't just magically cut the rope and put it back. You tie it round. I used to have a flip phone that looked almost identical to that, but in silver. That's not how phone straps work. Whatever. That's silly. The smile proves infectious. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a couple getting up and leaving. That reminds me that the bus back to town before Yamako will be coming soon. Guess I better be going if I want to catch the next bus back to town. You coming as well? Yes. She hastily nods before carefully putting her phone back in her pocket and getting out of her chair. I do the same, pick up the bag I left beside me on the way out. We walk side by side as we make our way to the bus station, exchanging no words between us. Hanako's gaze is firmly locked ahead of her. She looks very happy with herself. I'm not sure what I should say to her, but I'm also not sure I need to say anything. Now that Hanako is happy, and happy because of me, it's enough to make the load off my arm feel as light as a feather. Yay, it's all happy. Happy, happy, happy. I thought we were coming to a close. I'm not sure. I mean, I guess Lily's going to come back before we end off, but still. Finally reaching the classroom after the usual walk from the dormitories, I step inside. My eyes immediately turn to the third seat from the left. Right, go, Hanako's seat. It's empty after glancing around the classroom, as though she isn't even here yet. 2 girls from the newspaper club aren't here, and the 2 seats to the left of Hanako's are, and Shizune and Misha are, but that's about it. We exchange morning greetings before I take my seat. I have to admit, this is a bit of relief. It gives me a few more minutes to think. Not that I have been doing so previously, but since our trip to town, Hanako's been on my mind. Still don't know what to make of my relationship with Hanako. I like her. I commit that much to myself. I want to protect and shield her from the pain she feels. I really don't think my feelings are just those for friendship anymore. That said, I don't feel like I even know her. If I made a move on her, how would she take it? Is she in an emotional state to allow that to make a reasonable decision about our relationship? How would she cope with anything that might happen afterwards? There's also the possibility I'm just completely misinterpreting Hanako. Not a difficult thing to do with someone whose social skills seem to be so undeveloped. Sound of footsteps coming to the door make me perk up. It ends up just being Miki. Wow, rude. She barely acknowledges my existence when I accidentally make eye contact with her. I'm about to look away, but another person comes in not long after she takes her seat. I feel myself freeze as I see Hanako enter. This isn't a rational reaction, but I have no idea how I should act or what I should say to her. For a moment, our eyes meet. And then, just as quickly, she looks away and moves to her seat without saying a single word. As is now usual for the period following class, my face is very deep in a book I find thoroughly uninteresting. Studying is not something that comes naturally to me. I didn't study a lot before coming to Yamaku, and until now I've largely managed to coast through on talent alone. It's frustrating that I can't do that anymore. Because that could be the end, Lee. Come on. I'm guessing that's going to be the... Unlike with Emmy, it'll be the end, right? Like, the how to end it all. That makes more sense. End the story, I mean. Judging by the face of the other few students in the library, I don't think I'm alone in my distaste for this. Misery loves company, I suppose. Deciding to spend lunchtime with Hanako, since we haven't had lunch together for a while now, I may as well have spent the time studying, although, aside from pathetically small snippets of small talk, there are barely any words said between us. I just keep doing this to me. I just want to protect her. I just want to be there for her, but every time I feel like we're coming closer, we end up further away. Are you busy? Hanako. My head whips around in surprise, causing her to retreat in fright. That was bad timing. If I hadn't been thinking about her at that very moment, I probably wouldn't have been nearly so startled. Sorry, you just startled me. I found myself staring at her longer than I should. At the text lying on the table in front of me, I feel more like I'm just staring at the words rather than actually reading. I'm feeling Hanako noticed as well, and I sighed and closed the book. What's up? I was just wondering what you were reading. She looked a little downcast after my reaction seeing her, giving up the prospect of getting any more work done. Get up and return the book to its place on near myself. Just an English textbook. Has it helped? It helped me realise that I don't like English, yeah. And I gave a small giggle. I may muse on the strange state of our friendship, but I do know that such little gestures are things I wouldn't see were not at least some distance closer to her than when we first met. I look at her for a moment, thinking about what to do, and I don't know about her. It's a slightly depressing topic. Is something wrong? I want to know more about her. Maybe I should stop being so evasive about it. Talking with Lily as an equal, rather than being constantly in fear of causing her to become upset, worked fine. I should just try a straightforward approach with Hanako as well. Yeah, Hanako, mind if I ask you a question? I don't mind. I want to know what your life was like before coming to Yamaku. She hesitates. I briefly consider backing off, but she seems to be taking the question quite seriously. I sit and watch her silently, letting her take her time. She's not making eye contact with me. She looks almost as if she's arguing with herself and letting herself open up, be more open. Her answer finally comes in a stiff, almost reluctant nod. She looks far more tense than she did before I asked. Okay, but in return, you have to tell me about your life as well. I nod and follow her as she begins to walk out the library. By now, most of the students have already left the main building, apart from a few people hovering around the club rooms, and the hallway largely empty. I guess we'll start with coming to Yamaku. Let's see, I was in the hospital when my parents first told me about Yamaku Academy. Doctor told me I shouldn't go to my old school anymore. My parents agreed and persuaded me to apply for Yamaku, even though it would mean living away from them for the first time. It must have been hard for you. Well, yeah, I have to admit that it was. My parents were both working long hours full time, so I have to live reasonably independently wasn't anything new to me. It's the fact that I was going to a school for disabled students hit hardest, I think. And you? Small group of chattering girls passed by us near the stairs, Hanako pressing herself tightly to her side until we reached the ground floor. She doesn't usually come this close while just walking in the school, so I'm left a little put off. The staff at the orphanage offered to help me some options on what I could do. Middle school hadn't been good, so I thought that Yamaku might be better. I was isolated, and I thought that maybe it'd be easier to get by here with most of the others being disabled. Pretty ironic that the reason Hanako looked forward to Yamaku is the exact reason I hated the idea. To me, I felt like I was being shunted somewhere away from society and everyone I knew. Hanako, that's probably an inviting prospect. What was life like at the orphanage? It was okay. The staff there were nice, and they took care of us. The children there didn't talk to me much, but I didn't really want to talk to the TheYukiverse, so I didn't mind. The orphanage had a little library, so I started to read to pass the time. Staff didn't mind it, because it made me easier to handle than many of the other children. You didn't make any friends there? No, I think my life was on hold during that time. I knew that, but I didn't mind. I think her life was on hold for all that time, though. Depending on when the fire happened, that was a huge chunk of her life. No parents, no friends, apparently no relatives. We walked through the door to the courtyard. I expect to need to avert my eyes from the sun, but now it's well into sunset. Hanko's eyes keep flickering to me, so I look away from her for a bit. What was it like at the hospital? I quickly clear my thoughts and try to refocus them. I hesitate for a bit, but I know that I have to tell her. We're close enough for her to feel comfortable telling me this. It's only fair that I reciprocate. It was okay at times, but others it was pretty bad. At the beginning, everyone sent their sympathies and came to visit often. It was like breaking an arm or something. Being with my friends was one of the good times. Hanako came in often as well. More often than anyone else. But then there were bad times too, and my friends slowly stopped visiting. I began to realise how grave my situation was. It reminded me that this wasn't just a broken limb, that I was now a different person than before. Even the times when Hanako would spend with me became torturous. By the end, we were reduced to silence, whereas before she'd be talking constantly. That's how Hanako always was. She may have been a fragile person, but she would talk constantly and try to hide that fact. Not about anything particular, just talk. I think the three lowest points would have been when my parents told me I wouldn't be going to my old school anymore, my birthday passing while in the hospital, and when Hanako left for the last time. We'll leave the school building behind us as we follow the main path through the gardens. There had been the odd bystander in the school buildings, went outside but practically alone. What was your middle school like? I liked it. I grew up in a really metropolitan area. The middle school nearby was pretty crowded and didn't mind it. Probably because I'm used to being in crowds and not around other people. I got good grades, played soccer with my friends. Played a fair bit of time hanging with them after school. Did get teased over my hair though. Your hair? Grimaced a little as I put a hand over my head to cover it. Keep getting tufts and strands that refused to flatten or stay where I wanted them. My mother wouldn't let me just get my hair shaved. It had a habit of popping out no matter how much I tried to brush it down. It still does a little. I was right to get that reply. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Give a mild laugh and wave it off. It's fine, I know it still does. It feels strange to have someone act so interested in my past. If it were anyone else, I'd think they were just acting polite. That's something really I don't think Hanako would do. Or if she did, if she did, she'd do it so badly that it would be obvious. A number of girls in the common room on the ground floor, and Hanako pressed herself to my side once more as we passed them. I expected her to break off, but instead she continued to cling on me as we walked towards the stairway. Something about the way she's holding on to me feels different from the usual. I'm left deep in thought as we walk up the stairs. Down the hallway, it's only when we stop that I look up and realise I've been following her without question. Why did we come to your dormitory room? She looks straight at the door without so much as a glance in my direction. Hanako? She moves to answer but stops herself. Instead, she silently breaks from my side, opens the door and steps inside. I look up and down the hallway, a bit lost as to exactly what I should do. Struggling, I decide to follow her, so I don't have any reason to do otherwise. Hanako stands in the middle of her room and looks straight at me. It's unnerving when she does this. Such an unusual action for her. I open my mouth to speak, but she preempts me. Could you close and lock the door? Hanako's hands reach for her chest, grabbing her blouse at her heart. Turn and lock the door. Shut, then freeze. The atmosphere begins to feel quite strange. This feeling only made more profound when I hear the curtains being pulled behind me. It's going to be night soon. We're a guy and a girl in a bedroom. She's closing the curtains, and I'm shutting and locking the door. She can't really have that in mind, can she? I gulp and turn around very, very slowly. Hanako's in the center room, hasn't turned to face me. You told me about your past, so I have to tell you mine. She takes a deep, shuddering breath and pauses for a number of seconds. Hands move to her ribbon, and she begins to tug, all but confirming my thoughts. Hanako, please don't say anything. I obediently stay hushed as she slips off her ribbon and continues to unbutton her blouse, before working on the clip on her bra. The process is slow. Perhaps it just feels slow because of what she's doing, I'm not sure. Frozen to the spot, all I can do is watch Hanako, hands trembling, unclip her skirt and let it drop to the ground. Now, am I going to need a censor bar? Because I'm pretty sure, sprites-wise, Emmy is the only one who has a nude sprite. Which I now know from making those cards. Which isn't a spoiler, really, I don't think. But if it's the actual hate scene, I don't know, because I feel like they want to tell me stuff, right? I'll get the box ready just in case. Oh no. No, we're good. That's fine. That's fine. Finally, she takes her blouse in hands and draws it off, her bra falling from her shoulders. And so, Hanako stands in the middle of the room, all but bare save for her stocking and underwear. This is me. All of me. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scarring on her back. The skin on her right side of a similar texture to that of her face, but it's also stretched and torn, and covering a much larger area. The scarring is by far the worst on the shoulder, buttocks and thigh. Just as my heart attack refined my life, this is the event that refined Hanako's. If I'd seen this when I first met her, I'd have been shocked, not only at the sight, but also at the idea that something like this was survivable. But after having had time to get used to the idea, and after seeing the scars on her face, hands and collar, my reaction is more measured. My reaction right now is not due to her scarring, but due to her body. The fire happened when I was 8 years old. It was night and we were sleeping when it started. Hanako's voice trembles, the shaking of her blouse giving away the fact that her hands are just doing the same. I curled up into the ball and the fire swept over me. My mother tried to shield me. That's the only reason I lived. Hanako's eyes begin to moisten, her voice crackling under the combined pressure of exposing herself to me like this, reliving those painful memories from so long ago. I want to say something, anything to make her feel better. I can't though. I feel completely useless when faced with a situation like this. She's forcing herself to come close. So close, yet it's at times like this I feel most distant to her. I'm sorry for making you see this. No point in denying the obvious. I think what I should say now is what Hanako wants me to say, and it's the truth, what I genuinely honestly believe. Doesn't matter. You're a wonderful person, Hanako. Your body doesn't change that. She looks at me for a long time, her breathing uneven as she tries to remain steady amidst the emotions we're both feeling. It feels like she's looking at me. It feels less like she's looking at me than she's looking through me. There we go. I slowly walked towards her and gently placed my hand on her shoulder. She lets go of her blouse. She gasped a little, not in fright, a simple statement. Being so close to her caused my mind to become a jumble of feelings. Scarring on her shoulder, plain to see and leather-like to the touch, conflicts strangely with her otherwise soft skin and silky dark hair. Hanako is a girl with all that entails. She's taller than usual for a woman, but still has curves in all the right places. The nape of her neck, just visible thanks to her hair slung over her shoulder, is alluring. I know that I'm not pretty like Lily. I just wanted you to see me, the real me. I've already seen the real you, though. You didn't need to take off your clothes for that. Oh, shit. Fuck. I obviously wasn't paying attention to the fucking sprites. Actually, you know what? I didn't look up her. That might have been the problem. God damn it. You ruined me, woman. You were doing so well. Well, maybe I should have kept that box. I thought that the CG scene was going to stay. I'm sorry. It was like a second. Real good. Her lips are open, just a little. She lets out a sharp breath, as, without thinking, I breathlessly lean forward and press my lips to hers. The kiss only lasts a fleeting moment before our faces part, breathing quick and nervous. Thinking of Hanako's mouth lingers and her eyes remain locked to mine. Trembling a little myself, I remove my tie and begin undoing the buttons of my shirt. Hanako remains standing where she is, looking at the ground in front of her rather than watching me undress. On the one hand, I'm thankful for that. I've always been somewhat self-conscious of my body, but my scarring has made that quite a lot worse. On the other hand, though, this atmosphere feels very strange. My shirt falls to the floor in a heap, as untidy and crumpled as Hanako's blouse and skirt. Hanako's entire body visibly flinches at the sound of the zipper on my trousers being pulled down. My trousers join my shirt on Hanako's floor next to the bed, as do my socks, in short measure. I hesitate before taking off my boxers and end up leaving them on. They represent one last hurdle I don't think I can overcome quite yet. Sheer embarrassment stops me, along with not wanting Hanako to get even more worked up. My unease about the situation has also left me needing my own stimulation. Hanako? She nods. About so much of a glance at me makes her way to the bed as I do. She walks as if her legs were wooden sticks. I'd find it amusing if we weren't doing the exact same thing. Take the initiative, turning around and sitting on the side of the bed. Look up to face to invite her to a seat either next to me or in front of me. I'm awkwardly looking down to stop myself from staring at her body. Ew. That's way more gross. I don't want to see that. Ugh. The one is gone. Oh, you can't. But I mean, okay. It's gone? It's gone. And then, after a couple of seconds, it ends. Oh, that's all good. The sound of Hanako's breathing and my own ring in my ear, almost painfully loud. Hanako holds her arm over her face, her mouth open and gulping in air. As I hold myself over her, suddenly my arms almost give way. My vision is distorted as someone's grabbed it and pulled sideways. I fell full sideways on the bed, beside the panting Hanako for fear of falling onto her instead. It's possible. I mean, I don't know. We both lie beside each other, naked and pressed against one another in order to fit on a bed made for a single person. My eyes try to focus on the ceiling, not much success. Pulling a blanket over us to stave off the cold is all I can do. The only sound in the room is that of our breathing. The sweat had accumulated on my body. It feels uncomfortable, both physically and emotionally exhausted and completely a mess all over. Yeah, that's definitely a heart thing. My vision slowly begins to return to normal as I continue to stare at the ceiling. My limbs still feel like jelly. I try to concentrate on my chest and find its beat irregular and mildly painful. This is a dangerous time. I have to think this through and not panic, lest I make the situation any worse. With huge effort, I take control of my erratic breathing, forcing myself to long, deep breaths. Count half a dozen before I start to feel physically calm again and press my hand to my chest to assure myself. My heartbeat's back to normal. I'm okay. Oh, no, we need to get rid of the box. No, go away, box. You have to see cute. She's so cute. I turn my face towards Hanako, who's already looking at me. Her expression looks pretty dazed, but underneath that, there's definitely a look of concern. She realised what happened. I'm okay. Everything's back to normal. I find myself barely able to get the words out between breaths. I don't think sex would tire a normal body out this much, so I have no doubt my condition's at least partially at fault. Why did my body have to do this right now? All thoughts of my heart, though, are pushed aside as I see the wide smile forming on Hanako's face. She's so cute! As always, I smile back without another thought. Hanako's smile has always been infectious, in its almost childlike sweetness and earnesty, something that sets her apart from anyone else I know. Right now, we don't need words. Everything we want to communicate to each other we can share just fine without them. After all, what good are words when a smile says it all? Oh, was that the end? Because if it was, that was so precious.
Wait, is there going to be just another random bit tacked on the end? I'm happy with that ending. That can be it. I don't think there's going to be any more choices now anyway, so... Oh, it's just the morning after, I guess. Whatever. My eyes feel heavy as I slowly open. Light from outside makes me blink a bit to let them get adjusted. My body feels like lead. My head feels just as heavy. Waking up to an unfamiliar ceiling is an uncomfortable feeling. It reminds me of the first time I woke in the dimpled white tile ceiling of the hospital. Only after spending a few seconds staring up at it, I realised where I am. This is Hanako's dormitory room. Actually saying that, when we did Rin's story, I thought the exact same thing. It came to a really nice ending, and then there was one more scene after it that just went on for like 20 minutes, and I was like, this was unnecessary. Like, them standing in the field was good, but then they just kept going. And going, and going, and I'm just like, yeah, come, okay, you're dragging it on a bit here. I feel as though my heart stopped again, as the events of last night rushed through my head. Blood rushes to my cheeks, and I shut my eyes once more. Very little point to getting myself worked up, this early though. So I tried to push things out of my mind for now. I rolled my head to the side, see if Hanako's where she was when I drifted up to sleep. All of a sudden, I was an empty space in the bed, the room beyond. I sluggishly sat up, rubbed my eyes, before pinching the bridge of my nose and looked around the room. The only person here is me. I'm still bereft of my clothes, and after a quick scan of the floor for them, I noticed that they're neatly folded in the corner of the room. Try as I might, I can't see Hanako anywhere. The little packet for the condoms being removed too, presumably put in the bin. With a great yawn, I get myself out of bed and quickly look for some underwear. Promised a little at the prospect of putting my boxers back on after yesterday's efforts did a job on them, but I don't have much choice. Taking advantage of the fact that I have some time without anyone around, I get myself dressed for the coming school day in short order, and then I'm alone. Anything more to busy myself, my mind becomes focused on the fact that I'm standing in another person's bedroom after we spent the night together. There's not a single sign of her around. My gut proves to be more helpful than my brain at working out this riddle. The loud growl reminds me that she may well just be getting breakfast. I would have liked to wake up next to her, but maybe it's a good thing we had a few moments alone. Hanako's room, as always, is quite bleak in appearance. There are precious few decorations, and practically no personal artifacts that aren't hidden away in cupboards and drawers. She lived here for 3 years, but the room looks like it's barely been occupied for a single day. I should know think this, she might just like living this way. Some do. Having the ability to put such low stock in physical possessions does have its advantages, but even so, it feels a little disconcerting given her past. She said she viewed herself as having had her life on hold while at the orphanage. I guess it makes sense she doesn't have much stuff, because all of her stuff would have been burnt. She certainly lives life as if she does, but after what happened last night, it's pretty hard to imagine she still thinks that way. The sound of the door had a crack through my thoughts, and I turned to face it. Sure enough, Hanako comes through and shuts the door behind her. She also seems to be 2 microwaved instant meals in her hands, so that's a little difficult. Good morning, Hanako. Morning. She gives a little bow before making her way to the desk and down both plates. I can see now them to be small satay dishes, their contents steaming with a fork stuck inside the rice of each. I give thanks to her for bringing them in, and we each take one and get down to eating. She sits on her desk chair while I sit on the side of the bed. I don't like talking while eating, so the silence between us isn't annoying in and of itself. The fact that it only exists because we don't know what to say to each other is off-putting. Hanako glances towards me ever so often as she eats. I only notice her doing so because I'm doing just the same thing. We're eating together as if we're a couple. We even had sex last night for the first of both of us. Something feels wrong though. Maybe that's why we can't say even a word to each other, is that we finish our plates and leave them at the sink. Maybe that's why we leave Hanako's room without holding hands and making small talk. Maybe that's why it feels as if we're further apart than ever before. Oh, come on, why do they do this? We enter the classroom together, neither of us so much as glance at each other. Just after we do, I realise this may have been a mistake. Serena lifts her eyebrow at the sight, her suspicion raised. We reach the centre aisle between the classroom desks and look at each other. I'm quite sure what to say. Does she want me to address her as a girlfriend? I don't think our relationship was... Oh, that's why this feels so strange. See you. Ah! She could have said you two! She could have said it! I thought, oh, she's going to say you two. She's going to say you two. Ah, she said okay. She said okay. Disappointed. If one thing is disappointing, the only thing that's disappointed me in this character story playthrough, she said okay instead of you two. Damn it. I was waiting for it. I'll quickly hold up a hand as we part and take our seats to respective desks. I didn't even look back at her embarrassment. But the gulf between Hanako and me is because of me. Nope. She didn't even begin to make her way towards me, then Muto enters the room. Thankful for his arrival being so well timed, drawing Shizune and her questioning away for wait for another time. Wouldn't have been able to answer her anyway. I like Hanako, but I've never told her what my feelings are for her. Hanako never said she saw me as anything beyond a friend either, yet despite that, we slept together. Bells signal the end of lunch rings out, Muto takes a little off guard as chemistry lecture being cut off mid-sentence, much to his chagrin. The entirety of the classroom is rambling past through one ear and the other, as our minds mull over the questions of Hanako. I can't get her out of my mind, and now I've managed to wipe myself up about it. I realised that she never said yes to what we did. She didn't say no either, but would she have been able to? She's extremely submissive at the best of times, and no doubt it took her a gargantuan effort to show me her scarring. So I had to try and at least make conversation with her.
That'd be better than the monosyllabic communication that has been the most we've managed between each other so far today. I walk to her desk and tend to the chat. She awkwardly blushes and looking down even before I come up to her. Take a breath and speak, but find myself off for words. Well, what in the world should I say to her? Hearing approaches footsteps, turn to see Shizune and Misha already making their way towards us, no doubt with the intent to start casting troublesome things. A couple of other classmates are looking at us and gossiping between themselves. They throw sidelong glances. I must also have noticed Hanako and me coming in together earlier. I have my mouth to reassure Hanako, but she preempts me. Hi. I gotta do something. She gets out of her chair and dashes for the door. A couple of books and pens that were on her desk are sent falling to the floor in a rush. Not many people seem to care about this event. If you look around to see what the fuss is about, go back to what they were previously doing after. I'm left despairingly looking at the door that Hanako disappeared out of. The idea of running after her passed through my mind, but I'm fairly sure that Hanako can run faster than I can. And besides, what would I say to her once I caught up anyway? When she simply crouched down picking up the items that have fallen to the ground from her desk. I feel low in every way, reduced to this as a student passed by me on the way out of the room. Oh no. With a tap on my shoulder, I look up to see Shizune and Misha looking at me. Curiosity about the situation written on their faces, mixed with a slight apologetic look at the idea they were partially responsible for what just happened. Ichan, if we can help at all. Just shake my head. This isn't a matter for them. And from Shizune's expression and the tone of Misha's voice, I think they know the same thing. Oh, okay. Shizune acknowledges my response and gives a solemn bow before making her way out of the room. Misha soon follows her out, obediently following her role as Shizune's shadow. Pick myself up. Shadow. I should have made Shizune Shadow of the Six Samurai, and then made I should have made Misha Shadow of the Six Samurai and Shizune into Shien, because like the names are pretty similar. I should have done. I might do that. Pick myself up, books and pens in hand, and place them inside Hanako's desk. With the classroom now empty, I end up just leaning against her desk and thinking to myself in silence. Feels like there's a complete emotional disconnect between Hanako and me. We've known each other for all that long, and despite wanting to start going out with her, I really don't know that much about how Hanako's view things. I've been studying as hard as I can for exams, but I still don't feel like I have any real sense of direction behind it. Tried to befriend Hanako even if I couldn't tell her my feelings, and we've done it drive each other apart. Couldn't even write a letter back to the one girl who ever loved me, Hanako. What should I do? What can I do? I simply don't know the answer to either of those questions. I do know that nobody else can help me with them. Just going back to the way things were would be enough to make me happy, but I know that can never happen. Something changed between us last night. Maybe it changed beforehand, and it just came to head then. I know there's a wall that Hanako has between me and her. I've been hitting that wall every time I try to interact with her on any level. But now I'm beginning to think that I have my own wall between us just as much as she does. She had to practically drag my past out of me, and mine was much less traumatic than hers. I want to say it's because I haven't had long to adjust since my heart attack, but I know full well that would just be an excuse. One time I recall when it felt really like she was opening up to me of her own accord when we were playing billiards in the city. I was the one who stopped her from going further. I want to know Hanako better. I want to save our friendship, if not begin a real relationship with her. My mind begins to tick as I sit against her desk, thinking to myself in the empty classroom, spent so much time together in. I have to talk to Hanako. Pace around the park, feeling anxiety rolling over me. Every so often I reach into my pocket, take out my phone, but each and every time I hesitate and end up slipping it back in. If it was a normal situation, I wouldn't be cutting classes. Fortunately it is, and I found myself in the town below the school at 2 in the afternoon. And since I met Hanako, I've been the one to initiate everything between us. The one that started conversations, went to her wherever she was, suggested what we do. Today, this once, I don't want to be the one doing that. That's not true, actually. The one time at the cafe, she came to you. My hand dives to my pocket once more. This time I quickly navigate the texting menu before I have a chance to change my mind again. Hanako, if you want to talk, I'll be at the park in town for a while. Writing the last measure of doubt, I thumb in my message to Hanako and press the button to send it. And now, I wait. My part of this has been fulfilled. What I need to happen now is for Hanako to make a decision. It would be meaningless for me to drag her here. She needs to decide for herself whether she wants to meet me. The apple juice from the vending machine tastes awfully bitter as you know that word I said I didn't want them to say earlier when they kept saying sweet? There it is. It's a fair amount afterward though. My grip on the can has caused it to dent slightly in the middle. Shouldn't be this tense, it's probably inevitable. Hanako is dear to me. What happened the last couple of days put a lot of pressure on both of us. The idea of losing all the progress we made and coming closer to one another and losing our friendship as a whole is deeply unsettling. But even then, I still don't really know how close we are. We may have had sex, but before that, all I knew us to be was friends. Maybe we are more than that, but if so, I never realised it. Maybe that's why I feel so uneasy right now. I don't understand Hanako, despite all the time we spent together. Minutes are ticking by, and I still have no idea whether she'll show up. So? I pause for a moment. I was not believing that I'm hearing the voice I'm hearing. How long do they have to go between using the words sweet and bitter in order? It didn't trigger me, that's what I was saying. I pointed it out, but I'm fine. There was more than enough length of time between those words. It's all good. Drop the can and stand up for the start. Hanako. We look at each other for a few seconds while Hanako becomes too embarrassed to maintain eye contact and nervously fiddle with a roughly cut lock of hair covering the side of her face. I went to see when I went to see Hanako in a room by myself after our breakdown, I had no idea what to say. I was fine then. All either of us wanted was each other's presence. Now though, I feel like I need to talk to her directly. I want to break down this wall between us before it forces us apart for good. Hanako, what we did that night, how should I interpret that? Hanako stopped playing with her hair. The music stops. Her head casts slightly downwards. She looks ashamed. It's probably a good mirror of how I would look now if I weren't so concerned. I thought you might eventually go away if I was only someone you needed to protect. I thought that if I let you do that, you might see me as someone more than that. First reaction is disbelief, but I did do it with her after all. I had plenty of opportunities where I could have stopped things, stepped back and questioned what we were doing. In the end though, I didn't. I had a feeling rising in the pit of my stomach. She offered herself to me because of what she thought I wanted, and now it feels like I took advantage of her. She may have been willing, but only under false premises. I've never been good at hiding my emotions and physically showing, and now is no different. Hanako looks down once more, a strange mixture of depression, regret and sickness written on her face. Fixed silence hangs in the air, save for the breeze blowing through the trees around us. I knew you couldn't look at me that way. Hanako's words are said in a little more than whisper, seemingly directed just as much at herself as to me. In what way? What do you mean? All I ever was to you, a useless person, just someone to protect, someone like a child. I wanted to be more than you than that, but after so long, I got used to it. The tone of her voice is unlike any I've heard her use before. She sounds disgusted, not at me, but at herself. After I came out of my room, I saw that you had started drifting away. Felt like I was going to lose you because you wanted somebody you could have that kind of relationship with. You were more quiet in school than before, and you were getting on so well with Yuko. I thought that I might lose you. Wait. She thought I was going to go out with Yuko. Wow, she really did read the situation wrong. Don't get me wrong, I like Yuko. Like me, I like Yuko. I don't think the character does at all in any way. And honestly, I don't know if I'd want to date someone who previously dated Kenji. That doesn't seem like a logical thing to do. She thought I was bored of her because I wanted a romantic relationship. But we're friends, right? I wouldn't just abandon you like that, even if what you were saying was true. Friendship, something I thought I'd given up on. I stopped believing in others after what happened in the accident. Before the accident happened, I got on well with people and other children. I didn't have many friends, but I didn't mind, because I treasured the ones I had. Afterwards, though, I was called names by the others, teased a lot. It hurt, really deeply. The teachers tried to help. We couldn't do much. Even many of them recoiled with just the sight of me. Among those calling me names and teasing me were the ones I thought were my closest friends. And from then on, I believed it didn't matter if nobody else acknowledged me. All my existence ever did was make people troubled, after all. It was easier if I just didn't exist. But after meeting Lily, and then you, I tried, but I couldn't make myself think that way again. All that time, she didn't trust me. She thought, just like everyone else in her life had, that she was worthless, someone to throw away once I got bored of being with her. That hurts. That's the one kind of person I never ever wanted to be seen as, because I know better than most just how horrible it feels to be thrown away by those who thought like me. She's cracking from the memories she's bringing up. I feel useless, completely unable to console her. In a strange way, though, I'm almost thankful that she's allowing me to know this. All between us is going away, even if it hurts so badly to bring it down. Hanako, if you just told me. Was I wrong? Of course you... Well, she wasn't. Hanako wasn't wrong. It's difficult to force myself to admit this. But no, I wasn't trying to deny its pointlessness. To me, and to Lily, she was someone we tried to protect. She had become to me what I'd become to my friends after my heart attack. A broken person. I liked her, possibly even loved her, but never acted on that precisely because I thought she was so fragile. I mean, I don't look at you that way now. I got worried about you after what happened to you in class, and I thought I should try and protect you. When you locked yourself in your room, though I got afraid, I thought you were rejecting me, and it forced me to think a lot about different things. I wasn't rejecting you. She blurted out with an almost scared tone to her voice, taking me off guard. She quickly becomes embarrassed by her outburst before clenching her fist and working her way through what she wanted to say in her mind. I wouldn't ever do that, not to you. Even though I was scared, even though I tried to push you away, you still tried to get closer to me. I locked myself away because I was just a burden to you, to Lily, to everyone. Every birthday was the same, everyone doing their best to pretend that it mattered. Everyone pretending everything was alright for that one day of the year. I didn't want to exist, but they wouldn't let me. Even after Lily, everything was the same. I was as useless as I'd always been, unable to do anything for her or for myself. I didn't want to be the same way to you. Lily and I were completely wrong. From what she said, everything we did for her, it would only made her feel worse. Even what little I thought I had right about her was completely misjudgment. After you locked yourself in your room, I decided to try to work out my past as well. Sort out my future. I didn't know how to deal with the things I'd lost by coming to Yamaku, so I was trying to sort them out myself. I thought it would help us become better friends if I did that.
Silence hangs in the air again. I try to keep looking at her, but I can't. I feel really low. No, I want to apologise. I don't know how I possibly could. I hear her take a deep breath, and I look back after hearing her drop to the ground. Oh. How is she even super cute when she's crying? That makes me feel bad. I just want to hug her. Thankfully I have a plush right next to me I can hug. The sound of her crying breaks my heart. I know I'm responsible for this, and I know I can't do anything to help her. If Hanako feels ashamed, then I feel all the more so. Yes, good. Hug her. Give her the hug. She needs a hug. Rush to her as tears continue to roll down her cheeks. Unbaited, wrapping my arms around her. I don't care about how I must look anymore. I just want to be close to her right now. I'm sorry, Sal. I've messed everything up. It's fine. Everything's fine. I'm the one that should be sorry. I was meddling around behind your back and I never told you anything. I feel my grip tightening on Hanako as my vision blurs. I can't be bothered trying to hold back now. I have to force my words out as a lump to stick in my throat. To tell you the truth, Hanako, I was scared. For the first time since my heart attack, I was really scared. Sal? I lost so much when I came to Yamaku. I was depending on you more than I ever thought I did. Even now, I still have that hole inside me. After losing my entire life, and everyone I'd known, the thought of losing you as well. But I'm just a useless... You're my friend, Hanako. You're more than that. I love you, Hanako. I love you so much that the thought of losing you frightened me so much. This is bad. I'm really letting all this out. Can't bring myself to look at her face right now. I'm sorry, Sal. I can't help feeling a bit happy. For so long, that's what I've wanted to hear. The last of the floodgates break. The sound of her crying permeated the air as her body jerks against mine. We hold each other tightly, connected more closely than our shared grief and our shared happiness. I don't know how things are going to be like after this. Right now, though, I don't care. There's no other person in the world that either of us could possibly share these memories and emotions with. Nobody. After dropping the dirty can and bin next to the bench, I take a seat beside Hanako. She puts away the handkerchief I gave her to clean herself up, which hasn't helped much. That's the same handkerchief he was using to dab earlier. Then again, I doubt I look more presentable. Even now I feel empty and a bit embarrassed after letting my emotions out in public like that. Not a bad sensation though. I think Hanako feels the same way too. Calm down a bit? Yeah, thank you. For a while we just sit and take our time before talking again to one another. We both need a little time to collect ourselves. The weather is nice at this time of year. So we go to talk about the weather. Yeah, it is. Is that how it ends? Oh, I was gonna say, if it ended with the weather's nicest kind of year. Close my eyes for a moment. Relishing the feeling of the sun's heat and the cool breeze against my face. The weather really is nice today. Really, really nice. You know, I don't really want to go out to class right now. Do you? She shakes her head. She finished wiping her eyes with her cuff. The small smile she gives is nice. It's a reminder of how earnest it can be. Smiling for other people might be a completely normal, everyday thing. Hanako, though, she smiles so rarely and so sincerely that each and every time she does it, I feel a sense of relief and happiness. I'm sorry for everything. It's okay. We both have a bit to be sorry for. I know that. I'm too shy. I know that you don't want me to be. I don't think I can. You can change, Hanako. I know that, because even in the time I've known you, you've already changed. To be honest, just being able to sit here and talk to you like this means you've changed a lot since we first met. But I can't be like that for anyone else. I don't have any plans for after school ends either. Hanako's confidence begins to slide down again. I think now that I can finally talk to her as equals, so I can do so, because we're the same on so many ways. Just give yourself time. I think you'll be able to achieve what you want. No, I'm sure that you'll be able to do it. I can see you've been trying, and I have faith in you. And you can depend on me if you feel like you need someone to support you, you know? But I can't ask that of you. You can, because that's exactly what I'm asking of you. I'm going through the same thing, you know. It's called love. Hanako smiles. Before I get off the bench and dust myself off, she does the same in a short measure. Kinda hungry. Want to grab something to eat? Please tell me it ends on that, because this entire thing he has been eating. She nods vigorously. The way she's smiling, the way she's acting, even just the general air she gives. I really wanted to just end on that before, honestly. I feel as if it's the first time we've seen her genuinely happy. And of course, there's still more. Both make our way to the street, walking beside each other. Sal? Yeah? I think I don't really understand you. Oh, really? I don't think I understand you either. I believe that's fine, though. Not a single hint of despair in our voices. Not understanding each other is only natural. The rules we set up between ourselves couldn't possibly be broken down in a single day, but that's fine. As long as we take it day by day and try to understand one another, I think everything will be okay. As we walk down the street, though, Hanako's eyes flicker to my face and back to the street repeatedly. Something in your mind? You look restless. She slows before stopping completely. She'll turn to me as she takes a long, deep breath, looking at my face intently. This expression saw it once before on her face. Just once, when I accidentally surprised her in her room. I think I have something I need to give you. What is it? You don't need to be evasive about it.
want to give you this for a long time, but now that I need to, it's too embarrassing. Don't worry, I'll accept it, whatever it is. She has a sweet, bashful smile before taking my shoulder to her hand. Then please accept my first gift to you, Sao. Hanako? Okay, we got one more. It's a cute CG. I'll let him off the. We've even got other cute people. Everyone in the background is cute. Why is everyone cute? They are all cute. Every single person that's there is cute. And then there's the muffin. A muffin shop? Cupcakes.
Cupcakes! It ended on cupcakes! No way! Wow!
Round of applause. Can confirm. Wait, I think you're just trying to find ending cues all over the place because you started late. Yeah, maybe. No, I did feel like it. Yeah, I understand having the scenes after the sleep scene. I'm glad they resolved that. But no, I feel like that ended at a good place. Seriously though, both the last two, they got to a really good ending spot and then carried on and on and on. That one ended well. The fact that we got an extra cute CG at the end makes it all worth it. Yeah, that was my favourite one so far. I really liked Rin, but there were some depressing parts of Rin's. With this one, there wasn't quite as much, you know. It was, but it wasn't quite as bad. I probably won't read her bad ending. I mean, you know how much the fucking Doki Doki has fucked me up, and the fact that I still keep going on about it all the time. Probably for my mental health, I'll just acknowledge I've got happy endings, and that's all I've got, and that's all I'll ever have. They are the only things that exist. Nope, not what I wanted. So with her, I missed one gallery, I think. Right, I'll have to skip past all Amazons. That's Rin. Where are hers? 3? Yeah. So I've missed 1. Wait. No, I've missed 2. There was only 1 scene for her, right? It's her calling you out for your shit. I mean, okay. That's not depressing. I can take that much, but oh shit, there are actually 2 in that short space. In a couple of seconds, it's all over. Oh, and I guess this scene here is extended there or whatever. And then there's all the Lily stuff. Oh shit, this is actually a scene from Lily's Route, not from. Oh, so is this? Huh? Yeah, I've got 2 CGs from Lily's Route already. I never went back and did Rins because I don't want to see them, to be honest. They're so cute. Cupcakes. It's this fucking cupcake of destiny right at the end here. Fucking cupcake of destiny. Well, that was good. That was fun. What's in cinema? Oh, the animatics. There are only 6 of them. I have seen 3 characters, so there's 2 characters to go. There's clearly no icing on them, it's a muffin. Muffin, cupcake, same thing. The icing isn't on it yet, because you got to remember that this is a prequel to Doki Doki, because we're playing as Yuri, remember? So from each of these characters, we're adding a little bit more to the Yurification. So from the character we just did, Hanako, that's where we're going to get our look from, because Hanako does look a fair amount like Yuri. Way cuter than Yuri, but you know, I can't remember. From Rin's story, she got her favorite expression of what is it? I've forgotten what it is. The thing she says about the air. I can't remember what she got from Emmys. There was something. Anyway, that was nice. We got 2 characters left to go. Fucking Monica over here and crazy bitch. So 2 more weeks then, I guess, because it seems to take me a fucking whole time to do each one. I know you want to see other story games, and we can do other story games on like Sunday or something. By the way, don't take my dislike of Hanako as a dislike for her route. No, I take your dislike of Hanako as a personal offense because Hanako is my favorite character now. If the fact that she called you out on your shit is why you dislike her, then you know what? Maybe you shouldn't have been so shit. That was really good. You know what? I'm actually quite impressed that I have managed so far to get the best ending for every first time. You know? That's quite impressive. Because it doesn't sound like you did. So, I guess I'm better with people than I ever thought I did. Oh, if you love that, what do you even dislike about her? What do you possibly dislike about her? Unless you just have a bad taste in girls, I suppose. Oh, that sucks. You know what? No, I don't think that's such a thing, a bad taste. I never understood that when people say you have a bad taste in girls or a bad taste in men or whatever. Like, surely everyone is designed to work with someone else, right? Okay. So you do just like the way of storytelling then? Because for me personally, yeah, okay, at the beginning it was tough. You know, like, but I saw why he was grown to her. If I was in his situation, if I was Hisao in this game, apart from the fact that I wouldn't be an arsehole, she'd probably be the character I'd be most drawn to. So, no, actually, I get it. Out of all the characters and their personalities that I know so far, actually, I'd say I pretty much know their personalities at this point. Maybe not so much Lily, but I know the rest. I would not have been drawn to Emmy at all. She is way too hyperactive for me. I mean, yeah, maybe I'd have hung out with Rin. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, right? She's shy, and I get that. Like, maybe as a non-shy person yourself. Yeah, no, and yeah, I feel more emotional connection to the fact that she sits and reads and runs away than I do to any of the other characters. It's funny when she says at the end, I don't get you. I do get her. I understand her more than anyone else. You know? So I can relate. But yeah, that was good. That was fun. I didn't leave the back box up, did I? No, I suddenly had a feeling that I did. So Sunday, I might look for my Switch port thing again if I can be bothered. And if I do, we'll play Mario. If not, Hearthstone, Overwatch. I definitely want to play some Hearthstone at some point, even on Sunday, regardless of whether we Mario or not. Because I can change games on Sunday. That's a thing I can do. I mean, he wasn't pursuing her in a romantic way, though, right? He was just wanting to be her friend, and then the emotions grew from that. Honestly, it makes more sense than him pursuing Rin. Well, of course. Even if they weren't by far the best CGs in the game, I still genuinely, as a character, because I know you might just think I'm a completely shallow, one-sided, hey, a character is cute, so I like them. I'm not actually like that. You can put it this way. I went into this game knowing that this fucking adorable girl existed, and yet she's probably my least favourite character in the game now. She's adorable, but, like, I don't like her. Just speaking my language. That's me. That's what I'm like. I'm not talented and I'm carefree. I'm not talented, but I am uncommunicative and anxious, very much so. You probably don't know that because on Twitch I'm very different. I'm like talking to myself. So you get to hear the me that talks inside my head and I'm not talking to anyone. I don't know if you've ever noticed when like someone walks into my room or something, how I completely change. Even if it's like someone I know really well, it's like I'll completely change and I'll be totally different. Well, I mean, surely you must have picked up on it by now. You've seen streams like, compare this to Yu-Gi-Oh! Or like Overwatch or whatever when I'm streaming with friends. Think about it genuinely. Compare me doing these streams on Friday to what I'm like when I'm streaming with friends. I think I'm a completely different person. I don't know if anyone else thinks I'm a completely different person, but I do.
Because this is so. I imagine to her, she said that she did computers, right? I bet you if Twitch existed in her world, she'd probably stream and she'd be fine with it because she's not actually talking to people. She wouldn't have like a webcam or anything, like I don't, because then it feels a bit more personal. But if you're just sitting there and you're talking on your own, it's nice because it's like you get that communication that you want with real people that you just don't know how to actually do with real people. I can't fucking talk to real people for shit. Hello. Oh, you're off to bed? Yeah. Okay. Just gone through. Alright. I hate to cut this conversation off short, but I'm pretty sure that's my cue to go. We can carry on talking on Discord if you like. But yeah, I better go so I don't keep anyone else awake. Also on note, see you Sunday, and we'll probably speak before that. And if you've already watched it, right? I was about to say if you haven't watched it, go watch my video, but you are the one person I know has watched it. Alrighty, see you then. Bye bye.